Field sculling squad. On his left-hand shoulder, about 2 lengths away, is the crew from Wakatipu's number 2. Number 2 out of a very strong squad coming out of Wakatipu High School. And then we come down on the inside. There's absolutely nothing separating lanes 2, 3, and 4's back just ever so slightly. 4, which is Motueka, 2 and 3, St Thomas of Canterbury and Marlborough Boys, only about a quarter of a length apart as they head down into that second 500 metres. Just back off the pace ever so slightly is way out wide as the Burnside High School sculler. He's out wide. Apart from that, there's not a great deal separating them. 5, we're looking coming 5 from the Motueka. Motueka looked as if he was just back a little bit, and it could actually be him that's sitting in front. Coming out of lane number 4, Motueka High School. That's Murdoch Smith from Motueka High School. Brent Smith. Oh, gosh. Brent Smith. Is that your boy out there, Brent? Is that the Brent Smith we know that used to row for Otago? If it is, welcome along, Brent. It's good to see you back in the rowing circles if it's the Brent Smith that used to row for Otago. Obviously, be training somewhere in Motueka, either that or out of one of the schools in Nelson. On his right-hand shoulder, he's got about a 2, maybe 2.5 length lead. On his right-hand shoulder is Wakatipu's number 2 crew, and then Bayfield on his right-hand shoulder. They're the first 3 at this stage. We're looking for 1 to go through, but if you can't go through and qualify by winning, you're looking at 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through to the repechage. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little cutthroat for the ones that are back down the field a little bit further. So lanes number 1's fairly well up as well. Lanes 1 is Nelson College. That's George Maloney from Nelson College. St Thomas of Canterbury just on his right-hand shoulder, but he's about 2 lengths down. And then we go ahead of Nelson College is Marlborough Boys College number 2, Logan Flight from Melbourne Boys College, but it's still Motueka. Murdoch Smith from Motueka, and he's sitting out in front, and this is the very first race of the 2025 South Island Meridian Energy School Championships. He's trying to drag with him on his right shoulder. He can't get away from him. There's only about 2 lengths away on his right shoulder is Wakatipu High School. And then right there, locked up, maybe just slightly ahead of Wakatipu High School, is Bayfield High School. And then on Bayfield's right-hand shoulder, Gowran College, but he's about 3 lengths back, and then we go a long way back to Burnside on downright on that very far side. Then we come into the inside crews. The inside crews well ahead of the outside crew. 1's just back off the pace a wee bit. It's 3. And also 3's just back off the pace, and 2 are just back off from there. So we go back to the leader, and it is Motueka. Motueka High School, it's sitting in front, still got that 2. He's maybe got about 2.5 lengths advantage now over 2 out. Bayfield High School. Bayfield moved up into 2nd place, and he's clearly now about 1.5 lengths ahead of Wakatipu's number 2 crew. And then we go out on the right-hand shoulder of Bayfield. It's Gowran College from Bayfield. He's locked up with Nelson College down the inside. All these crews 3 or 4 lengths off the leader. And then on Nelson's right-hand shoulder is St Thomas of Canterbury's 2, then Marlborough Boys 2. Just slightly ahead of them. Brilliant water conditions here on the Lake of the Two Monsters. We've got Motueka. Somebody can tap me later on and just tell me where Motueka does its training, whether it comes out of one of the boarding schools in Nelson. If that's the case, he would have to row for one of the boarding schools. So he must do his training He could row for Nelson as a club rower, but still go to Motueka School. So it's Motueka. Oh, he's doing it very easily indeed. He's going to qualify in the first race of the 225 Meridian Energy South Island Championships here on Lake Ruataniwha. Straight through the bunch of ducks out there as he heads down inside the yellow boys. Nice and easy for him. Chased along from Bayfield High School, Alexandra Horrell. So, Gareth, it's pretty good effort from your boy. And then on his left-hand shoulder, but back about 2.5 lengths, is Wakatipu's High School. There's your first three. We're looking at a couple more to qualify. So it looks like the straight through to the final for young Smithy. They've got good bloodlines down towards the, gets the buzzer. He'll go straight through to the final. Bayfield will take the second buzzer. He'll go through to the refer-charge along with Wakatipu. And down on the inside, Nelson College will go through as well. And right out the far side, it looks like Garran College will go through to the refer-charge. Unfortunately, the other three crews will miss out. Right, the second heat has down on the inside, it has Burnside number 2, King's High School number 2, Roncalli College, St Kevin's is out in lane number 4, Ashburton's in 5, John McGlashan's 2 crew in 6, St Andrew's 1 crew in 7, and Cromwell College's 2 crew in lane number 8. And again, we're getting those centre lanes look to be quite prominent at this stage. 4 and 5 locked together, only half a length between the two of them. And then on the right-hand shoulder of 5 is the crew from John McGlashan 2. So it's Ashburton, St Kevin's out of Oamaru, and Ashburton out of Ashburton, and Roncalli College out of Timaru, all in the centre lanes. That's where the action is. They head down towards the 5,000 metre to go mark. So it's lane number 4 still sitting out in front, but only about a half a length, that's all. So she'll be all on here because we have to win to qualify, and that's the way to go, straight through to the final. It is St Kevin's. It's Cooper Lynch from St Kevin's. Ivan doing the coaching for them. On the right-hand shoulder is Caleb Armstrong, Justin Wall coached. Ashburton on the right-hand side. These two guys are going to be hammer and tongs as they go through this last 1,000 metre mark. We've always said you can move these boats very, very quickly in 10 strokes. You can come from a length behind to a length sitting out in front. It's a matter of when you want to put the pressure points on and what your race plan is. We go from there on the right-hand shoulder. Ashburton is John McGlashan 2 crew, William Light from John McGlashan 2. Then we go down the inside to Roncalli College. And then we go back, all locked up with Roncalli College is King's High School. Alex McGreevy for King's High School. And then we go to Burnside 2. They're well off the pace, Burnside 2. And the right out at the far side, the inside, the out. St Andrew's 1 is up ahead of Cromwell 2, who is just back off the pace a little bit. Or it could be the other way around. Cromwell 2 could be up there, and it is Cromwell 2. It's St Andrew's back off the pace. Brilliant water conditions as they come into the third 500. Got about a length and a half lead now is St. Kevin's. St. Kevin's got about a length and a half, or wouldn't be that, it would only be about a length. Still on the right-hand shoulder of St. Kevin's, Ashburton 2 lengths back. He will go through to the reps, barring any disaster. But it's still in that middle of the course, St. Kevin's College. Out of the little 500-metre harbour area that they do their training, and up here on Lake Ruataniwha, so they know the shortcuts. If there's any shortcuts over 2,000 metres. If you're a novice spectator here watching the rowing and coming for the weekend, don't forget, you can tell your people that you know that are interested in the rowing that it's all live streamed, all live streaming through all the heats and the finals. And if you've just come down, you can just go up to that 1,000-metre peg and just see what goes on close. You can almost put your hand up and touch them on the head. St. Kevin's, they've got sheds here and they can do their training here, so via the Oamaru Rowing Club, of course. The young fella's cranked his hands up a little bit, tells me he doesn't want that crew on his right-hand shoulder, which is Ashburton and Caleb Armstrong, to get anywhere near him. They're coming down towards the Gold Boys. He's inside the Gold Boys now, and he's not going to get it. He's up on around about 36 strokes per minute, so he's just making sure that he's keeping that length and a half, 2-length advantage over him. Unfortunately, Ashburton, who's tried to hang on to him all the way through the course, will only have to go through to the refer charges. And again, just mention, just be aware, 2, 3, 4 and 5 in this event are going through the refer charges. 6, 7 and 8 will be eliminated. St. Kevin's goes down towards and gets the buzzer. So he will go through to the final, along with young Murdoch Smith from Motueka from the first heat. That's going through, and going through the refer charges will be Ashburton. The 2 crews down on the inside here, which is King's High School, will go through as well. With it, you'll take Roncalli College, and then we go out to John McGlashan. And they will be the crews that will go through to the final. It's me. The other 3, unfortunately, will miss out. We'll immediately go back up and pick up the 3rd heat, where we have Darfield out of 1, Dunstan High out of 2, John McGlashan out of 3, Twizel Area out of 4, Christchurch Boys out of 5, Otago Boys out of 6, St Andrews 2 crew out of 7, and Cromwell College 1 crew out of 8. 4, 5 are fighting each other again, which is Twizel Area High School. That's Luke Mains Upson. A very, very competitive young fella out of the club rooms here in Twizel. Christchurch Boys on his right-hand shoulder. He needs to win. Come on, Luca, you need to win, buddy. There's real pressure going on in my half length, and on the right-hand shoulder it's Christchurch Boys, and then Otago Boys on his right-hand shoulder. They're all vying. They've all got a chance because, like I say, we can move these single sculls. At this stage, Twizel's got a half, maybe a 3/4 length advantage over Christchurch Boys. That's Cameron Buckingham and Christchurch Boys, and Med Thompson for Otago Boys, putting a little bit of pressure on him. Down the left-hand side of Twizel, John McGlashan back into 4th. He's in a qualifying position. And then we go down to Dunstan High, and then Darfield, and then out to the 2 outside crews, St Andrews 2 and Cromwell College. Inside the yellow boys, they'll go pretty right now. Still young Luca hanging on to it. Twizel Area School hanging on to it by 3. Oh, he's just got some problems there. Christchurch Boys have just struck some problems when he was about to challenge. He was only about 3/4 of a length away from Twizel, and he caught a wee bit of deep water, and he's pulled his whole boat around. It was heading towards Ashburton. Now he's picked up, oh, he's got problems again. He's just got some problems out there, unfortunately. He was in a challenging position to go straight through to the final, but he's now finding it a little bit more difficult, but he'll go through to the river charges. He'll bring the Targa boys with him, and down on the inside will be John McGlashan. But young Luca will go through, and he'll go straight through to the final. So Twizel Colours will be pretty happy with that, the Twizel squad that are over at the sheds. So Luca goes through to the river charges, go Targa boys, Christchurch boys, down the inside to John McGlashan. And we're looking for one more. One more, and who's it going to be out of Dunstan High, right across the far, down on the inside? It looks like Dunstan High will go through to the Refa charges, and the other three crews, unfortunately, hopefully will have another event. Right, we'll go up and get race 4 for you, which is Mount Aspiring College is in lane 1. Then we go out from there, Christchurch Boys 2, Waitaki Boys, Wakatipu High School, Marlborough Boys College, St Thomas of Canterbury, Twizel Area Schools number 2 crew, and Otago Boys High Schools number 2 crew. Four and 5. Again, it's going to be another tussle to see who qualifies. Only one to qualify straight through to the final. It's a tussle between Wakatipu High School, Charlie Mansour, and Marlborough Boys College, Aidan Bennett. And at this stage, it is Wakatipu High School. It's got the advantage of about just over a length. And then we go a long way back then to the left-hand shoulder, which is Waitaki Boys. Waitaki Boys is in a qualifying position. And then on the right-hand shoulder of is St Thomas of Canterbury. Both those two crews looks as if they'll have to go through the Refa charges. And then we go a long way back to Twizel Area 2, further back to Otago Boys 2. And down on the inside, Christchurch Boys 2, and Mount Aspiring College is ahead of Christchurch Boys 2. So we're heading down towards the Yellow Boys very shortly, and you'll see that it is Wakatipu High School that's sitting in front, only about a length and a half advantage. He has a wee gaze across, and no pressure coming from his right-hand shoulder, which is Marlborough Boys. These two crews have opened up a big gap over the rest of the field. The Marlborough Boys doesn't look as if he wants to wind it up and try and pick up that extra quarter, and the Wakatipu Boys not going to let him come near him. So Charlie is just going to sit out in front. Down towards the 100-metre boy line, Wakatipu High School. Charlie Mansur, he's sitting out in front by a length and 3/4. Marlborough Boys now is trying to push to get closer to him, but he's going to have to be content to go through the Repa charges. Wakatipu Sculler's got a beautiful run on his boat, and his ratings drop right down, so he's done it quite easily. He'll go down and get the buzzer. Wakatipu will go straight through to the final. We're looking for 4 other crews to go through to the Repa charges. Marlborough Boys will go through. Down on the inside, we have the Waitaki Boys. He will go through. Then we go out to St Thomas of Canterbury. He will be and then we got one more to pick up, and it looks like it's going to be on the top side of that, which is going to be Twizel Area number 2 crew. Looks like he will go through as well, along with... And unfortunately, the other 3 crews, they will be looking for another event, hopefully. So Mount Aspiring's one of them, Otago Boys, and Christchurch Boys. Right, race number 5, we go on to the girls under 17 coxed fours. The girls under 17 coxed fours, and the progression here is the first and second going through to the final, and 3, 4, 5 and 6 will go through to the repechagers. Anything outside that will be eliminated. So it looks like they'll all go through, because it looks like we might have a scratching in lane number 7. So we go back and pick them up. Well balanced looking crew coming out of lane number 4 from Columba College in Dunedin. They have sat out in front and they've watched the wins. This crew's been extremely competitive all season. Emily and Isabella have done a brilliant job with them, and they have been very competitive every regatta they come to. They even went exceptionally well at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals here a couple of weeks ago. So it's Columba College sitting out in front. 2 inside them is St Margaret's. St Margaret's is trying to close the gap on Columba College, but the 2 crews will qualify quite easily. Then we go back 2.5 lengths back to St Andrews on the right-hand side of Columba College. And then the other 2 for qualification, or the other 3 for a qualification, we're back further there. Rangi Ruru's crew, that's their number 1 crew, and then right across the far side, Christchurch Girls 2 crew, and down the inside, St Kevin's. They'll all go through the repechagers. So back into the 100-metre buoy line, and it's Columba College going down towards the buzzer. A beautifully balanced crew, coaches done a really good job with these girls. Coxed nice and quiet in the cockpit, taking it down towards the line, saying we've gone straight through to the final, guys, on Sunday. They'll drag with them. They will bring St Margaret's with them, who will also qualify. And going through the rep is the rest of the field, which is St Andrews, Rangi Ruru, Christchurch Girls, and also St Kevin's. So we can go through now and pick up the second heat, which has got St Margaret's 2 out of lane 2, Marlborough Girls 1 out of 3, St Andrews 2 out of 4, Christchurch Girls 1 out of 5, Nelson Girls College out of 6, and Columba College's 2 out of 7. We're looking, all these crews will go through to the next qualifying round, with the first 2 going straight through to the finals on Sunday. Coming out of lane 3, 4 and 5. So 3's the crew that's sitting in front. Marlborough Girls College, Meridian and Joe do the coaching for Marlborough Girls College. Will be happy if they can get their girls straight through without having to eliminate, or by trying to eliminate an extra race. On their right-hand shoulder, they have the crew from St Andrews. That's the St Andrews number 2 crew. They would only be 3/4 of a length down, and then another half a length back with a chance of qualifying. Is on the right-hand shoulder is Christchurch Girls number 1. So it's Marlborough. Nelson College just well back off the pace on the outside in 6, and also Columba College 2. Well back off the place, and St Margaret's number 2 down here on the inside. So it's the 3 crews in the middle of the course, which is Marlborough Girls, St Andrews 2 and Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls can put a little bit of pressure into qualifying, but you're going to have to go now, Christchurch Girls. You're going to have to crank it up. Let's see who's doing the stroking there, which is Heller. Georgetta Heller, she needs to really crank her hands up to see if she can get into that final. I think that there's down to the last 250 metres. Beautiful run on their boat, Marlborough Girls. So Marlborough Girls sitting out in front, always been competitive at school level, coming out of Marlborough Girls. Head down towards the 100-metre buoy line. They've still got that length and a half clear of the crew on their right shoulder, St Andrews number 2 crew, and then another same distance back to Christchurch Girls. They're an Indian file, as they say. And as we keep saying, it's like going to the Addington Trots. Sitting in front, down towards the line, very strong through the water, got a beautiful run on their boat, and they'll get the buzzer. And they'll go straight through to the final, and they'll cut with them. They will cut St Andrews number 2 crew. And unfortunately, the work that's been done by Christchurch girls will put them in the repercharge, along with the crew from Nelson College, or along with every other crew in the race, the Columba College too, and St Margaret's down on lane number 2. Right, we move on to race 7 already, coming out of the 2,000 metre blocks down the eastern end of the lake. We're moving on to the boys under 15 double sculls. We're looking at the first 2 to go through to the A final. We're looking for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th to the repercharge, which almost means everyone in the field will go through to the final. Marlborough Boys is out of lane number 2. St John McGlashan out of 3, that's their number 2 crew. St Andrews 4. 5 is Wakatipu High School. 6 is Timaru Boys number 3 crew. And 7 is Kashmir. 2 to go through. The rest will go straight through to the repercharges. And the 2 that have sorted themselves out, 4 and 5. So it's 4 and 5, St Andrews College and Wakatipu High School, with the advantage going to Wakatipu High School. So Wakatipu High School has the advantage. We'll just check that for you to make sure that Millsy's got it right. Yeah, Wakatipu High School. They've got their rating right down. They're down almost on under 30 strokes per minute, so it tells me that they're quite happy to just sit there and qualify. Be good tactics if you've got your 3 races. I think you're eligible, each rower is only eligible for 3 events at this regatta. It's got restrictions on it. And I think the school with their entries are restricted as well. You're only allowed 3 crews in an event, I think. Whereas in some cases, Māori Cup, you're only allowed to enter 1 crew. Some of the doubles and some of the singles at Māori Cup are so big with entries that you are only allowed to enter 1 crew, which makes it really tough if you've got 2 really good single scullers. The restrictions at this regatta are there as far as the number of races you can enter in, and I think you're also restricted on the number of crews that you can enter as well. So rowing getting extremely big. I think this is the first time we've started this regatta at 8 o'clock in the morning. Normally it has started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. The entries are so big at this regatta that they will have had to start at 8 o'clock this morning. In the meantime, while we're talking, Wakatipu has stayed out in front. The challenge has come from St Andrews, of course. And both these 2 crews will go straight through to the A final, the boys under 15 double sculls. If you're just interested, our timer is not working, so we'll be interested to see what happens. We'll get that up and running. If you're out there, Gren, and not in the office, most likely need your technical knowledge up here. Down and towards the 100-metre buoy line they go. They'll be used to water conditions like this here on Lake Ruatana for Meridian Energy Rowing Championships for the school and only the South Island. Lake Hayes is like this every time they put a boat on the water. Just crank the hands up a little bit now, just to blow the cobwebs out a wee bit, and I'll get the buzzer and go straight through Wakatipu High School. St Andrews will go through with them. Then we go up on the top side. Timaru, it looks like Timaru down the inside. That looks like Cashmere. Oh no, it can't be Cashmere. Coming out of lane 3, so it's John McGlashan. Can't be them. And there is a crew away back down the track. Timaru Boys number 3 crew. Right, your second heat of the boys under 15 double sculls. Timaru 2 out of 1, St. Bede's out of 2, Dunstan High out of 3, Timaru Boys out of 4, St. Andrews 2 out of 5, Christ College is out of 6, and Rolleston College out of 7. Wow, I think that it's the first call for Rolleston College from me after 30 odd years of commentating here as well. So Rolleston, I'm just not too sure where they will row. So if somebody's out there, tap me on the shoulder when I got a break and Ian's on. Tap me on the shoulder and let me know when. Ian will know anyway. So I'll find out from him. Rolleston College, where your rowing venue is. I don't think there's any lake at Rolleston. There's a prison there. Coming out of lane number 4 and 5. You'd almost think we've got the quick crews already. For 4 is Timaru Boys High School, that's Baxter Hofer Park. And 5 is Fletcher Carnes and Logan Scott. So it looks like the Hofer Park boys are going along pretty well together. They've got sitting out in front by about the length and a half at this stage over St. Thomas of Canterbury, which is St. Andrews number 2 crew. Dunstan on the left-hand shoulder, they got a chance of qualifying. In fact, most of them have got a chance of qualifying. And then on the top side of the 2 leaders, there's nothing out the top side. We all come down the bottom side. Dunstan look as if they're in 3rd place, but they're well back off the 2 that are sitting in front. And then just off Dunstan High School is the crew from St. Bede's, and Timaru's number 2 crew further back from St. Bede's as well. And then we go right out the far side of the 2 crews at the far side, Christ College and Rolleston College out the far side. So it's the 2 crews in the middle of the course. It's Timaru Boys and St. Andrews number 2 crew. Gosh, they're getting along really nicely, this Timaru combination. Coming out of the very strong Timaru club squad, of course, do a lot of their training. They do a lot of their training here at, on the lake as well. But they have got their rowing sheds on the little estuary at Timaru, where you could almost chuck a stone from one bank to the other. Gosh, they have got really good water to row on. They're looking very sharp indeed as they come down for their under 15s. Right-hand shoulder, they should have St. Andrews off the Avon River in Christchurch, of course, and then we go quite a long way back to, it's Dunstan High, and then we go on the top side of St. Andrews, which is Christ College. So Christ College clearly battle on with Dunstan High, but these crews, Dunstan High clearly up into 3rd position. And then we come down to, it looks like the crew from Timaru, it's St. Bede's. St. Bede's have a chance of qualifying, and also that crew out wide, Christ College. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th would almost put all the rest of these rowers into the repechage. It does. So it's just a matter of who goes through the final now, and the first 2 crews are going to go through. The rest are just going to go straight through the repechage. And there's a big gap from the winning crew to the crew right out the back, and I think you'll find that we're going to see that today. There's an awful lot of learning crews here, as I saw their training last night, and I saw an awful lot of learning crews and a lot of crews that tell me they haven't been on the course before, so it'll be a challenge for the starters to get some of those crews into the starting blocks that have never been in starting blocks before. But that's what the regatta's all for. It's for the schools in the South Island. And they will just row it straight around towards the boat park. Brian and Blake will be happy with those boys. And St Andrews also will go through to the final. The rest will go through the reps and goes Dunstan High. Natalie Wilson will be pretty happy with her crew from Dunstan High. The young fellas from Dunstan High, they'll go through as well to that repechage and give them a chance to go through. And there's St Bede's out wide. We have Christ College. Back into the inside, we've got the Timaru 2 crew, and struggling just a little bit out the back. Looks like a learning crew out the back. It looks like it's the crew from Rolleston College. But the Hope of Hark boys, they showed everybody that they should have been in the final, and that's exactly where they are. Heat 3 of the boys under 15 double scull, you know the qualifications. Nelson College out of 2. Hill Moreton High School out of 3, St Thomas of Canterbury out of 4, John McGlashan's out of 5, Christ College's 2 crew out of 6, and Christchurch boys out of lane number 7. And we have a crew that is sitting out in front by a country mile. Coming out of lane number 5, which is John McGlashan. This is Gus and Archie. Riley's doing the coaching of these 2 young fellas out of the John McGlashan College in Dunedin, and they are sitting out. They'll be looking at the timing. They are well out in front on their left-hand shoulder, but are way back down the course is St Thomas of Canterbury, Connor and Finn for St Thomas of Canterbury. And on their right-hand shoulder, we go back again. It's Christ College's number 2 crew. That's Cody and Ollie. So they'll qualify as well. And then on their right-hand shoulder is Christchurch boys. They're both in the same lane, so we'll just see if I identify it's Christchurch boys that's up. It's Christ College that's back further. Just having a few steering problems, Christchurch boys. New at the game, under 15s. A lot of these under 15s could be novice rowers. It's a matter of what the coach thinks is the easiest grade, the under 15 or the novices. We'll see the novices later on during the day, I think. And it's just a matter of, like I say, of what the coach might think is going to have his best chance in the under 15s or the novices. But I can tell you that 95% of under 15s on the dais at championship regattas are always second-year rowers. So your John McGlashan boys have gone through. So St Thomas of Canterbury will take the second buzzer, and everyone else will go through to the final or to the repechage. So out wide it is Christchurch boys, in the centre Hill Moreton, Nelson College, and Christ College is 2. Race number 10 due to go out of the starting blocks at 8 36 this morning. They are right on time as the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. This will be a wee bit more competitive. We're looking at one to go through to the A final, the second, third, fourth and fifth. So the next four crews will go through to the repechage. So somebody's going to miss out here. So there's going to be a couple of crews that are going to hopefully have a second event to row in. James Hargest is out of lane number 1, St Hilda's College 3 out of 2, Meridian College 3 out of 3, Wakatipu High School comes out of 4, Craighead Diocesan comes out of 5, St Andrews College out of 6 and Darfield out of 7. One to go through. Four and 5. You'd almost think these lanes are seeded like they will be when it comes to the repechages and the finals. They will be seeded. But there's a very good chance they could be seeded from times at other regattas leading up to it. Maybe that's the way they take their centre lanes when they get the flared effect. If you're a novice spectator and wonder what Millsy's talking about, when it comes to the finals, the fastest boats from all the heats will go into lane number 4. That's the fast lane. And the next fastest out of all the heat times will be lane number 5. And then it'll come down to 3. And then it'll go out to 6, come back down to 2, out to 7, down to 1, out to 8. So as when they come down the course, the centre lanes will make an arrow effect. And the slower time crews will flare out to lanes 1 and to lanes 8. And these times gives me the impression that they've taken times from other events to place them out there, because these centre lanes have been very dominant so far this morning. So we're looking at one to go through only, and it's the crew out of lane number 4, which is the crew from Wakatipu High School. Never saw one crew entered at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals from Wakatipu High School, so they're obviously going to concentrate on Māori Cup and the South Island School Championships, which is right here, or either they had a teacher in charge or headmaster that says we won't let you go to both regattas, you will concentrate on one only. And they are sitting out in front quite comfortably. Again, look quite tall girls. You could put a spirit level across the top of their head and the little bubble would be right in the middle where it should be. A beautiful balanced crew coming all their training off Lake Hayes, of course, under the guidance of John Morrison and the coaching panel there, but it looks like they have got Jimmy is doing the coaching for this crew. So done a good job, Jim. So down towards the line they go, and they will go straight through to the final. It is a really nice balanced crew. Beautiful, nice and easy as they head down. Beautiful run on their boat, and they'll get the buzzer. Right-hand shoulder of them is Craighead. Craighead out of the Timaru rowing sheds in Timaru. They unfortunately will have to go through the repechage, along with looking for 3 more to go through the repechage. And it looks like as St Hilda's 3 will go through, or that's Meridian College that'll go through. And then we go to St Andrews. And then we go to James Hargest will go through as well. Kate and Russell be happy with their crew from out of the Waihopai rowing sheds. And unfortunately, the inside and the outside, which is St Hilda's 3, and right out far side, Darfield will be looking to go have another event. Your second heat has Rangiruru down in lane number 1, and then we go out from them. We go Marlborough Girls 2, Christchurch High School number 1, Villa Maria number 1, St Margaret's number 1, St Hilda's number 2, and Ashburton's number 1 crew. So it's coming from 4 and 5 again, and 6 in with a chance as well. So 4 is Villa Maria, and 5 is St Margaret's. St Hilda's number 2 crew on the right-hand shoulder of the 2 leaders. Again, all these crews that are in Indian file. St Hilda's 2 and Ashburton. All those 4 crews in Indian file as they come down through the lake. It's the crew from Villa Maria that's sitting out in front. They're quite clearly in front as they head into this third 500. That crowd down there at the 300 metres, get them behind them. I'm sure there's some Villa Maria supporters down there. You want to see your crew go through and eliminate the repechage. Otherwise, it'll give them a lot of rowing through the 3 days if they've got 3 events. So if you have to row the heat and a repechage and you're in 3 different events over a 3-day regatta, you will be starting to get a little bit tired. You won't be able to do your homework on Sunday night, that's for sure. Villa Maria quite clearly in front by a good 2.5 lengths over the crew on their right shoulder, which is the crew from St Margaret's. Both number 1 crews, and then we go about 3 lengths back to the right-hand shoulder of St Margaret's is St Hilda's number 2 crew. These 2 crews are looking as if they want to go through to the semi-final throw via the repechages, or through to the repechages. There'll be no semi-finals. And then we go with a chance of going through. Ashburton's a chance, but also down on the inside lane as well as Rangiruru. Rangiruru's got a chance of going through the reps as well. And they'll try and bring Christchurch girls with them. I can't see Marlborough girls. Where's Marlborough girls? Can't see a crew from Marlborough girls that should be in lane number 2. So down towards the 100-metre buoy line, quite clearly under no pressure whatsoever, off the Avon River in Christchurch. Again, we're getting a nice balanced crew. The girls look a little bit not as tall as the crew that won the first heat. Villa Maria said goodbye to the rest of the field. The gaps are a bit bigger than we originally thought. St Margaret's, unfortunately, will have to go through the repechage system. So we're looking for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So we're looking at 4 crews to go through to the repechages. St Margaret's will be the first one. Rangiruru will go through quite clearly. Right-hand shoulder of St Hilda's number 2 crew will go through, and we're looking at one more, and it's on between Ashburton and Christchurch girls. And it looks at this stage it's going to be up on the top side. It's going to be Ashburton. Oh, it's very, very close indeed. Look at Ashburton that might go through, and unfortunately Christchurch girls hopefully have got another event to row in. 3 heats of the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. The next heat down, there's a crew right up down through the course. And there's obviously a gear breakage in that crew, so that will be the Marlborough girls crew I'm picking that we thought we couldn't pick up during that race. So they obviously have a gear, so we just hope that they have got another event that they can try and qualify in, because Marlborough girls quite possibly would have been quite competitive in that race. Right, heat number 3's got Mount Aspiring in lanes number 1, Columba College, Villa Maria 2, Wakatipu High School 2, Cashmere High School number 1 crew, St Hilda's Collegiate number 1 crew, and Nelson College for Girls number 1 crew. And they've just gone through the 1,000-metre peg. They're in the third 500 now, and we're coming from those centre lanes. 4 and 5, and it's 5 that's sitting in front this time. And that's where you want to be in the third 500, because a lot of moves are made in the third 500 and a lot of crews get tired in the third 500. So you need to have a nice handy lead and sit back and watch what's going on. The coxswain knows if there's nobody in front of them, if they're in the cockpit, they know that at least they're in front. I'm just going to get a clock on them. It's coming out of lane 5 and it's Cashmere High School. We'll just get a clock and see what they're doing for you to see if they're under any pressure to stay in front. Oh, they're only on 31. So that's easy. If you're a novice spectator out there and you're wondering what we're talking about, it's strokes per minute. The more strokes per minute, that just means you're coming a little bit quicker to the front, you're a little bit quicker on the slide, and you're getting more strokes per minute in than the person that is doing 32. If you're a good racing stroke rate or strokes per minute, and these quads would be around 36. It'll keep the boat up on top of the water and going. So if they let it drop down to around 32, they've got a lot of power in the boat to be able to stay out in front. So the little weaker crews and the more lightweight crews have to crank the rating up a wee bit more, around the 36, 37, to be able to keep up with the heavyweights. So this crew is down on around the 31 mark, and they're doing it exceptionally easily indeed, sitting out in front. They've most likely got about a 2-length lead over the crew on their left-hand shoulder, which is the crew from Villa Maria. Oh, it's Wakatip. It's Wakatip on the left-hand shoulder by the look of the colours. And then we come down, a big tussle going on down the inside between Mount Aspiring College, Columba College and Villa Maria's number 2 crew. They've all got a chance of qualifying, and we're looking at 4 to qualify. So that will be it. Unfortunately, the 2 outside crew, St Hilda's Collegiates number 1 and Nelson College for girls, will find they have to have another event if they want to continue on in the regatta. Cashmere doing a good job, like I say, under no pressure whatsoever. The coxswain's got that quad boat right in the middle of the buoy line. She'll be heading towards the western end of the lake. Not one girl from Cashmere has looked out of the boat, but to me they're doing it exceptionally easily indeed. Sitting out in front by a good 2.5 to 3 lengths over the crew from Wakatipu High School. They'll have to go through the repechage. That's 1 to go through, and then there's a line-up. We're looking at 3 more to go through, and it's going to come from the 3 down on the inside, Mount Aspiring, Columba College and Villa Maria 2. And the only pressure that can come on is from St Hilda's. Wakatip's yellow skiff will go through to the repechages. Villa Maria is going to be next. They will drag Columba College with them, and Mount Aspiring, Columba College will drag Mount Aspiring, but there's nothing between Mount Aspiring now and St Hilda's across the far side. In fact, I think St Hilda's might have come through and taken it. And then we go back to Nelson Girls for your 4th heat. Big entries in the girls under 15 quads for the look of it. 4th, Christchurch girls number 2 crew out of 2. Wakatip's 3 crew out of 3. Dunstan High's 1 crew out of 4. Marlborough Girls High School out of 5. Queen's High School out of 6. And St Andrews 2 out of 7. Coming out of lane number 4, which is Dunstan High School. Dunstan High School with their young squad under Natalie Wilson's and Liam Morris's guidance. Coxed along by young Jimmy Naylor, and I think he rose as well, young Jimmy. So Dunstan High sitting out in front, nice comfortable lead of about 4 lengths over the crew on their left-hand shoulder. That's Wakatipu High School's number 3 crew, and on their right-hand shoulder, Marlborough Girls' number 1 crew. And then we go out from Marlborough Girls' number 1 crew, we go out to Queen's High School. They got a chance of qualifying. St Andrew's number 2 school is just a little bit too far back. Oh, we might be, there's only one crew that might miss out. And then we're going down on the inside to Christchurch Girls, and we're looking, that's the field. This young crew from Dunstan High. Just row out of the Dunstan Arm rowing sheds, who come away from a very successful regatta. I think the 3rd aggregate out of the New Zealand Rowing Championships, behind Waikato and Avon, was Dunstan Arm at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals here a couple of weeks ago. So I'd imagine these girls most likely rowed in that in the intermediate grade maybe. They'll go down and get the buzzer. So well done, Natalie and Liam. Dunstan High will go straight through to that final. We're looking for the rest, 4 crews to go through to the repechage. Wakatipu will go through by the look of it, and also Marlborough, Queen's High School, and down here in lane number 2, which is Christchurch Girls. Unfortunately, St Andrew's number 2 crew will have another race event to go and try and qualify in. We're finding so far at the regatta there's a big distance from the winning crews to the crews out the back, which tells you that the schools are bringing along all their crews regardless of their ability, just to make sure they're experiencing a championship regatta, which is right here, the Meridian Energy 2025 School South Island Championships, right here on the Lake of the Two Monsters. Now, just a wee bit of home rules that we have in the, if you're a novice rower around here, we've got a saying, if you pack it in, you pack it out. So if you're having something to eat, we would appreciate it. You just don't drop your rubbish on the grass and then walk away from it, that you put it back in your bag and take it out with you. The facilities will be open, the row shop, the canteen. Mr. Whiffy Steve will be open later on, and across the back you've got the food outfit. Please support them. All the proceeds of them will go to South Island Rowing. Drew's down there with the coffee shop for you guys down at the 250 metre mark. Erin obviously has taken the wrong turning and ended up in Bluff. She obviously hasn't come. She'll be here tomorrow, I would imagine. And, of course, the big rule here is that if you have brought your dog along, it must be on a lead. There is no other option. You must have your dogs on a lead. Boys under 18 coxless pair, one of the elite events at New Zealand School Rowing. The under 18 coxless pair, Christ College 3 is in lane number 2, St Bede's in lane 3, Marlborough Boys.
We're not hearing you. Oh. It's very, very soft down there. Carry on commentating.
Yeah, elite class at school rowing is the under 18 grade. Christ College, St Bede's, Marlborough, St Andrews, Christchurch Boys and Christ College. And this is the event that the selectors look at. It's coming out of lane number 3, which is the crew from St Bede's. Bruno and Hugo out of St Bede's. We saw them at the Nationals going pretty well in the coxless pair at the club coxless pair at the Nationals as well. These two young fellas out of St Bede's. Across the far side we have Looks like it is St Andrews across the far side out of lane 7. It's Christ College. They will take second and go through. These two crews will go straight through to the final. Third, fourth, fifth and sixth will qualify as well, which is St Andrews 2. Inside them, Marlborough Boys. Oh, that's very loud.
I'll just turn it down.
Yeah. Bring that.
Turn this one down.
Yeah. Just with me and Ian on. So that's the way they qualify, go through. We'll go and pick up the second heat for you. This under 18 coxless pair came in. The coxless pair racing came in the Māori Cup and South Island School National Program in '99. And I can tell you that the guy that won the gold medal in the coxless pair at Karapiro in '90 in the inaugural, the very first coxless pair race, is walking around here. He'll be out in the boat taking photos, which was the Petherick twins who took the gold medal in the coxless pair at '99 in Karapiro, the very first. And I think there's a trophy for it, and it's the Petherick trophy. So they won their own trophy in '99. Right, it looks like Christ College's number 2 crew has scratched out of lane 3. We've got Christchurch Boys in 2. Then we go to St Bede's 2, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, St Andrews 1, and Christchurch Boys number 3 crew. And again, we've got a crew sitting out in front. Out of lane number 4 it is Christ St Bede's number 2 crew, Jack and Quinn. And again, these two lads rode at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals as well. St Bede's setting themselves up. You can just about guarantee St Bede's, Dale Maher, is setting himself up for a very successful Māori Cup trip. Down on the left-hand shoulder of them is the crew from Christchurch Boys. That's Christchurch Boys number 1 crew. They will go through to the final as well, sitting in that position on the right-hand shoulder of St Bede's 2 is St Thomas of Canterbury. Is going to have to go be one of the repechagers. All the rest are going to go through to the repechagers. And then we have St Andrews 1 and Christchurch Boys 3, all in an Indian file in behind the leader. Oh, there's some real power coming out of these two young fellas. St Bede's, it's their number 2 crew. Jake O'Sullivan and Quinn O'Sullivan, I'd imagine they are brothers, could even be twins as well. So it's the twins that won the inaugural event in '99, and it looks like there could be twins out there as well. And then down on the inside of them is Christchurch Boys. They will go through to the final as well. And the rest of the other 3 will go straight through to the repechage, which is St Thomas of Canterbury, St Andrews, and Christchurch Boys at number 3 crew. Girls under 18 double sculls, 1 and 2 to the A final, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th to the repechage. Only 1 crew out of each heat is going to miss out on getting through to the next qualifying round.
Worked last regatta.
Yeah.
It's telling me it can't connect.
It's coming out of lane number 5, one of the elite class. This is again is an elite class for the females. One of the events in the lead class anyway. Lane 5, Cashmere. So Cashmere High School, so Joe and Matt will be pretty happy with their under 18 double skull sitting out of there, out of the Ashmill, or out of the, I think they come out of the Avon rowing sheds. Somebody will tell me later on I was wrong. We're getting used to that. Gosh, they swing along off big oars too. Nice balanced crew. There's no shorty and no tallie there. They're beautifully balanced. All just a little gaze across. The bow girl takes a wee bit of a gaze across the sea. We'll go across with her. It's on the inside of them we're looking at. Twizel Area School. Kelvin and Sarah's crew from Twizel Area School on the inside. We're looking at the other two qualifying, and there could be a little bit of pressure go on. Meridian College would only be another 2.5 lengths down from there, and then we've got a long way back. We have to go back to Mount Aspiring 2, right across the far side, or it could even be the crew inside Mount Aspiring 2. No, it's Mount Aspiring 2 right across the far side. Sitting in front though, just watching all the work behind her. There's not a great deal between the two leading crews. There's only 3/4 of a length, and then there could be a little bit of pressure go on. Twizel Area School are up in qualifying. It's Meridian College that could put a little bit of pressure, but there's still about a length and a half downers, so Meridian. And then we go, like I say, a long way back. It looks like it is maybe St Hilda's, I think, out wide. We're just checking the colours again. No, it is Mount Aspiring. It is Mount Aspiring out wide going along. They will go through the river charges. One crew's going to miss out. And then we come inside them. We come to St Hilda's number 2, but they are a wee bit back off Avonside Girls as well. And then up in the firing line for an early qualifying for the Ripper Chargers is James Hargest out of lane number 2. James Hargest off the Areti River down there in Burt Munro area. That's where they grow pineapples down there. And then Waitaki Girls High School on their left-hand shoulder, but still about 3 lengths back from that. And then we go right out wide to St Hilda's number 2. So there's the first qualifier. It is Cashmere High School. Twizel will take the second buzzer and go through. And going through to the Ripper Chargers is Meridian. Right across the far side, Mount Aspiring. Oh, you're a genius. Mount Aspiring will go through. In the middle of the course, we should have Avonside. St Hilda's, unfortunately, looks like St Hilda's might be the crew that'll be looking for another event to qualify in. Waitaki Girls have gone through the 100-metre buoy line. Like I say, there's a big gap back for some of these crews. And there's nothing between the one that's going to drop off and Waitaki Girls and out wide St Hilda's too. And I don't think they realise that if they really pushed it on, they have a chance of qualifying. I'm pretty sure they don't, but it looks like it's going to go down to the inside. Waitaki Girls is going to be the last qualifier to the Ripper Chargers. You ought to be aware of that when you want to get into the next round, that you have to keep so many boats behind you. Right, your second heat has James Hargest 2 out in lane number 1, Avonside 2 and 2, St Hilda's 1 and 3, Dunstan Arms 1 and 4, Otago Girls High School in 5, Hillmorton 6, Marlborough Girls College in 7. This is the second heat of the girls under 18 double scull. We should see the dominance come here from Dunstan High School, who had, like I say, these two girls had a very successful New Zealand Rowing Championship regatta 2 weeks ago. Both of them taking bronze medal, I think, in the 8, and was sitting in a position to take another medal. I think they've took a silver medal at something as well. And that's who's sitting in front, Nevo Doherty and Emma Bryant. With Simon Smith doing the coaching out of Dunstan High School, of course, does all the coaching for Dunstan Arm. On their right-hand shoulder, a chance of qualifying is Otago Girls High School, and on their left-hand shoulder, back from Otago Girls High School, is the crew from St Hilda's. These three crews sitting out in front by about a length and a bit over the crew way out wide, which is Marlborough Girls High School, and inside them but back off the pace is Hillmorton, and then we go way back off the pace to the two inside crews, James Hargest and Avonside Girls. Dunstan High. sitting out in front. The next challenger, we're looking for two. There's a chance of two of them, maybe three of them to qualify. It's on the right-hand shoulder of Dunstan High. It is Otago Girls. Kate Merriman, Eliza Tolson, Pete and Ama are doing the coaching for them out of the sheds in Dunedin. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line, Dunstan High. Dunstan High will go through as the first qualifier in the second heat of the girls under 18 double scull here. And the second qualifier looks like it's going on the right-hand shoulder of them, which is the Otago Girls High School. They'll go through and get the second buzzer. They've only got about 3/4 of a length advantage over the left-hand side of Dunstan, which is St Hilda's Collegiate. They'll end up having to go through the rapid charges, along with the crew out in Marlborough Girls. There's two, and we're looking for three more. It looks like they're all going to go through. Hill Morton will get the buzzer shortly, and down on the inside, the two crews, James Hargis and Avonside. So it looks like they may all go through. Your second or third heat, Southland Girls out of lane number 1, Cromwell College out of 2, Dunstan High's number 2 crew out of 3, Craighead Dyerson out of 4, Wakatips High School out of 5, Mount Aspiring's 1 crew out of 6, Burnside's 1 crew out of 7, and Otago Girls 2 crew out of 8. And just looking through, we should see the action come from lane 3, which is the Dunstan's number 2 crew, Ruby Smith and Bella Breen, who have come off the New Zealand Rowing Championships with a couple of gold medals each. And they are the stronger of the two Dunstan crews. And that's the crew that is sitting out in front, and it'll be nice and easy for them, this. And on their right-hand shoulder is Craighead Dyerson. So Dunstan and Craighead sitting out in front. We're looking at Wakatip. We're just sitting to see where they are. And Wakatip's about 3 or 4 lengths back, and just ahead of Wakatip is the Mount Aspiring crew. Burnside out in lane 7, way back off the pace, and further back off that Otago Girls number 2 crew. And ahead of those two outside crews are the two crews on the inside, which are Southland Girls and also Cromwell College. So we go back to the leaders. We're just about, the leaders are going through the final 500-metre peg, and it is Dunstan High. And we need to know about this crew. It is a star-studded double. I think young Ruby Smith that is in this crew is a registered senior, qualified senior rower, I think. So they'll come down towards the 100-metre line, completely in control of the rest of this field. So it's Dunstan High School. The second qualifier looks very much like it's going to be Craighead, but they're about 4 or 5 lengths back off the Dunstan crew. And then Craighead in turn's got about the same distance, about 4 or 5 lengths over the crew from Mount Aspiring. Mount Aspiring's got a 2.5, 3 length advantage over Wakatipu. And then the two crews down the inside, they will qualify as well, I think. That's Cromwell College and Southland. Southland Girls and then Cromwell College. And the other two crews will quite possibly miss out. One crew will qualify anyway. And that's the crew from Burnside. Looks like Otago Girls 2 will be the only crew to miss out. But this very, very strong, powerful crew coming out of Dunstan High. Like I say, they are up in grade as far as their registered grades are. Both of them multi-gold medalists. I think they're gold medalists from Mardi Cup last year as well, I think. Craighead will go through as the second qualifier. Then we're looking for 5 more crews. So Aspiring have gone through, Wakatipu will go through, Southland Girls will go through. There's 3, they'll bring through with them Cromwell College 4, and it looks like Burnside. We can let you know that the second heat went through. Dunstan High, Neva Doherty and Emma Bryan went through. We'll see the whole 4 of them, the 2 Dunstan High School crews later on in the under-18 quad. And you'll see that they'll be very competitive in that. They went through in 8:06. So Dunstan High look as if they're the ones to beat in the under-18 quads, with 2 crews going through and winning their heat. We'll just give you the time of that third heat as soon as we can. In the meantime, we go to the boys under-16 quadruple scull. The boys under-16 quadruple scull, race 19 already of the regatta. Ian will be coming on at 8:30 for you. St Thomas of Canterbury, St Andrews are in 2, St Thomas of Canterbury's in 3, Timaru boys in 4, Shirley boys in 5, Christ College in 6, and Cashmere in 7 out wide. And it's 4 and 5. We're looking at, it's a progress one. So there's no heats at all. Yes, there is. There's heats. So I got nothing as far as qualification goes. So there's 3 heats. So I'd imagine they'll be taking 2 crews through. And the rest, everyone else will be going through to the repecharges. So it's Timaru boys. And don't quote me if you've got a day sheet or your appearance out there. I've got no progression on my sheets here. But I'm picking it'll be the first 2. Shirley boys will get the buzzer. Then we go Christ College, St Andrews, St Thomas of Canterbury, and out of lane number 7, which is Cashmere. And we'll just get that third heat for you. They went 7:55. So Dunstan High's gun crew went through 7:55, which is about 14 seconds quicker than their crew that won the first heat. Yeah. So we've got that second heat of the boys under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. We still can't identify whether they're taking 1 or 2 through or 1 through. But all the crews looks like they'll go through. If they don't qualify for the final, we'll go through the repecharges because there is 3 heats of them. So Kings High School have drawn number 2 lane down on the inside. First call for you this morning, Kings. Welcome along. Successful New Zealand Rowing Nationals with their novice double scull, of course. Marlborough Boys is in lane number 3, St Thomas of Canterbury, and Wakatipu is out there in lane number 5. Christ College's number 2 crew look as if they've been taken out. And I can assure you guys this will most likely be the best water that anybody's rowed on in Lake Ruatanava since it's been going since 1981. That's absolutely brilliant water conditions. The starters are doing a brilliant job down there. They've got these guys, haven't even got 500 metres. They're about 622.22 metres out from the buzzer. And we've also got a race down about the Alcatraz Island. So Mr. Justin Hall and Barry Clydesdale doing a brilliant job with the starters because there'll be a lot of crews out there racing this weekend that most likely haven't had the experience of backing in. And a lot of crews, which I saw training here last night, looked as if they were learning crews. And a New Zealand FPOS card has been found. It's been handed into the Secretary's office. Please pick that up if you lost it. Check your little wallets. New Zealand FPOS card has been found. You can pick that up at the Secretary's office. Day sheets at the Secretary's office as well, a gold coin donation. So 3 and 4, which is Marlborough Boys and St Thomas of Canterbury eyeballing each other. This looks like the closest race of the morning so far. On the right-hand shoulder of them, Wakatipu High School. I don't know the qualifications, and then we go a long way back to King's High School down the inside. So these two crews, closest we've seen so far this morning. I don't know whether they're going for one position or two positions. It looks like they're going for two, righto. We've clarified it. We're going for two. But look at it. They go through the through the 100-metre buoy line together. The two of them together, St Thomas and Marlborough. We're looking for two to go through, so there's no urgency now needed. But Marlborough's the ones that have just pushed out a little bit further and have gone and put a bow ball on the crew from St Thomas of Canterbury. They'll go down and get the buzzer. It's the inside crew, Marlborough Boys, that take it over St Thomas of Canterbury, then Wakatipu. And then I take over the third heat, and then Ian's coming on for race 22, the girls under 16 single sculls. So that third heat is on its way. We've just had it on our day sheet that they're taking 1 and 2 through. So check your pockets, guys. A ANZ FPOS card has been found. That can be picked up at the Secretary's office. If it's not found by the end of the regatta, we'll just put it in a pool with all the shoes and the drink bottles and raffle it all off. Day sheets are available with gold coin donation. Pop around the Secretary's office as well. Right, your third heat out of lane number 2, Christchurch Boys number 1. Out of 3, St John McGlashan out of, that's their number 1 crew. Targa Boys 1 crew out of 4. Burnside's 1 crew out of 5. St Bede's 1 crew out of 6. And Christ College's number 3 crew has been scratched. Coming out of 4 and 5, those fast lanes again. We're looking at 2 to qualify, and 2 have set themselves up to qualify. Otago Boys under Thomas's guidance. Thomas Ryan out of the Otago rowing sheds, or out of the North End rowing sheds there in Dunedin. On the right-hand shoulder is Burnside. Burnside under the guidance of Christina and Rob. Those two crews, barring any accidents, should qualify. They're clearly out in front by about 3.5 lengths over the right-hand shoulder of Burnside, which is St Bede's. And then we have to come down the left-hand shoulder of Otago Boys, which is John McGlashan, and also Christchurch Boys down on the inside. So sitting out in front, away from any danger whatsoever. The coxswain's got the boat smack bang in the middle of the buoy line. It is Otago Boys. Also had a successful New Zealand Rowing Championship a couple of weeks ago as well. They had a
Thanks, Millsy. Good morning, everybody. What a good crowd for a Friday morning. Great day to get a day off work in. Come down here, there's far better places, no far better places to be than out here when it's a Friday and we're supposed to be working. Race 22 is on the course. This is the girls under 16 single sculls. It's the first heat. Progression is 1 and 2 through to the A final, looking for those, and then 3, 4, 5 and 6 heading through to the repechage in lane 1, Burnside High School number 1, Amy Muncaster, and lane 2, Meridian College 1, Freya Burgess. In lane number 3, Southland Girls High School 1, Livy Campbell. In lane number 4, Roncalli College 1, Maisie Jane Chapman. Lane number 5, Queen's High School and Annie Toka, sorry. In lane number 6, Motueka High School number 1, that's Pedra Smith. And in lane 7, Ashburton College number 2, Georgia Scammell. I think her Nana Allison is down here, based on what my mother found out through a gossip session at the aged care meet up in Ashburton yesterday. Looks like it's coming out of Burnside High School down there in lane number 1, off to a good start. Right on the outside, though, is Georgia from Ashburton College, just back inside of her to Pedra from Motueka. Those are the 3. Go across to Southland Girls High School, Livy Campbell. Should be sitting there next. Then we go outside to Roncalli, Queen's High School, and just back a bit to in lane number 2, then would be Freya Burgess from Meridian College as I head up towards 750, 500 actually to come. Looking for 1 and 2 through to the A final. If we look back to the race that's just been, that was Otago Boys High School number 1 winning that. First, time of 7:03.13. Second was Burnside High School, 3 seconds behind them, and 13 seconds behind St Bede's College. Just a note on the St Bede's College crews, you will note that the St Bede's crews are wearing a black armband this regatta, which is a marker of respect to John Wiley, who passed away just recently, and it was a member of the original St Bede's College rowing crew in 1956. John Wiley, life member here at South Island Rowing, a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit, and a fantastic contributor to New Zealand and Avon Rowing and St Bede's Rowing. I think there was an example given at the volunteers briefing this morning when it came time to find the $800,000 that was needed to upgrade the sewage system down here at Lake Ruataniwha. John basically got it himself. So a great loss, and like so many things that happen at South Island Rowing, we that are here now are just caretakers for those that have been before and those that have come. And John was a great contributor. So you'll see the St Bede's College crews throughout the weekend with the black armbands as a marker of respect, and we will mention John's contribution further on as we go. Back to this first heat, though, the girls under 16 single sculls as they make their way up towards 350 metres to go. And there's a clear 3 right out there, isn't there? Ashburton College, Georgia Scammell out there in lane number 7. We come back inside to Amy from Burnside High School. And then in lane number 3, Livy Campbell from Southland Girls. So those 3 ladies are looking for the 2 spots. The rest will be heading to the repechage. We come back to Motueka, Pedra Smith. Then we go to Queen's High School. That's Annie Toka. Right alongside her from Roncalli is Maisie Jane Chapman. Then back to Freya from Meridian College down there in lane number 2. So 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 will get a crack at the repechage. But these 3 ladies are looking for the 2 spots, and it's right out there with Livy Campbell from Southland Girls High School. See with a white diagonal across the back of her rose suit. Just takes a look across to her right. She comes in through the rest of the red boys heading up to 250 metres to go. So it's with her and Georgia. Georgia from Ashburton College out there in the blue and red. I should know those colours. And then Amy Muncaster from Burnside would be a couple of boat lengths back. So looking at repechages now, she's just starting to wind up a wee bit, Livy. She's got a good run on her boat, as Georgia has too. Georgia just cranking those handles a wee bit now. She's gone up a couple of strokes, but these 2 scullers looking like they've got the rest of the field under control as the remainders line up to give themselves another crack into the repechages. So pretty strong program going through to the finals that start from 2:30 tomorrow. Up through to 120 metres to go now. Livy doing a great job here, coached by Russell Jenkins. He'll be happy with what he's seeing out there, as will be Justin Wall. Justin won't be watching because he's in the starters box, but Mary Hefford will be having a look and seeing how Georgia's going. She's just lengthened out now. And these 2 ladies coming down to take out this first heat of the girls under 16 single sculls here at the Meridian South Island Secondary Schools Rowing Championships for 2025. And Amy just into 100 metres to go now for Burnside. She'll take out the 3rd spot as they head over the line. The second heat has made its way up past the 1,000 metre mark into the second 1,000. Over the line goes Livy from Southland Girls, and taking second now will be Georgia from Ashburton College, and then it'll be Amy taking 3rd. Then we'll go across and look at Roncalli and see Maisie Jane there with those Gold Blades there for Roncalli, just outside of her, Annie from Queen's High School. Then we go across to Pedra from Motueka, and it will be Meridian College completing the field for that first heat. In the second heat, in lane number 1 is Queen's High School number 3, that's Mia Wilson. And lane number 2 is Whakatipu High School 1, Eve Burra. Lane number 3, Isla Moffat from Ashburton College. Twizel Area School, Lucia Yates is in lane 4. Lane 5 is St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Lucy Horrell. And lane 6 is James Hargis College 1, Madison Stevens. Lane 7, Mount Aspiring College number 2, Eliana Hay, as they make their way up. And it's all there with Ashburton College, Isla Moffat in lane 3. She would be 3 boat lengths ahead of the rest of the field, I think, at this stage. Then we would go back inside of her to Whakatipu, Eve Burra. Right outside to James Hargis, Madison Stevens would be next. And outside of her, Mount Aspiring College number 2. Then we come back inside to St Hilda's Collegiate. And then down there right in lane 4 is Twizel Area School. Just a little bit further back, right in front of the umpire boat there is Twizel Area School. Then we go back to Queen's High School in lane number 1. Just waiting for a result for that girls' first heat, and it was Livy Campbell, 8:51. Second, Georgia, 5.8 seconds behind. So those two through to the A final, and then the repechage was Burnside, Roncalli, Queen's High School, Motueka, and Marion College. Well out in front though, Isla Moffat. Mary and Justin doing a great job with their scullers. Georgia through. Isla's going to join her in that under-16 single sculls as they make the most of these fantastic conditions down there. Look at that. There's hardly a ripple on the lake as we see some of the 8s making their way up. There's a flotilla of Christ 8s by the look of it. They've been released. So Isla Moffat leading the second heat of the girls under 16 single sculls. There's one more heat to come. They are through 500 metres now. I'll just give you the field for that third heat as they make their way up past the island. That is Whakatipu High School 1, Caitlin Purdue. She's in lane 1. Lane 2, James Hargis College 2, Avril Kuma. And lane number 3, Mount Aspiring College 1, Lily Garrett. Lane 4, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Brooke Sykes. And lane number 5, St Kevin's College 1, Indig Jones Horgan. And lane number 6, Burnside High School 1, Melissa Irvine. And Queen's High School number 2, Brianna Patterson is in lane 7 down there. But it looks like very early doors that it is Avonside Girls and St Kevin's just poking the nose out in front. Looks like that heat might be a little bit closer than what we're seeing right out in front of us. Look at that. She's into the gold buoy. She's got 200 metres to go, and she still has got a good rate going on there at the moment. Has Isla Moffat from Ashburton College. Look at how clean she is at the catch. She's got a nice long stroke. It just makes that boat do all its own work as it heads down. She's still rating at 31. 120 metres to go for her, and she would have 6 boat lengths over the rest of the field. Great effort from her. So that is Isla Moffat in lane number 3. Eve Burra from Wanaka is down. Wanaka, she's at Whakatipu. Whakatipu High School in lane 2. She's holding 3rd out there on the outside though. Is holding on to 2nd in lane number 6, which is James Hargis. So Madison Stevens should be pretty happy with that. So Madison and Eve are fighting out for that 2nd spot, down to take the buzzer and go straight through into that final. Isla Moffat, Ashburton College, congratulations. Great effort there. Just looks across the left, does Madison Stevens from James Hargis. And she's well into the last 100 metres now, holding on that 2nd spot over the top of Eve Burra from Whakatipu. So James Hargis out there in the very similar colours to Dunstan, actually, with the gold and the maroon, gold and the red, I guess, being set across the bow of her scull as she comes down. And Eve's going to hold on to 3rd. So through to the final from that one, we get Isla Moffat and Madison Stevens, and then into the repechage, then will be Mount Aspiring. Nice finish there from Lucia from Twizel, across the outside to St Hilda's. So Mount Aspiring, actually. And then we go back to down here in lane number 1 will be Queen's High School. Heat 3 continues to make its way up through, just starting to move ahead now. Melissa Irvine from Burnside out there in lane 7. She's moved at that 1,000 metre mark and started to put some pressure on the rest of the field. Right down there in lane 1, Caitlin Purdue from Whakatipu High School. Those are the 2. We come across 2 from Burnside to Avonside Girls High School. She was still there and still is thereabouts. That is Brooke Sykes. Those 3 scullers looking in control of this one as it makes its way up towards 750 metres to go. Then we go back to James Hargis, Avril Kuma, and the Mount Aspiring College 1. That's Lily Garrett. Cross on the outside, Queen's High School, Brianna Patterson. Then we go back inside to Indig Jones Horgan from St Kevin's. But great effort out there at the moment. Lane 6 from Burnside. Just waiting for a time on that second heat. Remember, the first heat went through in 8:51, so it's all just interesting at this stage. Times don't matter too much unless we don't get any racing later on the weekend, but that won't be the case. It's a great forecast. 8:37, so quite a bit quicker, and Isla had plenty left in the tank, I think, too, so it'll be already starting to see an interesting field form for that final later on tomorrow, I think, was when that kicks off. But Melissa Irvine making her way down here from Burnside Lane 6. She's in control of this one. Where's the next place going to come from? It's going to be out of Whakatipu. Caitlin Purdue down there in lane number 1. We'll come across to Brooke Sykes from Avonside. Those are the two just starting to come up into the mix now. Queen's High School number 2, Brianna Patterson out there in lane number 7. Indig Jones Horgan from St Kevin's starting to move as well. And then on the inside of Avonside Girls is Mount Aspiring College. Then we go a bit further back to James Hargis College number 2 as they make their way past the 500 into about 350 metres to go. In the middle of the red boys they are. Emerge from those into the golden boys soon. That umpire boat will be well out of the way by the time that Melissa gets there. This is the third heat of the girls under 16 single sculls. We've got the boys under 18 novice double sculls making its way down now. That's heat number 1. They're through 500 metres. I'll give you the fields for those. So boys under 18 novice double sculls are underway. They're through 500 metres. In lane 1, Otago Boys High School number 2, Lucas Nicol, Nate Latter. Lane 2, Dunstan High School 1, Jimmy Naylor, Boston Irving Dowling. Lane number 3, Ellesmere College 1, Henry Bass, Finnegan Elam. Lane number 4, King's High School 1, Ethan Shirley, Aston McNee. Lane number 5, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Marcus Fisher, Kyden Barrow. Lane number 6, St Andrews College number 2, Hugo Harris and George Levings. And in lane number 7, it is Timaru Boys High School number 2, Stacey Mills, Bradley Champion. So through 500 metres they are. Right out in front of us though, it is the third heat of the girls under 16 single sculls. And we can see the green and white of Burnside well in front out here. She's leading it down still as Melissa Irvine, but a nice push coming through here from Caitlin Purdue. Whakatipu making sure of a second. She's really pushed it on the last 250 metres. She's into the golden boys, making a great run of this to take out that second spot, it would look like. Still holding on and trying to push through as Avonside Girls High School. Brooke Sykes trying to put her under pressure. And then on the outside, Queen's High School number 2. Just starting to move up now is Brooke from Avonside. I think Caitlin's done the work. She's just looked across and seen she's got a length and a half. Melissa Irvine's watching and seeing all of this play out. She's looking very tidy out there with 50 metres to go. Rob and Christine will be pretty happy with that. Into less than 100 metres to go now for Caitlin, coached by Scott Arlett and Shane Muir. And she's well under control here. Just look at the boat. Is doing all the work there. Nice run, nice long stroke. Pushing hard as Avonside, but it's going to be through the repechage of the Queen's High School. Burnside through to the final, and it will be Whakatipu joining them. Then it will be Avonside. Nice real crank at the end there from Brooke. Will take her through to a good lane in the repechage. Across to Queen's High School. Then we come back down inside to James Hargis, ahead of Mount Aspiring, and then across to St Kevin's, Indig Jones Horgan out there in the blue and white. Completing the field for heat number 3. We'll turn our attention back to that first heat of the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Again, we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the A final, and we've got a spread and a half here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lane 4, King's High School, Ethan Shirley, Ashton McNee. Look like they've got this pretty well under control. Across from them to St Andrews College. Have we got a scratching in there? We have got a scratching in there. Lane 7, it is Timaru Boys High School number 2. So you won't see them there. What you will see is King's High School right out in front. Then we come back down to lane number 1, Otago Boys High School number 2. That's Lucas and Nate. They would be maybe just second. There's a line up there with St Andrews College and King's High School. With 2 to go through, it's a battle for that second spot. Then further back to Ellesmere College. It's actually Dunstan who are sneaking through, and they're looking pretty good, I think. Just check the colours. Yep, that's Dunstan. So Dunstan ahead of Otago Boys number 2, just where the umpire boat and the lighting tower was throwing us out. So Ellesmere College back there, Henry and Finnegan. They've been racing under the Avon colours up until now. Now they're only racing under their own college colours. Probably the first time that Ellesmere have been racing in a regatta in their history that I'm aware of, so that's pretty cool. So it is, though, with the crew from King's High School, Ethan and Ashton, coached by Hayden George, well out in front. And it's just like St Andrews College, Hugo and George, coached by Flynn Dykstra and Jake Burrows. They've just put the pressure down in the last 200 metres and moved ahead of St Thomas of Canterbury, Marcus and Kyden. So they're looking like they'll hold on to that second spot as they come out of the red boys. But if St Thomas's can get a run on, they're well in with contention. A bit further down, though, is Dunstan High School in terms of what they have left to do. The boys under 18 novice double sculls, that second heat is underway and on the track. That's through 500 metres now too. We'll just wait for this one to play out in front of us and we'll go back to that one. But under 18 novices, Sky Blue of King's High School in lane number 4. I think they've got plenty left in the tank. They're looking well under control, those gents, as they come down with 100 metres to go. Moving together nicely. Bowman's having a look out to the right just to see where the competition is, and you'll see that St Andrews, so they'll see them again in the final. 100 metres to go for St Andrews as they start to push on towards the finish. Through they go, these two crews, and it will be back inside to St Thomas's, who will go through the repechage and take with them down here in lane number 2, Dunstan High School. The 2 gold stripes across the back. Off to the repechage they go, and along with them will be Otago Boys High School number 2 and Ellesmere College through to that repechage. That second heat of the boys under 18 novice double sculls into the last 1,000 metres, it comes. And looks like it's out of lane 2, Waitaki Boys High School. So lane number 2, they're in lane 3. Lane number 2, Hill Morton High School number 1, Conrad Hurst and Elliot Tate. In lane number, I think they've been rowing under the Union colours up until now. Lane number 3, Waitaki Boys High School number 1, Sean Lucy and Ike Newlands Carter. They've been racing out of Oamaru for most of the club season, still coached by Ivan Doherty. Lane number 4, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Calix Manahira and Liam Jessup. And lane number 5, Marlborough Boys College 1, Angus Walter and Blake Pitts, coached by Ethan Eldlest and Chris Goodsall. Lane number 6 there is St Andrews College number 3, Oscar Wilson and Oliver Julius. It's with the Waitaki boys right out in front, just ahead of St Thomas's of Canterbury. Then we go across to Marlborough Boys, and then St Andrews College is then back to Hill Morton, back there in lane 1. So we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through again here. This is the boys under 18 novice double sculls. This is heat 2. Heat 3 has just started. Probably 4 boat length lead they've got here, Sean and Ike. Ivan Doherty, the coach, will be pretty happy with that. Well ahead of the chasing crew. So that battle for second there in this second heat to go through to the final. Looks like it's going to be St Thomas's of Canterbury and Marlborough Boys. Marlborough Boys would have been racing under the green and white of Wairo for most of the club season. Now all these schools, you get to race in your own school singlets, which is a pretty cool thing to do. Gives us lots of new colours to look at and try and decipher. So still early days here. We can smell the bacon sandwiches coming out, get into the coffee carts, and then I'm sure Steve's cranking up Mr. Whippy for when the sun comes out and we can all have an ice cream. It will change temperature-wise here pretty quickly. So this is your first time down to Ruataniwha. Don't be shy about getting the fluids on board and get the sunscreen on before you really need it. 5 boat lengths now here for Waitaki Boys. Great job they're doing here. Well ahead. Good 6 boat lengths now. And it is emerging with St Thomas of Canterbury, Calix and Liam. Waitaki Boys just sitting there nicely, sitting at around 30-31. Working hard in the bow areas. And then we go back to third places with Marlborough Boys. Now 2 boat lengths between them and St Thomas's. So St Thomas has got this under control for that second spot. Then we go back to Hill Morton sculling nicely down there in lane number 2. That's Conrad and Elliot. Then we go back across to St Andrews College number 3. That's Oscar and Oliver just out there in lane number 6. Through the last of the Golden Boys come the Waitaki Boys. And bringing that red and black rose suit through into the last 100 metres. Looking very tight and in control, aren't they? Waitaki Boys, they've got a double scull with Waitaki Girls High School across the bow of it, so good to see the schools working together. And these guys will go down quite nicely and finish probably 7-8 boat lengths ahead of St Thomas of Canterbury, who are holding on to second nicely just over the crew from Marlborough Boys High School, or college as we call it. There we go, 100 metres to go for St Thomas's, and then Marlborough Boys College. Then we'll come back to Hill Morton, and finishing across behind them will be St Andrews College. The third heat of the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Lane number 2, Burnside High School 1, Felix Rowe and Tyler Rogers. In lane number 3, Timaru Boys High School 1, Parker Anderson and Thomas Crawford. In lane number 4, St John McGlashan College 1, Ollie O'Connell and Archie McDonald. In lane number 5, Whakatipu High School 1, that's Liam Freely and Liam Major. In lane number 6 is Rolleston College 1, Hugo Johnson and Fergus Johnson. In lane number 7, Otago Boys High School 1, Sullivan Blakey and Nicholas Hayes. Timaru Boys High School just leading these crews down over John McGlashan. Whakatipu just ahead of Whakatipu. Rolleston College putting in a good showing out there. I'm pretty right in saying they're part of the Selwyn rowing fraternity. Pat McQuinn's had a bit to do there. I think. I'll have to check on that. I might be wrong. Adam Jenkin is the coach. But it is with Timaru Boys High, coached by Brian Smith and Mac Brown. These two have had a good season, Parker and Thomas, as under 18 novices. That second heat, just waiting for a time. Not through yet. Next we move, this is the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Then we move on to the girls under 18 novice coxed 8. And then we've got the under 17 coxed 8. That'll be good to look at. They're all going through the final. Then we've got some coxed quadruple sculls for the girls under 17. So we're running through at 4-minute intervals all day. Today, tomorrow, and most of Sunday. There's a lot of racing to get through for South Island secondary schools this year. So Timaru Boys High School making their way down nicely in lane number 3. Just outside of them, John McGlashan. You'll see John McGlashan in the blue, the red, and the yellow, making their way down. They're in lane number 4, just outside Timaru Boys. Then we go back to Whakatipu High School number 1. So those three, just under pressure there from Rolleston College is Whakatipu. But I think the work will have to come from Whakatipu if they want to get up in that second spot to go right through. John McGlashan looking pretty good with Timaru Boys. Then we go back on the inside there in lane number 2 to Burnside High School. Just starting to try and get a move on. They have got some work to do. They've got 500 metres to do it, and if they want to get themselves through to the A final. But Timaru Boys have got this under control. So John McGlashan rowing in the Otago colours out there. We need to check on that. 150 metres though, just trying to pull away from them. Timaru Boys continuing to push down. They're really putting in a nice finish here. They're putting in some really hard work to try and make sure that they don't get caught towards the end. They're not leaving anything to chance as the end of the last 100 metres. He's sitting up at a rating of around about 35, taking John McGlashan with them. Those two will go through to the final of the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Whakatipu will go into the repecharge along with Rolleston. Then we go back inside to Burnside. And Otago Boys High School number 1 just a bit further back out there in lane number 7. Time for that second heat they went through in 7:32. That is the third heat, done and dusted. And we're well underway in the girls under 18 novice coxed 8. They are heading towards the 500 metre mark. And in lane number 1, Nelson College for girls 1, Amy Garner, Poppy Sheehan, Laura Tremblay, Lila Scowen, Amelia Becker, Bella Turner, Rona Meyer, May Salmon and Brianna Williams as the Cox. In lane number 2, St Margaret's College number 2, Ceci Bridge, Tessa Corcoran, Holly Murdoch, Genevieve Surridge, Grace Miller, Elsie O'Donnell, Olivia Beecroft, Grace Jones and Lucy Johnson as the Cox. In lane number 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Ada Cathray, Jasmine Collins, Martha Richards, Beau Crushank, Georgia Kelso, Lily Neplenbrook, Beau Collier, Zoe Fahey and Grace O'Connor as the Cox. In lane number 4, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Lola Grace Wood, Izzy Strawn, Dylan McCoy, Ashley Strehan, Georgia Brown, Olive Cooper, Izzy McLeod, Sophie Cleve, Savary Marley is the Cox. In lane number 5, St Margaret's College number 1, Fleur Jansen, Grace Thorne, Izzy Hall, Alex Campbell, Sophia Tivers, Sadie Aridus, Greer Cathro and Isabella McCulley with Sarah Farrell, the Cox. In lane number 6, it's Columba College 1, Isla Hales, Ava Wilson, Trelise Mitchell, Zara Wills, Jessica Drummond, Devon Skivington, Lucy Earle, Charlotte Scott and Jade Bogue is the Cox. And in lane number 7, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Phoebe Colley, Eva Sutherland, Paige Battersby, Charlotte May. Brian will be running along there on his bike. Annalise King, Cora Greer, Alice Bradshaw War, and Maya Holwell with Georgia Dean is the Cox. It's coming out of the 3 inside lanes, but it looks like right in the middle, Christchurch Girls High School and the red and white of St Margaret's College are the 2. This is all going through to the final. No one will be eliminated, but they are racing for lanes, so they'll want the middle lanes when it comes to the finals later on tomorrow. Are out where they are now. St Margaret's College, we wanted to hold on to that lane. Christchurch Girls High School just inside of them as they come through into the second half of the course. Third sitting there is Rangiruru Girls School, so it's the Christchurch Girls all out in front. St Margaret's College number 2 just down there in lane 2, then Nelson College for girls. We go across to lane number 6, which is Columba College, and then lane 7 is Christchurch Girls High School. Time for the third heat of the boys novice double sculls. Timaru Boys High School going through in a time of 7:39. Second there was John McGlashan College, so through to the A final, both of those crews. Just a reminder, if it hasn't been picked up yet, an ANZ FPOS card was found. Head off to the secretary's office and pick that up. And if you're after a day sheet, so you can colour it in and know who's coming next and know who's been, gold coin at the secretary's office, you can be the proud owner of a day sheet. Just have to borrow the highlighters off someone else. Well clear now. St Margaret's College number 1, making their way down in lane 5. This is the girls under 18 novice coxed 8. And so Sarah Farrell, the Cox, sitting there. She'll be quite happy as she sits and looks down the course and sees no other crews to the left or the right of her. Forward. Great to have the live stream up and operating. So hello to all you that are at home or at work. Probably with a screenshot of a Teams meeting that you're on last week that you can quickly bring up if the boss goes past. Headphones on, you're busy in a Teams meeting while this race plays out and you're spilling muffin all over your keyboards. St Margaret's College, lead down from Christchurch Girls High School, across to Rangiruru Girls School out there in the gold and the blue and the white. Those are the 3. They're well clear of the rest of the field. St Margaret's number 2 would be 3 boat lengths back from those 3 leading crews. Then we go just inside to Nelson College for girls, across to Columba College, right alongside Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So the number 1 crews outflanking the number 2 crews. So it looks like the coaches are settling on their combinations. You would hope so by now as they make this final hit out before we head up to Lake Karapiro. Standard rigging on both those 2 leading crews. And just sitting up there in the Cox's seat, Sarah Farrell. She's not really leaning forward. She's pretty happy with how her crew are going. You look at that compared to the chasing Coxes are leaning forward, trying to get the instructions through to their crews to get them to get a bit further up, send that boat down a little bit quicker than what you are, get that crew working together. And in fact, Sarah's sitting there very regally actually in the Cox's seat, but she's issued the instruction and St Margaret's have taken it up. They know that they are under pressure just on the inside of them from Christchurch Girls High School, but they don't want to be beaten. So they just cranked up a bit at the end there for these last 100 metres. Here they go. You can see the work going in, particularly from 6th seat, working really hard there in that St Margaret's crew. Over to the left of them comes Christchurch Girls High School. They've got a boat length and a half over Rangiruru, sitting there in the yellow, white and the blue, and then they've got 5 boat lengths back to the St Margaret's College number 2 crew, inside of them to Nelson College for girls. Then we go across to the outside, Christchurch Girls High School number 2 just having a battle there with the crew from Columba College. Columba in the orange caps sitting on top of their heads, making their way down. First 3 boats have gone through. That's the way they'll finish in that heat of the girls under 18 novice coxed 8. The boys are battling their way down. The girls are finished. The boys are underway. The boys under 17 coxed 8. This is heat that all go through to the final. In lane number 2, with the black armbands on there for John Wiley. St Bede's College number 1, Darragh Lynch, Andy Patterson, Isaac Guerra, Ji Hong O, Alex Cowan, James Franken, Cooper Titten and Leakey, and Ryan Gardner. Fletcher Franklin is the Cox. They are sitting just in behind Christchurch Boys High School number 1 and leading these crews down. Jack Dennehy, Romy Johnson, Jamie Carmo, Matthew Barnes, Charlie Greensley, Hugo Parnham, Ruben Fifield and Harvey Moyle. Blake Robson is the Cox. That's Christchurch Boys High School in lane 2. They're leading. This is a heat though, just down inside lane number 4. St Andrews College number 1, Harry Pitts, Noah Hunter, Jack McStay, Henry Taylor, Caelan Graham, Oliver Barker, William Curry, Bradley Hughes, James Steele is the Cox. Christ College number 1 sitting there in lane 1, Max Erie, Oscar Malone, Jack James, Toby Adams, George Wilson. Right in the middle of the crew, Henry Jones, Harvey Gubb, Ollie Cooper King, Gabriel Bevan is the Cox. Lane number 6 is the number 2 crew for Christ College. Harry Holmes, Edward Killick, Max Durkin, Oliver Innes, Lewis Fogarty, Sam Cochran, Joshua Brown, Seb Gray and Ali Coles is the Cox. And Otago Boys High School out there in lane number 7. Ben Glover, Toby Lawrenshaw, Zach Hall, Oliver White, Henry Chittick, Jude Smiley, Kobe Sol and Jackson Templeton with Leo Burgess is the Cox. They are racing for lanes, but nice exhibition going on out there from that Christ College number 1 crew and the big yellow Empecker. It's between them and Christchurch Boys High School sitting out there. But Christchurch Boys have got the advantage as they make their way up towards 250 metres to go. This will be a great final to watch tomorrow between Christchurch Boys and Christ College, and I would imagine that St Bede's will be in the mix there as they come down to it. Just inside from them, St Andrews College will cross a couple of lanes. They'll be right there as well, so it'll be a cracker really. Christchurch Boys High School still continue to lead down. We go right on the outside. The Otago Boys still in the mix, and just sitting back there in lane number 6 is the Christ College number 2 crew. So working away quite nicely here is Christchurch Boys High School, trying to hold off. Nice finish coming from that St Bede's crew. Just starting to make their way down into the mix for the 150 metres to go. And that is both these crews sitting in high 30s as they head up towards the 100 metre mark. It's Christ College are gaining on Christchurch Boys High School. That'll be a bit of a head game as they come down for the final tomorrow. But it is Christchurch Boys High School just starting to hold on. A nice finish though coming from those big men in the Christ College crew, creeping up alongside the Cox from Christ College. Looks across at the Cox from Boys High and says, well, get you tomorrow. You can have this by about 2 seats today. We'll see you back tomorrow. So Christchurch Boys High School take the buzzer. Second goes to Christ College. Third will be St Bede's. Then we go across to Otago Boys High School. And then in the middle of the field will be St Andrews. And on the outside will be Christ College number 2. Oh, should be testosterone alley tomorrow when those crews get into the final. The girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Heat 1 is on its way. Lane number 1, Otago Girls High School 2, Jordan Pride, Harriet Rowe, Jamie Stibe, Mila Hill and Meg Toomer is the Cox. In lane 2, Marion College 1, Addie Pinfold, Jenna Brennan, Jennifer Courtier, Olive Borrick and Jessie Wayman is the Cox. In lane number 3, Columba College 1, Hannah Bloxham, Alice Porter, Fenella Millen, Sophie Thode, Hannah Paul is the Cox. In lane number 4, Cashmere High School number 1, Charlotte Clatworthy, Zoe Clark, Millie Brooks, Thea Murdy and Eliza Omar is the Cox. And lane number 5, Whakatipu High School 1, Eve Pagan, Zara Small, Amy Patterson, Lucy Clark, Amelia D. In lane number 6 is St Andrews College 1, Lucy McWhirter, Charlotte Galvin, Xanthi Ward, Olivia Connor and Robbie Miller is the Cox. In lane number 7, Villa Maria College 2, Kahurangi Napora, Elish Hallesley, Maggie Kurnane and Arena Rakic with Elisa Clark as the Cox. In lane number 8, Nelson College for Girls 1, Charlotte Hamilton, Greer Robertson, Margot Callahan, Casey Newbury and Kayla Trotter. In lane number 9, completing this, a big field this for a first heat, Southland Girls High School number 1, Shakayla Brown, Billy Joe Crooks and Kiara Hurston with Melly Maelstrom. Poppy Fraser Brown as the Cox. Columba College, Cashmere High School leading these crews down. This is the first heat, so progression. It's a straight shootout here. One goes straight through to the final. The rest are into the repechage, and it is sitting out there at this early stage. When I say early stage, it's 750 metres to go. So it's coming out of lane 4, right along lane, which is Cashmere. Right along them is Whakatipu. You can see them in the yellow hull of their boat making its way down. Looking across out to Nelson College for Girls in lane number 8, not too far away from them. St Andrews College 1 are out there in lane number 6. We've got a time there for the boys under 17-8. Christchurch Boys High School going through in 6:13. Christ College 6:15. So those crews have got a bit more to give. If they get water like this tomorrow, they will. So Cashmere in the maroon and gold, just ahead of Whakatipu, out there in the big yellow boat. Those are the two crews looking to fight out for this automatic qualification. Back to St Andrews, still sitting third. Then we go across to Nelson College for girls, would be fourth. Back we go across to Columba College. And then in the inside of them is Meridian College. Down there in lane 1 then Otago Girls High School, and across to Southland Girls High School in lane number 9. Into the last quarter of the course they come. Still holding off Whakatipu as Cashmere. Starting to spread the rest of them. They head through to a repechage if they don't win this. So they get to have another race. Great place to have another race though. Just a gentle reminder to all those out there that we love our dogs, but we love them more when they're on a lead. Please. Excellent. So this is the first of 2 heats for the girls under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. Cashmere just pulling away now from Whakatipu quite nicely actually. Then these two boats have these two crews have moved well clear of the rest of the field now, leaving behind them St Andrews College would be the best of the rest. Still coming down to Columba, have worked well in lane 3 to get right up into the mix, but it looks like they've got too much work to do to get straight through. Then we go across still to Nelson College for girls out there in the blue. They've had a big trip to get here. One they're well used to, I'm sure. Then we go back inside to them to Villa Maria. You can see them out in the sky blue, out in the outside to Southland Girls, and back to Otago Girls. So while they make their way down, we have got the second heat underway in lane number 1. Marlborough Girls College 1, Trinity Rose Locke, Lucy Thompson, Paige Wentworth, Zoe Hawes and Molly Holborn is the cox. And lane number 2 is James Hargis College 1, Mackenzie Milne, Layla Carsonton, Leela Jack, Ella Norman, Sophia Collier, the cox. Lane 3, Otago Girls High School number 1, Ariana Oswald, Mally Hoeta, Sienna Nicholson and Francis Donald with Ruby Merriman, the cox. And lane number 4, Dunstan High School number 1, Charlotte Crosby, Drew Thomas, Ruby Smith, Bella Breen with Mila Okane, the cox. And they are right out in the middle of it at the moment in that second heat. That's Dunstan High School. Just out in front of us though in the first heat, you can see this commanding exhibition going on from Cashmere, and just look at the run they get on the boat. They get to the finish and they don't rush back up the slide. Just let the boat run, then get themselves in the catch and get that real connection with, right from the fingertips to the foot plate. And they're doing that now as they come down to the Red Boys, heading into the last 100 metres, looking very strong and very upright, this Cashmere crew. They will be hard to beat. They've got 2 boat lengths now over the crew from Whakatipu. Then we go back to St Andrews College. Coming through nicely though, Columba, they've pushed themselves ahead of the rest of the crews to get themselves a good spot into the repechage. Then we'll go to Nelson College for girls, back across inside to Villa Maria. Then on the inside down here to Otago Girls, and across the outside Southland Girls as the hooter goes for Cashmere and Whakatipu. So Cashmere through to the final in this first heat. Let's see what's going to happen in the second heat. We got as far as Dunstan High School in lane number 4. They are leading. They've had a strong season. That's a very strong crew. Just outside of them in second is Villa Maria College. There's Scarlett Whiteside, Aspen Henry, Nicola Sherman, India Taylor, Ruby Shepherd Smith, the cox. Lane 6, Cashmere High School number 2. Wouldn't they love to have 2 crews through? Rose Swinburne, Regan Kelly, Abby Graham, Marley Lloyd and Ivy Omar as the cox, just like her sister. In lane number 7, Craighead Dawson School number 1, Skylar Seymour, Olivia Moffat, Sophia Lawless, Libby Brown and Daisy Campbell as the cox. And completing the field in the second heat, which is into the last 500 metres now, Whakatipu High School number 2, Caitlin Roberts, Alladay, Lucia Summerfield and Gemma Wood, with Bella not in the cox. It is still with the Dunstan crew looking imperious out there in the middle of the course. And it's almost like a final in terms of the way this is running down in the old Arrowhead. But on the outside of Dunstan running in second is Villa. Just inside from Dunstan running in third would be Otago Girls. Then we go to Marlborough Girls College down in lane number 1. Across to Cashmere High School number 2, just ahead of Craighead Dawson out there in lane 7. We're having a wee battle, aren't they, with Whakatipu High School number 2. Whakatipu out there in the yellow boat. Then we go back inside to James Hargis College in lane number 2. So we'll just get a wee time and see what that first heat went through. It went through in 7:28, which is pretty smart for a heat. Great conditions. And we'll just see how that for Cashmere lines up with what I think will be Dunstan, because they'll be the ones battling for it in the big final later on tomorrow afternoon. So Dunstan High School, coached by Simon Smith. They've got almost 2 boat lengths now over Villa Maria. Villa Maria coached by Kevin Mates and George Johnson. George Johnson getting himself another premier title at the Nationals a couple of weeks ago, so he knows what he's doing when it comes to titles and coaching. Then we move back inside to Otago Girls. Nice push still coming down from Marlborough Girls College. They might not get themselves through the final, but they'll get a good row position for the repechage. Boys under 15 coxed octies are making their way down the course. There'll be a symphony of sculling blades in the octies. We'll wait till they get a bit closer and we'll have a bit of a look and see who's in those crews. But it is Dunstan looking very under control here at the moment. That familiar Dunstan drive, there's a real, almost like a mini pause when they get to the catch before they let loose and send that boat further down the lane. Well under control here. And they'll just be looking out to their right. They'll see they've got this under control. I think this will be a pretty tidy sort of a time. But a good effort here from Villa, trying to put Dunstan under pressure. Then we go back still to Otago Girls. They haven't really changed much, actually. Back down to Marlborough Girls, continue to push through. Whakatipu on the outside, then the green and white of Craighead Dicerson. We come back down inside to James Hargis in the gold and the red. Similar gold and red, but thicker bands. And just look at this way this boat runs once they've driven. Push, run. Push, run. And they'll just ease them down into the hooter, and off to the final goes Dunstan. So great effort there in the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls heat number 2. And Villa finishing second ahead of Otago Girls, and it is down here in lane number 1. Marlborough Girls College will take the next spot. They've just cleaned up nicely towards the end. They'll be back for the repechage. We'll get a time on them. Boys under 15 Cox Docties are still hooning on down the course. It's with Christ College, between Christ College number 1 and Whakatipu number 1. In lane 1, Cashmere High School 1, Isaiah Benz Pryor, Sammy Lyons, Cooper Walkland, Lucas Sutherland, Thomas Clare, Cameron Taylor, James Gebby, Charlie Fallett, Jacob Haley is the Cox. In lane number 2, an octie from Shirley Boys, William Thiel, Zach Brokels, Ethan Danielson, Fergus Walsh, Luca Hartley, Luca Abdul Malak, Callum Skelton, Sam Harmon and Hector Gabrielson is the Cox. In lane number 3, the leader, Christ College number 1, Joshua Paddington, Cooper Ward, Max Ingalls, Thomas Richmond, Johnny Leeson, Matthew Vance, Jai Ferguson, Charlie Wilson, Alex Innes is the Cox. In lane number 4, Otago Boys High School number 1, George Murray, B. Perkins, Will Chittick, Digby Sutton, Hunter Knox, Angus Colley, Charlie Anderson, Sam Glover and Connor Sinclair is the Cox. In lane number 5, Whakatipu High School number 1, Zebi Jarvis, Flynn Webber, Kaito Nakazawa, Phineas Thomas, Henry Monier, Ruben Davis, Baxter King and back to Schmitz with Jesse Glover is the Cox. Lane number 6 is Christ College number 2, Leo Ackland, James Reed, Sage Chatter, Cody Rollinson, Ollie Wills, Max Nelson, Ollie Glacken, Robbie Owens, Freddie Parfitt is the Cox. In lane number 7, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Caleb Price, Max Hay, Siali, Tuolonga Gavaka, Ryder Horgan, Elijah Redmond and Finn Sorensen with Connor Frost, Kian Ash and Carlson Fernandez is the Cox. And out there in lane number 8, it's Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Jordan Webb, Thomas Scott, Nick Dampier across the Cooper Rogers, Ben Williamson, Hunter Gerron, Liam Kelly, Callan Faulkner and Max Cosgrove is the Cox. It is still with that Christ College crew leading them down. Everyone goes through the final. I'll come back and have another crack at it. Just across from Christ College, you'll see 2 lanes, and you'll see the yellow illuminating through there of Whakatipu holding on to second. Between the 2 of them is Otago Boys High School. Then we go back to Shirley Boys in lane number 2 ahead of Cashmere High School across to St Thomas's, and then it is with Christchurch Boys High School. Christchurch Schools High School just a bit further back. It's Christ College sitting ahead there of St Thomas's. Octies are great to watch. They've all got 2 sculling blades. There's 8 of them, and they only do it up to a certain age group because we just get too much power in the boat, which is an issue. If someone decides to crab, it becomes dangerous. So that's why you won't see them much beyond the younger age groups. 100 metres to go here for this Christ College crew, coached by Andrew Taylor and Anna Johnson. Well coxed there by Alex Innes. They'll get out to nearly 2 boat lengths, and look at great, some real hard work going that Whakatipu boat from the man in 2 seat. He's doing some real work there to help get that boat as close as he can to Christ College. He'll have another crack tomorrow, and then we go to Otago Boys, then we go to Shirley Boys working hard down there as well. On the inside from them is Cashmere High School, and across we go to Christ College number 2, and then it will be St Thomas's, and just a bit further back there to the Christchurch Boys High School crew. Look forward to that final tomorrow. It should be all on. Heat 2 of the girls under 17 quad went through in 7:35, so a little bit slower there than the second heat, but I wouldn't read too much into that. Dunstan looked like they were just cruising at the end there. It'll be a good final tomorrow. Girls under 15, coxed 8. Heat 1 is just underway, so just through 250 metres. They would have had their little starts. Try to get those boats up, lots of short strokes, get the boat up out of the water, reduce the friction and get it seated so they can just start tapping it down and lengthen. This is the girls under 15 cox 4, the first heat of 2, lane 1. Avonside Girls High School number 1, Neem Jones, Maya Jones, Emily Coetzee, Kiera Knighton, Annika Johnston is the cox. In lane number 2, St Andrews College 2, Sophie Beeman, Violet Sigley, Annika Pietzner, Madeline Rose Topless and Sienna Curry. Lane number 3, Craighead Dawson number 1, Heidi Harper, Juliet Griffin, Neve Callahan and Mackenzie Raymond with Bella Westgarth the cox. In lane number 4, Marlborough Girls College 2, Casey Twiddle, Lieve Horsenail, Daisy Lindstrom and Ruby Lindstrom with Maisie Ferguson the cox. In lane number 5, St Margaret's College 1, Grace Miller, Siobhan Brennan, Greer Cathro, Alex Campbell and Bella Harris is the cox. In lane number 6 is Darfield High School 1, Isla Missina, Enos Peters Bush, Mackenzie Rollins and Chloe Creeker with Mason Jessup the cox. And Rangiruru Girls School number 1 are in lane 7, Zoe Clements, Mila Wilk, Alice Johnson, Olivia Long and Charlie White is the cox, coached there by Jessica Tavendale. So we're looking for one to go through to the final. The rest will go through to the repechage. And just make sure they're all there. No scratchings. That's good. And Craighead Dawson leading these crews down. Just outside of them is Marlborough Girls and St Margaret's. The one they need to watch, though, is Rangiruru, as you would expect, out there in lane number 7. Just trying to row their own race and hide away from everybody, but I think it will come down between Craighead and Rangiruru. That's where the race looks to be. Rangi have got the advantage, but it's a matter of what Craighead can do in this last 1K to get themselves up into contention. Second heat not far away from going. Just a time there on that Octi. They went through in 6:34. Great conditions for Octi rowing out there at the moment. So still putting pressure on Rangiruru is the crew from Craighead Dawson, coached by Dean Milne. Been rowing under the Timaru club colours for the club season. Now they emerge in their own green and white. And they'll be looking to chase down the Rangiruru crew of Zoe, Mila, Alice and Olivia. Just while they make their way into the second part of the course, we can give you the field for the second heat. They're underway now. They just started. Lane number 2, Marlborough Girls College 1, Emma Isles, Poppy Fernandez, Maisie Shenfield, Charlie Bennett and Hayley Sutherland as the cox. And lane number 3, Columba College 1, Zoe Wallace, India Scott, Hazel McRae, Isla Petty and Cameron Smith the cox. Lane number 4, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Sophie Kerr, Lily Irvine, Mia DeFrays, Millie Parsons and Liv Abley is the cox. In lane number 5, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Isabel Wainwright, Bailey Pearson, Ava Goodall and Sasha Wright with Emily Tartone is the cox. In lane number 6, St Andrews College 1, Tyler Darling, Ivy Castles, Lauren Exon, Talia Christie and Georgia Elwood is the cox. In lane number 7, completing that field for that second heat of the girls under 15 cox 4 will be Whakatupu High School number 1, Amy Andrews, Anthony Spence, Andy Clark and Aria Saxton with Jessie Bates the cox. Just pushed ahead now and put the foot down. Have the crew from Rangiruru. They've decided that this is about as much as we want that crew from Dawson to get close to us, so we want to get to the end of it as quick as possible. Looking under no trouble at all. They are out there. Probably out to about 3 boat lengths now, just rating away quite nicely out there at 32. We come back inside to the crew from Dysison. So one will go through to the final looking like Rangiruru. The rest will be having a repechage. So it'll be Dawson through to that repechage taking with them everybody else, basically. Avonside Girls not doing too badly down there in lane number 1, but still behind Marlborough Girls and St Margaret's. See St Margaret's out there in the red and white and the green. So St Margaret's are those familiar red and white vertical stripes. Just inside we come to the Marlborough Girls with the gold and the black as they work away hard there in lane number 4. Just looking a little bit more comfortable in their boat are the Rangiruru Girls. Plenty of encouragement coming from the side of the field, but Rangiruru looking very tidy out there. They're coming up to the Red Boys, 100 metres to go, so they will go through to the final of the girls under 15 Cox 4. In this heat, we'll look and see what happens in the second heat. Second heat's making its way through. Marlborough Girls off to a good start down there, as are Christchurch Girls High School. Then we go outside to Waitaki, St Andrews and Whakatipu. We'll pick them up again shortly once we've got this one out of the way. Across the line they go to finish. And so we'll end up probably 5 boat lengths in front of Dawson. It's a great effort from Rangiruru through to the final. Dawson working hard. They'll be into the repechage. And then third will be the crew from Marlborough Girls. Then we'll go to St Margaret's. And we'll finish down here with Avonside Girls in lane 1. And then across, looks like the Darfield crew just battling a bit out there in lane number 6. Making the most of what I think is their first appearance at the South Island Secondary Schools rowing. And then St Andrews College number 2 finishing down here in lane number 2. Girls under 15 novice Cox 4. So effectively a lot of them will be novices racing at the under 15 level. Second heat heads into the last 500 metres between Marlborough Girls and Christchurch Girls High School. Marlborough Girls have got the advantage by a couple of boat lengths over Christchurch Girls High School. Again, one through the final, the rest through the repechage. Then we go outside to Waitaki Girls. Back to Columba College. Cross to St Andrews College. And then just out there in lane number 7 in the yellow boat is the crew from Whakatipu High School. First heat went through in a time of 7:56. Marlborough Girls crew coached by Joe Bennion and Jessica Bennett. Still holding that advantage over Christchurch Girls coached by Grace Loveridge, Sophie Chapman. So good to see some of these older rowers putting their time back into some of these newer crews, passing on that knowledge. These two crews well ahead of the rest of the field, which is Waitaki Girls chasing down behind, but they would be a good 4 boat lengths back. Then we go to Columba still, and I think that's how these crews will pretty much finish. I think it looks like Marlborough Girls have done the work. Just going to have to try and hold off Waitaki Girls. Waitaki have been rowing under the Oamaru colours during the club season. So they're just trying to draw up alongside the crew from Marlborough Girls. There is still 250, nearly 300 metres to go. almost rating identically, these two crews, both sitting around 34, 35. So we'll see who's going to take it up. But Marlborough Girls just putting the pedal down a wee bit, I think, trying to make sure of this advantage they've got, and they have. They've lifted it a couple of peats. So they're trying to pull away now from the crew from Waitaki Girls, get themselves right through to that final, and just moving away now they are as they're in through the last of the real yellow boys. Some real work going in from 3-seat, really hanging off that oar, trying to get as much connection as she can, help get that boat sent down to the finish. They're into 100 metres to go now, and they have just done a nice piece here, get themselves well through to that final. Through the repechage, though, will be in second spot Waitaki Girls. Then we'll go outside to St Andrews College. So it's actually Christchurch Girls will go through second. It's Waitaki sitting there in third. Then we'll come back to Columba and across to St Andrews and Whakatipu. So pretty happy with that. The crew from Marlborough Girls got them through to the final. One less race they have to do. And they can concentrate on the rest of their program, and Christchurch Girls through to that repechage. Boys under 18, Cox quadruple sculls. Heat number 1 is on its way down. In lane number 1, St Bede's College 1, Ashton Corcoran, Liam Mollander, Christopher Guinea and Jake O'Sullivan with Theodore Gilson the Cox. Lane number 2, Waitaki Boys High School 1, Jet Rogers, Stewart Isbister, Lachlan Wright, Ned Carter, Newlands Carter and George Smith the Cox. This is lane number 3, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Carter Baxter, Darby Renata, Luca Dumani and Andre Simpson with Jack Dunn the Cox. This will be an interesting little heat, but they're all going through to the final. The final will be a cracker when we see that. In lane number 4, Whakatipu High School 1, Harry Lightfoot, Max Davis, Sebastian Watson, Charlie Manser and Cameron Hall the Cox. Lane number 5, Otago Boys High School 1, Nicholas Tom, Henry Lucas, Ben Thompson, Andre Adams, Hunter Ruxton is the Cox. Lane number 6, Christ College number 1, Finian Chan Allen, James Haddon, Georgie Paver, Mark Reedy and Jonty Gray the Cox. Lane number 7 is Nelson College 1, Harry Booker, Cooper Nichols, George Maloney, Ollie Hawkins and Finley Tripp is the Cox. And in lane number 8, Christ College 2, Henry Church, Shea DeLuca and Logan Connolly with George Metcalf and Daniel Wilson the Cox. Full field of 8. They'll all go through to the final tomorrow. So they still are pretty much racing for lanes. And Whakatipu have decided they want one of the middle lanes because they're well out in front of everybody else. Just ahead of St Thomas's on the inside from them. Then back we go to Waitaki Boys, just ahead of St Bede's. And then we go outside to Otago Boys. They're out there in lane number 5. They would be next, just in behind the Christ College crew. Just ahead of the Christ College crew, but right alongside the Nelson crew and then Christ College number 2. So laying down a little marker here is Harry, Max, Sebastian and Charlie under Cameron's tutelage in the coxing seat for Whakatipu. This is the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. 7:57 was the time for the girls under 15 for second heat, which was only 1 second difference between that and the previous heat. So that'll be a close run thing into the final. One of the premier events will be the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls final tomorrow. Just sitting there pretty comfortably at 33 is this Whakatipu crew. And again, a bit like the Dunstan crew I was pointing out before, you can just see how they let the boat run when they get to the finish before they start to head into the recovery. Just it's a microsecond, but it lets the boat do the work. As soon as you start moving forward on the boat, it starts slowing down. So the longer you can have it going in that direction towards the line before you make any movement, the more run you'll get out of it. So 50 metres to run they are. Some big strong lads in the middle of that boat. You can just see them sitting up above the rest of them, and that's getting really tall at the catch is one of the keys too. So good long stroke, down the line they come, taking the buzzer. Congratulations to the crew from Whakatipu, straight through to the final with everybody else. But they'll be right in the middle of the course. Little race between St Thomas's down here and Waitaki Boys for second and third. Then it'll be St Bede's across to Otago Boys, across on the outside to Christ College number 2, inside to Nelson. And then in lane 6 will be Christ College number 1. Christ College number 1 sitting there at a very comfortable 22 rating. Heat number 1 of the girls under 18 coxless pair making its way down. one of these premier events that the selectors have a look at, the under-18 Cox pair. Great to see 2 heats of this too. 1 and 2 through to the final, so there's a bit of a battle on in this race. Lane number 2, St Margaret's College 1, Ain Leeson and Coco Flood. Lane number 3 is Marlborough Girls College 1, Georgette Herc and Iris Vavasau. Lane number 4 is Craighead Dawson School 1, Emily Caird and Lily Grant. Lane number 5, Nelson College for Girls 2, Chloe Steele and Gracie Ames. Lane number 6, Columba College 1, Isla Nicholson and Kiara Patterson. And lane number 7, St Hilda's Collegiate 2, Margot Erasmus and Lola Castles. These girls have been battling against each other all season. And it is with that St Margaret's College crew, lane number 2. Ain and Coco, they've been going pretty well all season. I'll look across though. And we'll see Columba College 1, Isla and Kiara, they've had a good season too. And then right in the middle of them is the crew from Craighead Diocesan in the green boat. So we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the final. And we've got 3 crews right out there in the middle, so it'll be between them. St Margaret's, Craighead and Columba. The advantages with St Margaret's. Got 2 boat lengths at this stage over Craighead, and they'd be a boat length ahead of the Columba College crew. Then we go back inside to Marlborough Girls College back there, then to Nelson College for Girls in the blue, and then to St Hilda's Collegiate number 2 in this first heat. Second heat is through 1,000 metres. That is in lane number 2, Twizel Area School 1, Kiara Thine and Sadie Mason. Lane number 3, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Bonnie Turner and Georgia Coburn. Lane number 4, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strawn. Lane number 5, Nelson College for Girls 1, Isla Martine and Millie Treader. Lane number 6 is Christchurch Girls High School 1, Marley Ross and Tallulah Leggett, and in lane number 7 is St Margaret's College number 2, Isabel Brooke and Jessica Brown She, and it is Twizel Area School, the locals, leading that second heat down, Kiara and Sadie. So we'll watch that with interest as they make their way further into the second half of the course. Right out here in front of us though, it is with the red and white of St Margaret's, just over the crew in the green from Craighead Diocesan. The work needs to come on the outside from Columba College out there in the orange caps. They're the ones that can put Diocesan under pressure. I think that it looks like it'll be with St Margaret's at this stage. They've had the advantage for most of the season and rowing very nicely down there in lane number 2. We've got a good lane there. They'll be looking for a better one tomorrow, perhaps in the middle of the course. They don't get any pushback from the buffet off the bank. And just winding now too. Look at that. Ain and Coco have just gone up a couple of ticks. So they're pushed well out. Craighead still holding off Columba to take that second spot. 3, 4, 5 and 6 will head through the repechage. So 100 metres to go now for St Margaret's. Just looks across in the bow, says they've got the advantage. Little push they just did about 50 metres ago, got that extension out to where they wanted it to, and Craighead now just holding off Columba. Columba might try and wind up, but they're running out of course. They're doing it now. They've just gone up a couple of ticks, but they might have left that a little bit too late. Dawson still holding on to second. They're still coming at them, Columba, but I think they'll hold on to this nicely. Dawson down to the line, take the buzzer, and St Margaret's in the first heat of the girls under 18 coxless pairs. They do that. They're through to the final, and joining them will be Craighead Dawson, finishing third, and through the repechage will be Columba, and they will be joined in the repechages along with Marlborough Girls College across to Nelson, and on the outside, St Hilda's Collegiate. Still Twizel, well ahead in this second heat. St Margaret's College number 2 would be second. Then we come across to Waitaki Girls High School, just alongside them, Nelson College for Girls, and just a bit further back from them would be Christchurch Girls High School. Just check on a time for that first heat and the girls under 18 coxless pair. That will give us a comparison when the second heat finishes. Boys under 16 cox 4s, their heats are underway. They've just let the first one go. We'll get to them shortly. Just watching these Twiselites make their way down in lane number 1. Again, we're looking for 1 and 2. That second spot looks like a battle between just, I think, Waitaki Girls are holding on to second ahead of Nelson College and St Margaret's College. The boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls went through in 6:34. They'll be looking to go a little bit quicker than that tomorrow, I would think. 7:53 is the time for that girls under 18 first heat, the coxless pair. We'll keep an eye on that for the second heat, see what Twizel goes through in. Making some great gains out there in lane number 7 at St Margaret's College. I think they've pushed themselves into second at this stage over the crew from Waitaki Girls. So Isabel Brooke and Jessica Brown, she doing a great job out there, coached by Sarah Lindley, pushing themselves up into contention. You can just see they've got a slightly better run on their boat than that crew from Waitaki Girls. So they've obviously pushed in the last 50 metres and got that boat moving. So Waitaki Girls will just need to respond because it's St Margaret's putting them under pressure. They've still got it, maybe Waitaki Girls. Then Nelson's starting to come into the mix as well. But it is all Twizel area school. The locals have got the second heat under control. They'll head through to the final. They just hold this together and still pushing on the outside of St Margaret's. They're winding up, they are now. If you want to watch how people will finish a race, this is a good exhibition going on now to get themselves through. Waitaki won't see them out there. They're being snuck up on. See the run coming from that boat, and you can see the trail, the wake it's leaving behind us, that St Margaret's crew, they're really winding up out there. I just wait and see what Waitaki have got left. Through down with about 70 metres to go now is the crew from Twizel. They've got this under control, but a great row come from this crew from St Margaret's. They've pushed themselves nicely up into second. They've taken 2 boat positions in the last 250 metres with that run. They've just got to keep it going because if Waitaki wind up, they're in trouble. I don't think they've seen it, Waitaki. They're going to go through the repechage. Through to the final, though, is Twizel. Well done, the locals, Kiara and Sadie. Away they go. And St Margaret's College 2, Isabel and Jessica. Fine rowing out there in lane 7 to get yourselves through to the final. They'll be followed by Waitaki Girls. Then we go to Christchurch Girls High School, just over the crew from Nelson. And completing the field down here will be St Hilda's Collegiate. The secret to a good race plan is having something left in the tank to fight at the end if you can, and that's what St Margaret's number 2 have just done. We'll check on the time there for them when it comes through. In the meantime, let's give you the field for the boys under 16 Cox 4 first heat in lane 1, St Andrews College 2, Fletcher Cairns, Isaac Setter, Hamish Longstaff, Logan Scott, Hunter Mason, the Cox. Lane number 2, Christ College number 2, George Campbell, Fletcher Harris, Arthur Brown, Alex Richards and Sam Bilbrow is the Cox. In lane number 3, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Donica Doyle, Freddie Sampson, Matthew Barnes and Romy Johnson with Luke Sanders the Cox. In lane number 4, Timaru Boys High School number 1, Louis O'Sullivan, Cooper Gordon, George Talbot and Tim Bartlett with Ned Brown the Cox. They'll be tough. In lane number 5, Orby St Bede's College number 2, Wyatt Dent, James Frank and Isaac Guerra, Ryan Gardner and Zian Kang as the Cox. And lane number 6, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Cosmo Kokafadatis, Seth Flynn, Alex Wynn, James Chappell and Angus Mackey as the Cox. In lane number 7, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Miller Taylor, Nicholas Marston, Jacob Henderson, Lucas Dowling and Sam McGuigan as the Cox. In lane number 8, Nelson College 1, Robbie Molyneux, Harry Playford, Sam Ibison and Tom Shaper with Douglas Miller as the Cox. This is the first heat, boys under 16 Cox 4, 1 through to the final. The rest to the repechage. And it's with Christchurch Boys High School and Timaru Boys. These two are fighting it out in this first heat. The advantage is with Timaru Boys out in the middle, I think. And just outside of them is St Bede. So those are the 3 crews. Back inside from Christchurch Boys High School number 1 is Christ College number 2. Then we come inside to St Andrews College number 2. Then we'll go right outside to St Thomas's of Canterbury number 2. I think actually Christchurch Boys High School well ahead of them, and Nelson College, then back to St Thomas of Canterbury number 2. That second heat of the girls under 18 coxless pair went through an 8:07. So St Margaret's looking like they might be the favourite in that. Maybe for a 1-2. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out. They did very well, that number 2 crew. And Twice will be in the mix as well. See what comes through from the repechage. It's this first heat of the boys under 16. Cox 4 makes its way further down in front of us. And it is the crew from Timaru Boys High School. Sitting out there in lane 4. You can see the inverted St Andrews blue cross on their back. Just ahead of the crew from Christchurch Boys High School. Then we go to St Bede's. Then we go to Christ College number 2. Through the repechage they'll go, but through the final, and quite convincing. They've been strong all season, this crew from Timaru Boys. Under 16 Cox 4, they'll get out to 2 boat lengths over the crew from Christchurch Boys High. You see Christchurch Boys High there with the tandem rig on the bow side. All about balance and what works best for those boats. Over they go now to take the buzzer. Through to the final goes the crew from Timaru, then Christchurch Boys High, then St Bede's, then we go down to Christ College number 2, St Andrews College number 2, across to St Thomas's, back inside to Christchurch Boys High School, and then on the outside to Nelson College. The heat number 2 for that boys under 16 Cox 4 into 750 metres to go. In lane number 1, St Bede's College 3, Marie Campbell, Oscar McCulloch, Luca Dredge, Connor Thwaites, Darcy Frank and the Cox. Lane number 2, St Andrews College 1, George Barclay, George Lewis, George Flanagan, Isaac Keane, George Rankin. I see Isaac hasn't had his name changed to George yet. I've been asking for it all season. And lane number 3, Christ College 1, George Haddon, Henry Handyside, Harry Blakely and Isaac Lascelles with John O. Simpson the Cox. Lane number 4, St Bede's College number 1, Alex Walters, Brodie Clements, Cooper Titterton Leakey and Carter Connolly with Matthew Casey the Cox. Lane number 5 is St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Cairo Horgan, Luke Sweeney, Seth Tranter, Harry Gallagher and Jack Dunn. And then in lane number 6 is Marlborough Boys College number 1, Brodie Blick, Matthew McLeod, Paddy Girling, Archie Saggers and Jack Shaw as the Cox. Lane 7 is Christchurch Boys High School number 3, Seth Renshaw, Murdoch Bartram, Cooper Blanken and Louis Cunningham with Ben Skelton the Cox. One goes through to the final. It's the big red boat out in the middle from St Bede's. It looks like that's trying to get straight through. Head of St College number 1, Christ College number 1 they are. Then we go back, it's very close between St Andrews College in lane 2 and across to St Thomas's College out there in lane number 5. Then Marlborough Boys College. Then we go back inside to St Bede's number 3 down there in lane number 1 across to, actually they're all going with seeding here, aren't they? Lane number 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 3. The first heat went through in 7:03, so they'll have a wee comparison here to see how they're getting on. Not too bad in terms of timing. Looks like we're running to time. This heat was due to start at 10:32. So St Bede's College, Matthew Casey doing the coxing. 2 boat lengths they've got. Aaron Maxwell is the coach. Over Christ College, Liam O'Leary and Malcolm McIntyre doing the coaching there. But this boys under 16 Cox 4. Very clean at the finish they are over the Christ College crew, holding that advantage, just extending now I think, moving out towards 3 boat lengths and straight through to the final. So there'll be an automatic qualifier along with the crew from Timaru Boys if they hold this position, but just extending now on Christ College. So at this rate Christ College will be through to the repechage along with St Andrews and the St Bede's number 3 crew down there in lane 1. Across on the outside to Marlborough Boys College, who's sitting ahead there, and St Thomas's. And Christchurch Boys High School number 3 crew just battling a wee bit back there in lane number 7. But looking very comfortable now as they come down to take the buzzer is the St Bede's crew. So there's the fire. That is heat number 2. Boys under 16 Cox 4. 1 there by St Bede's College 1. They'll go straight through the final, followed by Christ College. Then it will be St Thomas's just battling down here with St Andrews. Then we go across to Marlborough Boys College, back inside here to St Bede's number 3, and across to Christchurch Boys High School number 3. Girls under 16 Coxed 8. Heat 1 of 2. Making its way down the course now, just into the second half. And then in lane number 2 is Cashmere High School number 1, Holly Gundry, Aurelia Lind, Eliza Bull, Abby Pincus, Zoe Perrin and Isla Anderson with Lucy O'Connor, Abby Graham, Eliza Omar is the Cox. In lane number 3, St Margaret's College 2, Sophie Mitchell, Leela Elkington, Katie Pascoe, Molly Tyler, Siobhan Brennan, Ella McLean, Isabel Green, Annabelle Glenglary and Annabelle Scott is the Cox. Geez, some of these ladies have been up and down the course a couple of times already. Lane number 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Isabella Wilson, Toya Sheed, Mania Sheed, Kate Oliver, Sophia Harris, Amelia Jones, Phoebe Ensor, Maddie Young and Charlie Ward is the Cox. Lane number 5, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Emily Shearer, Sophie Cleve, Izzy Parsons, Olive Cooper, Amelia Scrivenger, Michaela Timo, Izzy McLeod, Sophia Robinson and Greta Brokenshire is the Cox. Lane number 6, Columba College 1, Isla Hales, Trelise Mitchell, Ava Wilson, Jessica Drummond, Ruby Hefford, Charlie Smith and Caitlin Ure with Emma Sayer and Kate Baskerville the Cox. This is Heat 1. The winner will go through to the final. The rest will go through the repechage. Rangiruru Girls School look like they've got this one under control right out there in lane number 4 from Christchurch Girls High School. These are the two battling for that automatic qualifier. Cashmere High School would be third. Then we go back down to St Margaret's College number 2. On the outside to Columba College number 1. Oh, not much in the difference between those two heats. Oh, yes, there was. Look at the right timing in. St Bees went through in 6:58 compared to 7:03 in the previous heat. So that's the two going through. St Bees just a little bit quicker than the previous crew. And the boys under 16 coxed 4. Back here of the under 16 girls coxed 8. Still is Rangiruru leading the crew down from Christchurch Girls High School. Second heat is underway, just the 4 crews in that. Whereas we've got 5 out in front of us in the first heat. In that second heat, lane number 3, Villa Maria College 1, Ruby Lee Holmes, Camelia Toroa, Sophia Dumani, Elizabeth Cochrane, Izzy Mott, Natalia Richards, Oriella Morton, Abby Norman later, Ruby Shepherd Smith is the cox. In lane number 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Jessica Skinner, Matilda Beresford, Chloe Malone, Tyler Gibbard, Chloe King, Lucy Johnson, Gussie McFarlane, India Barnett with Phoebe White, the cox. Lane number 5, it's St Margaret's number 1. They are leading. Sophie Cathro, Fleur Jansen, Izzy Hill, Ella Drummond, Lucy Butterfield, Josie Kennedy, Poppy Blakely and Scarlett Hanson with Ellie Scotland, the cox. And lane number 6, it's Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Alice Bradshaw War, Mia Holway, Charlotte May, Greta Stewart, Dylan McCoy, Ashley Sheehan, Evie Jones and Jada Montgomery with Savit Marley, the cox. That's the second heat. The girls under 16 cox 8. They're through 500 metres. St Margaret's are leading that. The first heat's right out in front of us. Rangiruru still holding on though, trying to get that automatic qualification, but under real pressure here from Christchurch Girls High School. These two crews well clear of the rest. So Christchurch Girls cox, Greta Brokenshire, she'll be dishing out the instructions. Leaning well forward though is Charlie Ward, the cox from Rangiruru Girls School. She's dishing out her instructions. They've just got the lead still by about a seat and a bow over the rest of the crew from Christchurch Girls, but Christchurch Girls are gaining on them. There's not too far to go though. They're down to 50 metres. Nice little battle within a battle here, but I think Rangiruru will hold on. They've still got a canvas and a seat, and just holding that advantage through to the repechage will be Christchurch Girls, but they'll get another shot at it. Through to the final, Rangiruru, well done ladies, straight through you go. Good battle there between those two Christchurch schools. Then we go 4 boat links back to Cashmere and then St Margaret's, and across on the outside, battling down there in lane number 6 will be Columba College, who live to fight another day. That'll complete that first heat for the girls under 16 coxed 8. The second heat continues to make its way down, and it is all with St Margaret's. You can see from here already that big 8 with the red bow, green stern, everything in the middle is white. So St Margaret's ahead of Rangiruru number 2. Then on the outside to Villa Maria College 1 and Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Boys under 18 novice coxed 8 will be the next race to go. In fact, it's already underway. They've just started down there. Columba College is finishing that first heat. The girls under 16 coxed 8. The second heat continues to make its way down with St Margaret's extending out to maybe 4 to 5 boat lengths now. Well, let's go back a bit. Let's try 3. 3 boat lengths over Rangiruru number 2. So Rangiruru got some work to do, just trying to pull up alongside. They've got a bit of a gap to overcome. We go outside to Christchurch Girls High School and then Villa Maria next off the bat. So just checking we haven't got any scratchings in that boys under 18 novice coxed 8. Doesn't look like it. But there's only 3 crews there, so someone's not there. Four crews. Let's let them come into view. We'll give you the field shortly and then see who's not there. Just wait and see who's on the track. The second heat makes its way down. A great exhibition of rowing here from the St Margaret's College crew. Ali Scotland has got them well under control. And again, you can see that tandem rigging on the bow side. If you're not down here watching the rowing very often, if you have a look at the St Margaret's crew making its way down in the middle of the boat, you'll see 4 and 5 seat both bow stroking. Both rigged on the bow side as they make their way down. So they're out to now 4 boat lengths over Rangiruru number 2. Then we go on the outside to St Christchurch Girls High School, then back to Villa Maria. So it will be St Margaret's College rowing their way nicely straight into the final. As the umpires just make their way off the course and give them some space. First heat went through in 7:08, so it'll be interesting to see what, and that was a good close finish there between Rangiruru and Christchurch Girls. Let's just see what St Margaret's have done coasting down by comparison. That boys under 18 novice coxed 8, I think Kashmir might not be there. Let's have a look and see. Yeah, there is a crew on the very outside of the course. Look like they're not taking part, and that is St Bede's leading down. So I'll just put a ring around Kashmir. I don't think they're there. In lane number 2, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Mark Bauman, Lockie Ward, Martin, Billy Mason, Flynn Nemo, George Fillins, Brody Newfield, Ben Thistleton and Ryder Townsend, with Blake Robson, the Cox, is just in front of us. Christchurch Girls High finish, soon to be joined by the crew from Villa Maria to complete that heat. In lane 4, in the boys under 18 novice coxed 8, and leading them down, St Bede's College 1, Jai Anderson, Will Allett, Oliver Chum, Henry Robertson, Rurari Wright, Jack Hannon, Ebby Robertson, Conrad Van Heeren and Fletcher Franklin is the Cox. In lane number 5, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Ruben Jones, Paul Tana, Nirvana Grighty, Ruben Schmale, Jack Gibson, Isaac Hillsward, Eli Lisserman, Charlie Maddock and Oliver Young is the Cox. And in lane number 6, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Dale Vocal, Noah Fidau, Calix Manahira, Marcus Fisher, Charlie Smith, Jed Hooper, Kaiden Barrow, Liam Jessup and Carlson Fernandez is the Cox. It is with the crew from St Bede's College. Sitting out there in the black and red. They picked up a silver medal at the New Zealand National Rowing Championships a couple of weeks ago in the novice. And I think it is pretty much, it might be the Kashmir crew that's not there. That's them on the outside. So I'll bring you this race down, and then Millsy will take over for a session. The girls under 18 novice double sculls. So St Bede's College leading down this boys under 18 novice coxed 8. Second, just on the inside, Christchurch Boys High School. It looks like there's been an issue with the Kashmir crew. I can see them right up the top of the course, but coming down in lane 10. Then we go outside to Shirley Boys High and St Thomas of Canterbury.
Thanks, Ian. It looks like sitting out in front of St Bede's. The checkers, the red and the black checkers, head into the Golden Boys. Impressive they have been so far in the big 8 packers. And then it looks as if they've got a novice 8 as well. Different coaching panel, of course. Down on the inside of them is Christchurch Boys. Kashmir's not there by the look of it. And Christchurch Boys, oh, this is the biggest win of the day so far, guys. They aren't even in the yellow boys yet. They're just going into the yellow boys, Christchurch Boys now. Up on the top side of them, Shirley Boys, then St Thomas of Canterbury. But this is a very easy win. This is novice grade. Under 18 it is. Doesn't have to be under 15. It has to be under 18. The big boys out of St Bede's. Their big training camp they had on Lake Dunstan just after Christmas time paid off for the novices, all those kilometres up and down Lake Dunstan in their training camp. And now you see towards the end of the season, all the novices are really starting to put it together. No mistakes. They're starting to learn how to move the boat past the leverage point. And all of a sudden, the performance starts coming. Christchurch boys, they'll all come back and do it tomorrow. Sabeeds will get the same lane as what they got today. And then you'll go to Shirley boys, St Thomas of Canterbury. Christchurch boys got that second buzzer. And we'll invite you back for final day, guys. And don't forget, guys, if you pack it in, you pack it out. So if you've got any rubbish you're sitting around, please don't drop it around on the grass. Pop it in your bag, take it to a bin or something like that. Dogs must be on a lead. Go across and see Steve. Mr. Whippy's going. Drew's got the coffee van down there, and also the bacon butties and the pizzas across the back side. Keep the place neat and tidy. The row shop is open. It's your last chance for the season to get something out of the row shop, guys. Make sure you take the opportunity to go across to the row shop and take a look at everything there. There was a couple of messages came in early this morning. ANZ FPOS card had been found. And, of course, if you're looking for a day sheet, you can go around to the office and Gold Donation will give you a day sheet. Ian said earlier on to be aware of the heat. I see it's really starting to crank up out there. They could get to 26, 27 today, and it's quite severe here in the Mackenzie country. So we say slip, slop and slap. Make sure you're putting it on, and wearing a hat is a big thing, and taking on water, of course, especially if you're a rower. And you've got yourself 3 events to row in today, and you've got races to go and races to go tomorrow. Keep the water up. The next event is race 43. It's the girls under 18 novice double sculls, first year rowers. We've just seen the boys in the 8. The novice 8 is very impressive by St Bede's. The girls novice double scull now, which is under 18 grade, of course, novice. We're looking at first to go straight through to the final, and the second, third, fourth and fifth the repechage. Tells us that there may be 3 heats. There's 4 heats. Targa Girls number 2 cruise out of lane 1. Then we go to Marlborough Girls, Marion's 2, St Hilda's, St Villa Maria's 2, Avonside and Waitaki Girls. We can now give you the boys novice. Oh, wow. The boys novice 8s have gone through in 6:39. 6:39. Then Christchurch with the biggest win of the day, because Christchurch boys went through in 7:08 and Shirley boys went through 7:17 and St Thomas of Canterbury 7:25. It's lane number 4 that's sitting out in front, St Hilda's, Isa Mackenzie, St Hilda's Collegiate from Dunedin. They're sitting out in front. They've got on their left-hand shoulder, they've got Meridian College number 2. But I'll tell you what, that Meridian College number 2 is about 2.5 lengths away from St Hilda's sitting out there. We're looking for the rest of the field. My gosh, the fields are really strung out today. And then we go on the right-hand shoulder of St Hilda's is Villa Maria 2 on their right-hand shoulder. They've got Avonside and then Waitaki right out wide. There's a crew missing out there. We'll just check to see if there's anything missing from our screen. Doesn't appear to be. St Hilda's got a commanding lead over Avonside on there. Marion College it is on number. That's the Meridian College number 2 crew. On their inside, they're still only about an hour, a length and 3/4 behind them. Then we go 2, 3 lengths back to the crew on the right side of the St Hilda's. Villa Maria's number 2 crew. These are the first 3. We're looking for qualifiers after that. We go down Avonside 2 lengths, 2.5 lengths back. Avonside's most likely got about 4 lengths on Waitaki. Waitaki just back off the pace a little bit on that outside lane, and then the 2 on the inside, Marlborough and Otago Girls, both in with a fighting chance of qualifying. Oh, there's a problem out there now, and that's Avonside. Avonside caught a deep one, novice rowing. Oh, I thought we'd got rid of all those problems at the end of the season. So it looks like they can come out anywhere at all. So it looked like Avonside with the problem. They caught a deep one. It must have been on the bow side because the nose was heading towards Ashburton. Down into the yellow buoys they go, and sitting out in front. St Hilda's Collegiate do all their training off the harbour in Dunedin. All their seniors under the guidance of Jazz McIntosh, but there's a different coaching panel here, which is Georgia and Hannah doing the coaching of this two young couple. As they head down, they're just pushing it a little bit harder. They just feel like they want to get away a wee bit from the challenge coming on their left-hand shoulder. They've got it well under control. They're good length and 3/4 over them to go through to the final. St Hilda's have got their double scull through. And oh, St Hilda's are pretty happy about it too, I can tell you. Meridian College go through. We'll have to go through the repechage. We're looking at 4 boats to go through the repechage. Then we go Villa Maria. They'll be the next qualifier. Then we go to Marlborough Girls and Otago Girls. And they will be your qualifiers for the rips. Unfortunately, the two Avonside and Waitaki will unfortunately be looking for another event to qualify somewhere. If you just come in off the highway and you're wanting to know what's going on with all the yelling and the screaming that's going on, you are at the 2025 Meridian Energy South Island Championships for Schools. Okay. Right, the rower in St Margaret's crew, that either me or Ian called out, Annie, is Anya. So we do apologise to the connections of the St Margaret's rower that was called out incorrectly. It is Anya, her name. That FPOS card hasn't been collected yet. In the launching bay, there's also been a watch found, a Garmin watch found in the launching bay. So you can all get them at the Secretary's office, which the girls do a brilliant job. Girls under 18 novice double sculls. This is the second heat. Otago's number 3 crew in 1. Then we go outside from them, Meridian College 1. Burnside 1, Villa Maria 1, Craighead Dyson 1, St Kevin's 1, and Hill Morton is 2, their number 2 crew. 1 to go through, coming out of lane 4. It is the darker Villa Maria, and they are cruising. They've got about a 3-length advantage over the crew from Craighead Dyson, and in turn Craighead have got a 2 lengths over Burnside on the left-hand side of the leading 2. These 3 have almost got a little division of their own because we go, are we allowed to say it, a country mile back to the rest of the crews. The other 2 on the far side, St Kevin's, Hill Morton across the far side. Down on the inside, we've got Otago Girls, Meridian, and there should be one other one somewhere, St Kevin's, across there. Inside those 100-metre buoy lines, down towards the last 10 strokes, and it is Villa Maria. They certainly want a good workout. They're working, and there's a good leg drive coming from both scullers. All their training up and down the Avon River. They will go straight through to the final. The other 2 fighting out for the second buzzer, and I don't know who's got it, but it's immaterial because they both go through the repechage. That is Craighead Dyson and Burnside. They'll both go through those 2, and we're looking for 2 more. So it's coming from Meridian College back there in lane number 2, and right across the far side it looks like St Kevin's. Hill Morton, unfortunately, and also lane number 1, Otago Girls, will get the chance in another event, I'm sure. Right, now just go through those messages again for you guys. A Garmin watch has been found in the launching bay. somebody's obviously taken it off, or they have lost it off their wrist. So just check to make sure you got your watch. Pop around the secretary's office. You'll have to know the serial number, the time that's on it, also the design number and my TAB number. St Hilda's number 2 crew's been taken out of lane number 2 by the look of it. We'll just check. So Meridian College is in lane number 3. This is the third heat of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. St Hilda's out of 2. Otago girls rowing out of 3. Southland girls out of 4. Mount Aspiring out of 5. Hill Morton's 1 crew out of 6. And Queen's High School out of 7. They're down in the third 500. It's coming out of lane number 5, which is the crew from Mount Aspiring College, do all their training on Lake Wanaka there in the Lakes District, and they are sitting out in front. Then we come 2 inside them. We'll go to Otago girls. Otago girls up in the second place. We need to get the first buzzer if we want to eliminate the repecharges. Otago girls sculling along very nicely, but they're still about 2.5 lengths away from Mount Aspiring. And then squeezed up in between them on the right-hand side of Otago girls is Southland girls. Otago girls, of course, do all their training on the Otago Harbour. Southland girls do all their training on the Burt Munro down there on the Ariti River sands. Oh, I tell you what, they haven't got it all their own way, Mount Aspiring. It looked like they had a few lengths advantage, but they may not even have the lead. We get a better look at it. It's Otago girls. Maybe Otago girls, Mount Aspiring something may have had, because they were certainly in front going in that third 500, and they were in front comfortably, so obviously something had happened. Can they come back? Mount Aspiring, can they come back into it? Because they've let the Otago girls come up to them and almost put their nose in front. Oh, both these crews are wobbling around a little bit. This is novice rowing at its best, but generally at the end of the season we don't sort of see this. So I think the pressure's going on these 2 crews. It certainly looks like Otago girls have got the advantage. They're only 3/4 of a length over Mount Aspiring College. Oh, you got to crank those hands up, ladies, inside those golden buoys. 250 to go. You should be up around 36, 37 strokes per minute, because what you want to do is we've got to win. We've got to win to get through to the next round without eliminating the river charges. Then we come down on the inside to lanes number 2 from there, which is, well, it says it's lane number 1. It must be Villa Maria number 3 crew. They're going to go through the reps. I don't think that Mount Aspiring can pick Otago girls up. Otago girls are going to go into the 100-metre buoy line in front. Mount Aspiring desperately trying to pick them up, but the hand speed's not there from either crew. Now all of a sudden Otago girls won't quicken the hand speed up, and all of a sudden gone and opened up the gap another 1/4 of a length, and now 1.25 lengths out over Mount Aspiring. Mount Aspiring now getting put under pressure from Villa Maria, flying down here with the turbos on. Down towards the line they go. There's your finalists so far. That looks like it is Otago girls. And then we've got 1, 2. Villa Maria will go through along with Mount Aspiring. And in the middle of the course, Southland girls will also go through to the repecharges, and out wide Queens. And as you can see, we talked about the gaps between first and last. Hill Morton is way down the track. Not too sure what sheds Hill Morton rose out of. They don't look to have a gear breakage or anything. They just look like novices. So this will be huge experience for them, and it'll build up their confidence for next year. But unfortunately, their novice status will be broken. Right, your next heat, race 46. Craighead Dyson, number 2 crew's out of lane 1. Lane 2's Waitaki's number 2 crew. Lane 3's Burnside's number 2 crew. Number 4 is Tiarata College. Sorry, I don't know where that comes from. Lace 5 is Wakatipu. They come out of Lake Hayes. Lace 6, Roncalli College, come out of the estuary in Timaru, and Marlborough off the Waira River in Marlborough. Tiarata College. Don't think I've ever called that before, so it must be one of the smaller schools somewhere, or... Lane number 4, we've got a win. That is the crew from Tiarata College. That's the crew that's sitting out in front. They have got the advantage over Wakatipu, so they must come from one of the more fancied schools. Unless there's a couple of young ladies that were rowing for a club that are eligible to row for their school out of the club sheds. Tiarata College. Wakatipu's about 2.5 lengths down. Then we've got a distance again back to lane number 3, which is Burnside. From Burnside, we have a long way back to Waitaki, and well ahead of Waitaki. Waitaki's way back down the course somewhere, and well ahead of them is the crew from Craighead Diocesan. So they've got a chance of going through the reps as well. But the leader is sitting out in front. We've got the crew on the right-hand side of Wakatipu. Roncalli College and Marlborough is really feeling the pinch, along with that crew from Craighead as well. The girls under 18 novice double sculls, Otago Girls High School went through in 8:35. Then Mount Aspiring 8:39. Villa Maria 3 8:41. And then Southland Girls at 8:55. And Hill Morton at 9:28. And St Hilda's number 2 crew, they tell us, was scratched. So we go back to the leaders. Just take a look at the colours of this school. Tiarata College. Oh, gosh. The Bow girls having a good wee look around. Oh, that's a no-no in novice rowing, but nevertheless, they're looking quite sharp as they go down towards the 100-metre buoy line. I don't know if they're looking for the finish or what they're looking for, but you're out in front, guys. That's all you have to worry about. You're going to eliminate one extra race by being out in front. On their right-hand shoulder in the gold boat is Wakatipu High School. They're going to have to go through the reps. Steering problems down here as well. And then we go to lane, we go to Craighead. Craighead will go through the reps. We're looking for 2 more. And then on the right-hand shoulder of Craighead, but they've come through from a different lane, there's lane number 3, which is Burnside. They will qualify. And 1 more to qualify. Across the far side, out of lane number 6, by the look of it, is Roncalli College. And they will be a repechage qualifier. So we'll just check the times on it. 8:35 for the 3rd heat. Boys under 17 double scull, 1 and 2 are going to go through the final this time. So we just need to get our first 2 boats out in front, sit back and watch what's happening in behind. That'll be the theory, I would imagine. Mount Aspiring College is in lane number 1. Then we go to Marlborough Boys College, St Thomas of Canterbury, Wakatipu High School, John McGlashan College, Christchurch Boys number 2 crew, Burnside High School and St Andrews College number 2 crew. 2 crews to go through to the final, rest going through the reps. 4 and 5. So Wakatipu High School. Wakatipu High School, this very, very strong squad under John Morrison's guidance that do all their training on Lake Hayes. Next to Ruatanapa is the best water conditions in the country. Wakatips under no pressure whatsoever. The next qualifier we see as they come down inside their last 500 is the crew on their right shoulder, John McGlashan College. Dylan and Georgia will be pretty happy with the way John McGlashan are going so far at the regatta. They're just sitting in the qualifying position as well. Then the two down on the inside are looking for eyeballing each other was Marlborough Boys and St Thomas of Canterbury, but they are about 4 or 5 lengths off anywhere near qualifying. Then with 3 crews right out on the far side, all locked together, a little race of their own. Christchurch Boys 2, Burnside and St Andrews 2. Nothing between those 3 crews out there. A couple of them have got a chance of qualifying because here the qualification is 5 extra crews. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th will go through the ripper charges. We're only going to lose 1 crew. And at this stage, unfortunately, it looks like the crew from Mount Aspiring College down on the inside, but I'm sure Rob and Angus will have them in another race. 8:35, the 3rd heat, the 4th heat for those under 18 novice double scull ladies was 8:35. So the 3rd heat was 8:35 as well. So that'll make an interesting final. Just coasting down towards the line, and they will get the buzzer. It'll be the first qualifier for the boys under 17 double scull here at the South Island School Rowing Nationals. Main sponsor is Meridian Energy, and the year is 2025. There's your 2 for your reps, and then the other 2 are out the outside, which is St Thomas of Canterbury. Oh, it's Christchurch Boys and Burnside are the other 2 to qualify, unfortunately. Mount Aspiring looks like they will need that extra row like I'm talking about. Right, well, we can't get any times up from that heat yet. So the second heat has out of lane number 1, Otago Boys. Wakatips 3 crews out of 2. John McGlashan 2 crews out of 3. Christchurch is 1 crews out of 4. Dunstan 1 crew out of 5. St Andrews 1 crew out of 6. And then Cromwell College is 1 crew out of 7. Coming out of 4, it's Christchurch Boys, Jack and Cameron from Christchurch Boys, Tim Osmers and Scott Shackleton doing the coaching of these 2 under 17 young fellas. And they've got 2 to 2.5 lengths over Dunstan High, Brendan Keane, Max Smith, coached by Simon Smith, of course. And these 2 have really opened up a gap over the rest of the field. It looks very much like we'll only drop 1 from this race as well. We're looking at 5 others after this, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they'll all qualify. So it's Christchurch Boys going through the Gold Boys out in front over Dunstan Arm. A good length and 3/4 advantage as they head down towards the buzzer. Then we go quite a wee way back. We go to the left, and it's John McGlashan 2. Through the reps, bringing the yellow boat of Wakatips with them, number 3 crew. They'll go through the reps as well. And then we go out wide to second in St Andrews and Cromwell College and Targa Boys 1. All will go through the reps. Wakatip went through in 7:12. So Wakatip High School went through the first heat in 7:12. The times are very, very quick. If you're a novice or if you've just come off the highway and wanting to know what's going on, you can get in. If you need to stretch your legs at any stage because it's getting near lunchtime, you can take a walk up to the 100,000 metre peg. You can walk up there. It'll only take you less than 15 minutes. In fact, you should be able to do it in about 6. and you can listen to all the calls that are made up there. You can see them go past the 1,000-metre peg, and like I say, you can stand on the bank and just about reach your arm out and touch them on their head. You'll also hear the start from there on a calm day like this. You'll hear the starters bringing them into line, and you'll see, if you feel like it, jumping in your car and going up to the start. That's a quiet zone, but you'll see what goes on up at the start there where they have the handhelds. And while we're talking about that, a special thank you to the ones that are up there holding the boats for the day. What a brilliant job you've done over the season that we've had. Right, that second heat, we're giving you that second heat, and they are well down through the... Right, that second heat was considerably quicker. That's gone through in 7:10. Christchurch boys went through 7:10, 4 seconds after that, Dunstan High. They are the qualifiers. Third heat has Christ College in 1, Twizel area in 2, Shirley boys in 3, Wakatips 2 crew in 4, St Andrews 2, St Thomas of Canterbury's number 2 crew in 5, Nelson College in 6, and John McGlashan's College 3 crew in 7. A yellow boat out of 4 tells us it's a Wakatip crew, Max Davis and Charlie Manser. John Morrison, of course, this is the other half of the very good under-17 quad that you'll see here at Dunstan. I think we've already seen them on the water and quite impressive. This is the other half of them. The other first half was qualified in the heat number 2, or heat number 1 it was. So Wakatip said goodbye to the rest of the field, guys. You'll need the parachute to stop. You're so far ahead before you hit the big concrete dam up the western end of the lake. Into the yellow boys they go. We're looking for the second qualifier on their right hand, which is St Thomas of Canterbury's number 2 crew, Ben Morrison and James Loader. Paddy's doing the coaching there. They'll go through qualifying, but a little bit of pressure too out from them, which is John McGlashan 3, going to try and get up for a qualifier. They're about 1.25 lengths down. They're bringing Nelson with them, squeezed up between those 2 crews. And then we come down to more the middle of the course, Shirley boys. Shirley boys would only have 3/4 of a length over Twizel. They'll come home quickly, and they'll bring Christ College with them. The Christ College boy has a wee gaze across. He knows he's got to stay in that top 3 or 4. Wakatip, so easy. Beautiful run on their boat. They're clearing their wash by a good 1/2 length on the boat. Tells us there's plenty more to come when it comes to final day. St Thomas of Canterbury, Ben and James, they will get the second buzzer. The other ones in behind will be pretty happy. They're not far away from qualifying at all. Then it's John McGlashan. They'll go through the reps along with Nelson. That's 2, plus the 3 down on the inside, which gives you the full field. Shirley boys, Twizel area, and Christ College. Second heat was 6:10. We gave you that. We'll give you that third heat as soon as it comes. Now move on to the girls under 17 single sculls. Qualification again is 1 straight through to the final. Second, third, fourth and fifth will go to the river charge. We're looking for 4 others to go with the reps. Anybody else will be eliminated. Burnside 3 and 1. Timaru 1 and 2. Roncalli College 1 and 3. Wakatip High School 1 and 4. James Hargis number 2 crew in 5. St Hilda's number 2 crew in 6. St Kevin's in 7, and Darfield High School in number 8. Four and 5 as they go through just through that 1,000-metre peg, and it's lane number 4, Wakatipu High School, Lucy Clark. Shane will be pretty happy. He's got an eye on him. He's got his stopwatch down there ready to go. Good work, Shane. Wakatip High School sitting out in front only by about a length only by the look of it. James Hargis, number 2. Lila Jack, she was here at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals a couple of weeks ago and is extremely competitive as well under the guidance of Danny Young and Scott Cundall. 7:01, the boys under 17 double scull. Third heat went through in 7:01, considerably quicker. So there'll be some fireworks in there, and when I say fireworks, you won't even have to light the fuse. Still sitting out in front, no change from the leader, Wakatipu High School. They're just about ready to come up towards the last 500. They're halfway through that third 500. That's where the old knees start to shake and shudder a little bit. There'll be a wee bit of pressure going on. Some of these crews, certainly Refercharge Day is going to be very, very exciting, Refercharges, because there's a lot of crews off the leaders. There's a lot of crews sitting out in front and qualifying. And then from there, there's quite a big gap back. We've seen it in these heats. We saw it in the heats of the boys under 17 double scull where 2 crews went out and there was a big gap to the rest. So that means Refercharge Day, it'll be all go to try and get into the finals. It'll be like Sevens Day. It'll be like semi-final day at the Nationals. No pressure at all going on the Wakatip sculler. The next to qualify, we're looking only the one to qualify this time. So she's well out in front. She's told by the coaching panel the plan will be to go to the front and stave off any challenges if you can. On the right-hand shoulder is Hargist, James Hargist. James Hargist, one of the old schools in Invercargill, one of our big chief umpires here. He was a member of James Hargist in the teaching panels, Johnny. Going down towards the yellow boys. Go through the yellow boys now, goes the Wakatipu sculler. Lucy doing a great job in the Wakatipu colours. Now we'll see the Waihopai, the James Hargis sculler go through. She does row for Waihopai though. And these two have got the race. But unfortunately only one's going to qualify, so that's where you've got to be, sitting out in front. Wakatip just starting to push a little bit harder with the legs now. She obviously wants to blow out through the 100-metre buoy line. She goes down towards the buzzer. Chased along from the James Hargis sculler, but quite some way off the qualifying position. I think she'll be happy to just sit there. She'll know now that she can just put her time into the Refercharges. And then on her right-hand shoulder, so we're looking at 4 Refercharge qualifications. We go to St Hilda's. St Hilda's number 2. There's your second challenge. And then on their right-hand shoulder, St Kevin's. There's a qualifier there. And then come down to lane number 2, which is Timaru Girls. And I think you'll find that none of those crews are under any pressure to go through the Refercharge. Unfortunately, Burnside down in the inside and out, and Roncalli College, unfortunately, will have to go through the another event, we're hoping. Well, if you're working with a day sheet, you can take Queen's High School number 2 crew, Jordan Eckhoff. You can take her out of the Queen's High School by the look of it. So your Heat 2 has Dunstan High School down on the inside, and you have Twizel area in 3, St Hilda's in 4, James Hargist in 5, Burnside in 6, and Hill Morton out there in lane number 7. This is the girls under 17 single scull second heat. The winners go through. Michaela Oliver for Dunstan, and Hazel Henderson for Twizel Area School, Georgia Graham for St Hilda's, she's going to be very hard, Ella Norman for James Hargest, Julia Mitchell from Burnside, and Charlie Tate from Hill Morton it is. It is the St Hilda's, it is Georgia Graham. Jazz McIntosh does the coaching of the senior squad out of St Hilda's Collegiate in Dunedin, and we've seen this young lady go exceptionally well at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals a couple of weeks ago too. In fact, I think she was on the dais. I'm not too sure. Jazz will tell me. She's sitting out in front, and again there's this big distance back to the rest of the scullers. So we're getting groups of really good crews sitting out in front, and then we're going back to crews that perhaps are not being overly competitive throughout the season. On the right-hand shoulder of St Hilda's is James Hargest. But James Hargest looks like they'll have to all certainly go through a rep. And then we go right out wide. Hill Morton looks like it's going along pretty well, right out on the far side. They'll be the first three crews. Then we come down the very inside to Dunstan. There's a gap there because Queen's is not there. Twizel and Dunstan are locked together, and also the crew out there from Burnside is locked up with those three crews at the back of the field. Into the yellow boys goes Georgia. She had a very good season at rowing last year too. She was coming through the grades and very competitive in the under-16 grades last year. So she's been certainly a senior member of the St Hilda's Collegiate squad. They, of course, do all their training out of the harbour in Dunedin. Out wide, of course, James Hargest. That's Hill Morton out there. Charlie Tate. Lisa Manson is doing the coaching of Charlie. She's doing a really good job for the Hill Morton High School colours out there. I'm not too sure what shed they come out of, what training they do. Somebody can tap me on the shoulder and tell me. And then, of course, in the middle of the course, we have the James Hargest number 1 crew, which is Ella Norman. Danny and Scott do the coaching of her, and of course that's off the Ariti River down there in Southland, where it's so warm you can grow pineapples. The Hargest sculler will go through, but they're only looking at the winner. The winner will go in. Georgia Graham will go straight through, Hargest through the reps. They'll bring Hill Morton with them. There's 2, and we're looking for 2 more to qualify, and it looks like they're coming from the 2 down on the inside here, which is Dunstan. Dunstan will qualify, and Twizel. .8:29 was the first heat. Wakatipu High School went through. Lucy Clark went through in 8:29. I think Georgia Graham's time might be slightly quicker. We'll just wait until it comes up. 8:29. In the meantime, we go to the third heat that has Avonside in lane number 1, Cromwell in 2, St Andrews in 3, St Margaret's in 4, Burnside in 5, James Hargest 3 crew in 6, and Cashmere's 2 crew out in lane number 7. Looks like it is scratched. 8:31. So the second heat went through in 8:31. Right, the third heat again has got somebody sitting away out in front, so the final's going to be a pretty good race between the heat winners, and they're going to be considerably out in front when it comes to the final. Now showing the colours of St Margaret's. Out of the St Margaret's, coached by the St Margaret's coaching panel. And she goes into the yellow boys now. She's got 250 metres to go, and the other ones will be wondering where she is. They won't even be able to see her wash. She's that far out in front. This is another big win for a crew like we've been seeing all day today. I think we've only seen one very exciting finish so far. Ian got it, and it was in the 8s. And it was only a race that they're racing for lanes. So like we say, we should see all these heat winners, because they're so far out in front, we should see them dominate the leading bunch when it comes to the final. I would be very surprised if there's anybody that goes through the repecharges that can get anywhere near them, to be quite honest. Down towards the line, and St Margaret's goes. Followed, chased along by the crew from Burnside, but we'll have to go through the repecharges down on the other side. St Andrews, we have to go a long way back to St Andrews. Then we go back the other side to James Hargest, number 3 crew, and then we come down the very inside to Avonside and Cromwell College after that. But there's your leader, Scout Husky. Through the reps goes Burnside, St Andrews as well, and we're looking for 2 more. So the only one, unfortunately, to miss out will be the Cromwell Sculler, Elizabeth. Just waiting for that time to come up of that 3rd heat. That 2nd heat went through in 8:31. 4th heat has Mount Aspiring in lane number 1. Trinity, the first call for you for the regatta, guys. Well done. You have your under-17 sculler here. That's Maya Stool. Gareth Vaughan, of course, is doing the coaching. Gareth's been with the schools down there for quite some time. He does a brilliant job. He's already had a crew that qualified for the final earlier on in the day. So let's hope you can get another one through, Gareth. He coaches a couple of different schools down there, and it's guys like him that the rowing fraternity needs, that's for sure. We may see him up here as a volunteer one year trying to get an umpire's licence, Gareth, when you finish coaching. Well, you're too young for that. Coming out of lane number 5, it is Cashmere. Columba College is in 4, Cromwell College 2 and 6, and Meridian College in 7. It's coming out as Cashmere. It's Cashmere, and on the left-hand shoulder of Cashmere is Columba College. These 2 crews, again, have opened up a big gap of the rest of the field. Just as maybe a slight challenge come from the very outside Meridian College. 8:27. St Margaret's Sculler went through in 8:27. Then we went Burnside in 8:43. St Andrews 9:10, 9:21. James Hargest, Avonside 9:22. Cromwell 9:49, and Cashmere High School 2 scratch. You wouldn't believe the information that we get given to us up here. Into the yellow boys they go. Oh gosh, this young lady is cruising. Now, if you take a look, I did mention earlier on about strokes per minute. Look how slow this young lady has to get back to her next stroke. She is very slow and controlled on the slide. It tells me that she's just coasting along. And she looks as if she's a very strong rower, so she might be one to look out for in the final. Sitting right out in front is lane number 5, Cashmere High School. Joe and Molly will be happy with this young lady's performance. You can just see the leg drive that's going in. She's doing it all with power. We talked about bringing the rating down. If you bring the rating down, you've got to have power to keep the boat going. She is clearing her wash by a boat length. And she's going to go down and get the buzzer. Very impressive. Once she starts to wind it up and brings it up from what she's doing there at about 28, She will bring it up around the 34 mark, and she will need a parachute to stop, otherwise she'll hit the big concrete up that western end of the lake. Down the inside of her, Columba College will go through the reps. Also out wide will be Meridian College as well. We're looking for 2 more, and it looks like it's coming out of St Margaret's number 2. Trinity looks like it'll go through. Gareth, you'll go through to the reps with your girl, and also Mount Aspiring College. 8:27 for the third heat, so that was quicker than George Graham's heat. So that's the young lady from St Margaret's, Scout. That's got all the heats of the under-17s out of the way, guys. We now go on to race 54 of your regatta. And it's the girls under-17 coxed octuples. James Hargest out of 2, Christchurch girls out of 3, Wakatipu High School out of 4, Marlborough Girls College out of 5, and St Hilda's Collegiate out of 6. Girls under-15 coxed octuples. An awful lot of these rowers will be second-year rowers, and an awful lot of them will be novice rowers. This is the ideal class to be able to teach kids how to scull and balance correctly, is put them out in an octy. Ideally, you want to put them out in between experienced rowers so they learn a lot quicker. And the big gold boat of Wakatipus is sitting out in front in the big octies. And of course, under 15, this came into the program many years ago. The octies started to come on, and I think the gold medal in the very first octy race for the girls went to Dunstan High School. And I think they won it the year after that. And towards the gold boys they go as the big 8-packer of Wakatips. They're heavier than an ordinary sweep-oared boat. They've got 16 riggers, they've got 16 oars, and they've got 9 crew members, so they are a wee bit heavier, so their times are a bit slower than an ordinary sweep-oared boat. And you've got to keep them up on top of the water. If they drop down in the water, they are so hard to get back up and running again. So you clip them along on around 36, 37, and that's exactly what Wakatipu's doing. So Wakatipu right out in front. Coaches have done a good job, Jimmy. Into the 100-metre buoy line they go. They're sitting out in front, and they look tidy as well. We'll put that spirit level across the top from the bow to the stroke, and it would be right, the bubble would be right in the middle. Coxon sitting still in the boat, takes them down, gets the buzzer, gets the last lane tomorrow. They'll know the shortcuts tomorrow because they'll get the same lane number. Right-hand shoulder of them, but way back is Marlborough Girls. Good row from Marlborough Girls, only 3/4 of a length then back to Villa Maria, and only a length back to the crew from St Andrews and the crew from St Hilda's Collegiate, just 2 or 3 lengths back from there. So a very impressive row for the girls under 15 octo. 8:30 was the heat time for Kashmir. In that 4th heat, 8:30. The first of those, so Wakatip will go to there's 2 heats of the octos. I think for many years there would only have been about 2 or 3 crews entered in the first Māori Cup and South Island School Championships. There was only 2 or 3 crews entered in those first 2 or 3 years that this event was introduced. Now we're getting heats. So the rest will go through the repechage heat, and you'll find Wakatip straight through to the final. So the second heat has St Andrews College in lane number 2, St Hilda's Collegiate 2 crew in 3, St Margaret's in 4, Villa Maria in 5, and Columba College out in lane number 6. And we've got a crew that's sitting out in front by just over a clear length as they went through that 1,000-metre peg. It looks like it's coming out of lane 4, which is St Margaret's. So it's St Margaret sitting in front as they head in. All crews start to head into this third 500. And so Wakatip High School, that octi, the under 15 octi, went through in 7:26. Marlborough 7:36. St Hilda's then 7:39. James Hargis 7:43 and Christchurch Girls 8:05. So we'll just see how the second heat comes up. St Margaret's looks like they've got a commanding lead over the rest of the field. They've got about a 2-length advantage of the crew on their right-hand shoulder, which is Villa Maria. Villa Maria, both these two crews off the Avon River in Christchurch. I'm not too sure about, no, St Margaret's are off the Waimak. And then we go on the right-hand shoulder of Villa Maria, it's Columba College, but they are about, good 2.5, 3 lengths off the Villa Maria. And there's nothing between them, either just slightly in behind the two inside crews, St Andrews and St Hilda's Collegiate number 2 crew. There's nothing between those two crews down on the underside. But St Margaret's, all those supporters down there, St Margaret's tent, come out and give them a big cheer, because this is a pretty impressive lead that they have going into the final 500 metres. Get them behind your siblings, get them behind your club, get them behind your school, and give them a big cheer. We've got a big crowd here for a Friday, and book your place for Saturday and Sunday, because she's going to be packed here on Saturday and Sunday, and it's going to be warm and hot, so bring the slip, slop and slap. Pop across and get an ice cream off Steve. Sitting out in front, I'm going to get a rating on them just to see what they're doing, guys. We want to be up around the 36, 37. They're on 36. St Margaret's, and beautifully balanced crew as well. There's no shorties, there's no tallies. Well, they'll all be tall. This is under 15 grade, of course. They'll be eyeing themselves up a place at Mardi Cup. Keep an eye on St Margaret's. It's just a little bit of a break in the oars down at the coxswain's end. It looks like the coxswain's looking out at it, trying to get it sorted out. Yeah, I can see what the fault is. I hope the coaches can. Nevertheless, they're still sitting out in front and nothing anywhere near them. So they're doing a brilliant job, this sense, and the coxswain. I'll just see who's got it. Fritz Simmons, Emily Fritz Simmons doing the coxswain. She's keeping an eye on everything in the boat just to make sure that they've got a good rhythm and they're sticking all together. And the timing looks really good as they head down towards the buzzer. And it'll be interesting to see their frames. 7:26 from the first heat. Long way back now, 3-4 lengths back to Villa Maria. Villa Maria's got a good length and 3/4 over the crew from Columba College. Columba College has got a half a length only over St Andrews, and St Andrews with a 3/4 of a length over the crew from St Hilda's number 2 crew. We've just got to sit back and look for the time, but there was only the one that'll go through, so St Margaret's will go through, all the rest will go through to the repechage. The girls' octies went through in 7, we gave you that, 7:26. Oh, the second heat's gone through in 7:28. So 7:26 in the first heat, 7:26 in the... So we're looking at Wakatip and St Margaret's of the guns by the look of it. Villa Maria went through 7:43, Columba College 7:49, St Andrews 7:52, and St Hilda's 2 went through in 7:56. So going to be a tussle between Wakatipu in the octies on final day and St Margaret's. They are the two gun crews. Now we move on to race 56, due the start time 11:40. They're right on time, coming out of the 2,000 metre blocks down the eastern end of the lake. It is the boys under 15 coxed 8s, St Andrews in 2, Shirley boys 2 and 3, Christchurch boys 1 and 4, St Bede's 1 and 5, and Christchurch boys number 2 crew in 6. There are 2 heats, so it means they're going to take the winner of each heat, and we've got a winner sitting out in front showing the colours in lane 4 of Christchurch Boys High School. Tom and Claudia do the coaching for them, and it looks like Mackie, young Parnham Mackie, is sitting in the coxswain seat telling the boys that they're going through the yellow boys now. They go through the yellow boys coxswain. Always good to have your experienced coxswain out in the under 15s and novices. They're worth at least 2.5 to 3 lengths an experienced coxswain in the lower grades. Having a wee look round to see how many rabbits there are down in the central Otago area. Right alongside them on their right-hand shoulder, they'll be familiar with the colours of St Bede's. And St Bede's have only got about 1.25 lengths advantage over the crew from St Andrews down in lane number 2. Down towards the line to get the buzzer, and great, straight through to the final. So coaches have got to be happy. Tom and Claudia have eliminated the refa charge. Only just over 1 length. St Bede's, and then on the inside of them, they're sandwiched up between the two of them as Shirley boys. Oh, not Shirley boys, it is Christ. St Andrews it was, and then we have Shirley boys, and back to Christchurch boys number 2. So Christchurch boys will go through with their number 1 crew, and the second heat's got Otago boys in lane 2, Christ College in 3, Shirley boys in 4, St Thomas of Canterbury in 5, and Christchurch boys 3 crew out in lane number 6. So a heap of under 15 rowers coming out of Christchurch boys. If they can field 3 8s, that's a pretty good effort, Christchurch boys. Each crew's got a different coach by the look of it. Tom and Harry's got the number 3 crew. Through the 1,000-metre peg they go. The next big peg the coxswains will be telling them is 500 to go. Like I say, hopefully the coaches are putting their experienced coxswains out with the under 15s and the novices. Like I say, it can be worth 2.5 to 3 lengths advantage by having a good coxswain, keeping a crew together, especially in their first year rowing, or their second year, in a lot of cases in the under 15s. So it's coming from down on the inside, which is very rare for the regatta so far. Most of the crews are coming out of the centre lanes, the quick lanes, Otago boys it is. Matt and Cameron, what a brilliant job these 2 young fellas do with Otago boys. They had them very competitive here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships a couple of weeks ago. So just special pat in the back to you, Matt and Cameron, the way you handle the Otago boys rowers. Well, so they'll be sitting out in front. On their right-hand shoulder is Christ College in the white, and then an Indian file after that. We have Shirley boys in the lighter colours again. And then we go St Thomas of Canterbury and Christchurch boys number 3 crew. Back off the pace a little bit. So Indian file as they come down through the lake from the inside. It is Otago boys, Christ College and Shirley boys. That's the way as you flare out. You'd almost think this is the fast lane here, in lane number 1 or lane number 2 they're in. Otago boys, they do their training off the Otago Harbour. Of course, they've done a training camp up in Lake Dunstan this year, Otago boys. And then, of course, on their right-hand shoulder, Shirley boys, who do their training off the Avon River in Christchurch. And then a little bit of pressure going on them from St Thomas of Canterbury. And again, they are from Christchurch. I'm not too sure whether they do their training on the Avon River or whether they go out to the Waimak as well. That's the way as they come down inside the gold boys. We go quite a wee way back then to St. Thomas of Canterbury and Christchurch boys. The three inside crews together. Targa boys go down towards to get the buzzer. This is the second heat of the boys under 15 coxed 8s. Race 57 of the regatta. 6:44, the first heat went through in 6:44. Second buzzer goes to Christ College and Shirley boys. Put on a little bit of pressure over that last 200 or 300 metres and got a little bit closer to Christ College. Then we go out to St. Thomas of Canterbury and Christchurch boys. It's just a matter of sitting back wanting to see how the time was. First heat went through Christchurch boys number 1, who looked very impressive in 6:44. Time's not as fast as I thought it might have been. 5 seconds back St. Bede's, 3 seconds back again to St. Andrews, then Shirley boys and Christchurch boys. Your program moves on to the boys under 18 Cox 4. This is the elite class in the 4 sweep oars. Christ College 3 down in 2. Marlborough boys in 3. Christ College is 1 and 4. Christchurch boys high school in 5. St. Andrews in 6. We're looking at 2 heats, so the winner of this heat and the second heat will go straight through to the final, which will give you 2 in the final of 8, and then they have to find the other 6 out of the repechage. So the next 4 coming through. So they'll all qualify in this race for the boys under 18. Some may ask why, if they all qualify after the leader wins, did they actually row the repechage, which gives everybody an extra row, but that's the way the system works, guys. There's certainly 1 or 2 around that certainly wouldn't agree with it. So what I'm talking about is the winner will go through to the final. The other 4 crews in behind will also go through to the repechage, which means it is an extra row, but it also, you'll get the top 8s. So there will be crews that will be eliminated from the repechages. So the pressure's going on the gold boat in the middle, which is the gun under 18s, the elite class at school level. It's still sitting out in front. Comes out of lane number 5, which is Christchurch boys. They've only got a half a length advantage over Christ College. We're looking at 1 to go through, so they're trying to put the pressure on. Christ College, the sweep order, the tandem rig boat, have got a beautiful run on their boat. Their hands are cranked up. They're up and around 37, 38. They want to win the race. Can Christchurch boys counteract that? They're too slow with the hand speed, Christchurch boys. And in the meantime, Christ College has just about gone to them. They've got a quicker hand speed, and they've also got a better run on their boat because of it, and they've got to put their nose in front too. They head down to this row of buoy line. They've got 3 feet of canvas they've got, and it's only right down to the quick hand speed inside those yellow buoys. They came over the top of them. They couldn't counteract with Christchurch boys. It was too late for them to crank their hands up, and the run of the boat took them through. So now Christchurch boys will have to go through the repechage. We'll see what the time is. The second heat of the boys under 15 coxed 8s went through in 6:50. So that's considerably slower than the first heat. Went through in 6:44. See what the guns do in the sweep oared 4s. That is a sure advantage of what can happen if you're going up Marty Cup. I have nothing more than experience at it. And if you don't crank the hands up before you get to the gold boys and you're looking to get in the final, or you're already in the final and you want to get a gold medal around your neck, if you do not crank it up within the yellow boys, if not sooner than the yellow boys, 300 out, you'll find that you're going to get rowed through, and you'll find that you'll go across the line and you didn't take the gold, silver or bronze that you were expected to take. Take it on board. There's a lot of experience telling you here that that's what will happen. The North Islanders will absolutely fly inside those last 300 metres. And if you want to match it, you have got to come up around 37, 38, 39 to finish off the last 300 to get a gold medal around your back. If you don't do that, you won't get it. Shirley boys down in lane 2, Christchurch 2 and 3, St Bede's 4 in the centre lane, Waitaki boys alongside them in 5, Christ College is 2 and 6. So head down inside the last 500 metres and it's out wide. It is Christ College right out wide that'll have the lead, only just though, overcoming through the inside out of lane 3, which is the Nelson, which is Christchurch boys 2. St Bede's stuck in between them and Waitaki, back off the pace a little bit, and Shirley boys back off the pace a little bit. It's Christ, I don't know if it is Christ out there. Christchurch boys number 2 crew. That's going along exceptionally well as they head down. We'll just try and get a time for you. 6:37. Christ College went through the heat in 6:37. And I knew that they would be around that. So it's out wide. It's still that Christ College number 2 crew. Jonty Gray's doing the coxing for them. He's lying flat down in the cockpit. He knows exactly where he's got the boat and where he has to be. He knows he's got no boats in front of him. The challenge was coming from the crew from Christchurch boys, but that's come to the end, and Christ College clearly sitting out in front, a length clear. And then we go the same distance, maybe 2 lengths back to the Nelson combination. It is the St Bede's it is. How could you mix those colours up? And then Waitaki boys and Shirley boys down on the inside. It's a matter of looking for we've got the finalists, we've got the repechage guys, and it's just a matter of getting the times. 6:37 for the first heat. We'll give you the time of the second when it comes, because coming up is the girls under 18 coxed 4s. Again, we're looking for 1 to go straight through to the final. We're looking for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So the next 4 behind the leader will go through to the repechage. And there's 4 others in behind the leader as well. So they'll all go through to the repechage. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that time to come up, we'll go through and pick the girls up. Lane number 4 showing the colours of St Margaret's again. They're starting to become prominent now, St Margaret's. So St Margaret's sitting out in front, the first heat of the girls under 18, Cox 4. And like we said, the under 18 grades the elite class at school rowing. How long is it going to be the elite class at school rowing? Is it going to be dropped to the under 17s? 1, 2, 3 from St Margaret's, Marlborough College on their right-hand shoulder, but a good length and a half down, and then at least another length and a half back to Rangiruru. Those are the crews on the outside. Nelson College is on the left side. 6:41. 6:41 was Christ College's number 2 crew, and the boys under 18, Cox 4. Christchurch boys 2 crew went through in 6:44, St Bede's 6:50, Waitaki boys 7:09, and Shirley boys 7:57. So still sitting out in front, St Margaret's, the 3rd 500. The next buoy line the Cox will get will let them know that they've got 500 metres to go. And the Cox will be very aware that they've got to be in front as well. So on the right-hand shoulder, still Marlborough Girls. Marlborough Girls a good length and 3/4 down from St Margaret's. And then another length and 3/4 we go on the right hand side of Marlborough Girls is Rangi Ruru's number 2 crew. Charlie Ward doing the coxing there, and Patrick I is doing the coaching for the Rangi Ruru number 2 crew. Then we have to go a long way back. Then we go to Nelson College for girls. And then we go to Dunstan High, back further from there as well. So head towards the Yellow Boys. We'll try and call them through for you as they come into the Yellow Boys. It'll give you an idea of what distance there is between the crews. There's a good 2 3/4 lengths up to the Yellow Boys. They come St Margaret's this time now through the Yellow Boys. Marlborough Girls will be the next one. They'll come to the Yellow Boys now, and then on their side now to Rangi Ruru's 2 crew. And these 3 crews have been there ever since we picked them up after they came through the 1,000-metre peg. They'll go down. There'll be no need to crank anything up here because they are sitting out in front. St Margaret's quite comfortably. We'll just go straight through to the final. 100-metre buoy line they go. Still got this length and 3/4, maybe just over a length they've got over Marlborough Girls. Marlborough Girls will be pretty happy with that, I think. They know that St Margaret's is one of the top schools around in this grade in the under-18s, so the Marlborough Girls crew will be pretty happy with their row. Same distance back goes to Rangi Ruru. Then we go to Nelson Girls and Dunstan Arm. 6:41, the boys are under 15, second heat went through in 6:41. We've already given you that. Right, there was a watch handed in that was found in the launching bay. So there was a watch handed into the Secretary's office. It was found in the launching bay. There was also an ASB cash card was also handed in very early on in the regatta, so obviously somebody hasn't checked that yet. That second heat of the girls under 18, the 1, 2 and 3 crews, second, third and fourth are going to go through the river charge. The winning crew will go straight through the final out of lane 3, St Margaret's number 2 crew. Craighead Dyson out of 4, Rangi Ruru's top crew out of 5, and Waitaki's top crew out of 6. 1 to go through, and we're going to have a little bit of a battle here out of 4 and then out of 5. So it's Rangi Ruru over Craighead Dyson. So Rangi's got an advantage of about a length and a quarter over Craighead. And this is where we expect Rangi to be, sitting out in front. Charlotte, Izzy, Tahala, and also Brooke. Coach is Adam, Cox is Grace. And that's where Rangi usually are sitting out in front. They will be sorting out their crews for the Māori Cup, along with an awful lot of other schools here. But there's an awful lot of crews that are out the back end. I'm wondering whether they will get the chance to row Māori Cup or not. This South Island regatta, the Meridian Energy South Island Schools regatta, is as good as going to Māori Cup as far as experience goes, because once we get the big crowds tomorrow, it'll be all go. Like I say, it'll be firecrackers. So Rangi coming up towards the 100-metre buoy line, and they are clearly out in front by a good length and 3/4 over the crew from Craighead, Dyson, and from out of the Timaru sheds. Rangi Ruru out of Christchurch, of course, Dyson out of Timaru, and then we go back to the St Margaret's number 2 crew. They are out of Christchurch. And then we go quite a wee way back to Waitaki Girls High School out of Oamaru. Down towards the buzzer, 2 lengths clear. It's a good row under no pressure whatsoever. The coaches from Rangiruru will be very happy at him for that. He hasn't put his crew under any pressure whatsoever. Traeger will have to go through the refer charges, but I have no doubt that they will qualify for the final, along with their St Margaret's number 2 crews. It makes the St Margaret's number, their under 18-8 will be very strong, with them winning the first heat and finishing third in that heat there. And then we go to Waitaki. 7:25 the first heat went through in. Girls under 16 quadruple sculls, 1 and 2 we're taking through to the final here. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th will go through the ripper charge, so 1 will drop off. No, they will all come through. I've only got 7 in the first heat, heat number 1. It's got Columba College on the inside, St Andrews in 2, Burnside in 3, Cashmere in 4, Wakatipu in 5, St Margaret's in 6, and Christchurch Girls in 7. So they'll all come and row again in the refer charges, but they're only looking at 2 to go straight through to the final. 7:23, the second heat of the girls under 18 coxed sweepboard event went through in 7:23. The first heat went through in 7:25. So the battle's going to be between St Margaret's number 1 and Rangiruru, and that's where the battle has been many, many years. The battle has been between those 2 top schools when it comes to the under 18 racing. Burnside down in lane number 1, Wakatipu's number 2 crew in 2. That's the second heat. Oh, there's a little break in your program, guys. Okay, there's a little break in your program for 12:30 till 12:34. So sit back and enjoy it. Like I says at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals, if we get a break like this, we could lock up to a little bit of music, and while you were sitting back having lunch, you would get a little bit of music from 94.4 FM. But unfortunately, we've got a new system here now, and it doesn't appear to be hooked up to the radio. So you'll just have to have a yarn between yourself and everybody, and your next door neighbour, of course. Pack it in, you pack it out. Please don't leave your luggage while you're having lunch. Pop over to the cafeteria, all go down and see Drew. Steve's there with the ice creams, and I think they've got the Pizza Hut and the bacon butties going over the back. Take a walk around. As a parent and a supporter, though, you are not allowed in the boat park, but you can go down to the 1,000-metre peg. Enjoy the little break, and I think Ian might be coming on straight after it. Down there. S. O'Grady. So if S. O'Grady or anyone knows S. O'Grady out there, check your hip pocket, because we've got your card here. It will be handed in at the Secretary's office. So that's S. O'Grady. Anybody that knows S. O'Grady or is S. O'Grady, but don't go along when you're somebody else's name. You'll need to know the number and everything. And I'll give Mrs. King my TAB account number, and we'll stock her up before he gets his card back. Thanks.
Welcome back, team. We're just about to get underway with the afternoon session. Doesn't mean you can finish your lunch. Many of you can continue. You've probably done enough for an ice cream or another coffee or another bacon sandwich. Girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, Heat 1, will be the first race underway for what we'll call the afternoon session. They are lined up on their blocks, ready to go. Give you those fields while we just wait for them to sort themselves out. In lane 1 will be Columba College 1, Isla Hales, Ava Wilson, Zara Wills, Emma Sayer, with Cameron Smith the Cox. Lane 2 will be St Andrews College 1, Nina Freya, Sophia Largius, Scarlett Ellis, Lauren Bolton and Lily Prophet the Cox. Burnside High School number 1 will be in lane 3. Amy Muncaster, Evie Nathan, Melissa Irvine, Harriet Gorman, Lucy Gibson the Cox. Lane number 4, Cashmere High School 1, Zoe Perrin, Abby Graham, Marley Lloyd, Charlotte Clatworthy, Ivy Omar is the Cox. And lane number 5, Whakatipu High School number 1, Eve Pagan, Caitlin Roberts, Caitlin Purdue, Zara Small, Emily D is the Cox. And lane number 6, St Margaret's College 1, Leela Elkington, Ella McLean, Sophie Mitchell, Molly Tyler and Lucy Johnson the Cox. And in Christchurch Girls High School, their number 1 crew, Charlotte May, Greta Stewart, Evie Jones, Jada Montgomery and Georgia Dean. We'll be far away from starting. Nice crowd for a Friday, so there'll be a few workplaces without people and a few just finishing their lunch, having a look on the live stream. If you are just unpacking sandwiches and things down here on the grassy bank, please remember to take your rubbish with you. And if you haven't got that sunscreen on now, then I'd get it on because it's going to get brighter this afternoon. They're underway in that first heat. We'll just wait for them to come into view. I'm sure we'll pick up some placings on the live stream as they make their way, but just going through their start sequences, rating quite highly before they get the boat up and away and lengthen. Looks like good starts there from Cashmere, Whakatipu High School and St Margaret's College. In fact, it's very even actually out there at the moment. St Margaret's College, Cashmere just emerging. They're up towards the 750 gone. Then we come across to just the left of the umpire's boat. You will see Burnside High School. Cashmere on the other side. Those are the leading crews. Right across the outside, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Back inside to St Andrews College number 2. St Andrews College 1 in lane 2 rather than Columba College in lane 1. Great view as they start to come up towards the 1,000 metre mark. We way to go yet, but that's when the coaches will pick them up. And if you do fancy going for a wander today, do head on down to that 1,000 metre mark. Great opportunity to hear the coxswains' calls as they come through and get quite close to the action. It's a great space to watch from and to see as they come up through. Many of the crews will wait till the 1K mark before they start to make their moves. As they head towards there now, it's still Cashmere just out on the outside. Christchurch Girls High School looking strong. Then we go to Burnside, St Andrews College. Not much between these crews at all. So this is the under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Heat 1. The progression here is 1 and 2 through to the A final, and then 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 will head through to the repechage. Same obviously for the second heat making its way through. If you watch the umpire boat as they're coming down, then it'll give you a guide as to where the leaders are. The umpires will try and stay pretty much behind the leaders without disrupting too many of the outside crews. But you can see Whakatipu out there in the bright yellow. They've got the yellow boat coming down there on the right-hand side of the umpire's boat. Just to the right of them is St Margaret's going further across the end of Christchurch Girls High. So you can see Whakatipu, you go across to Christchurch Girls High to the left of Whakatipu is Cashmere. To the left of them is also Burnside. That's where it's coming from. Cashmere, Burnside, Whakatipu. Then we go across to the crew on the outside, which is Christchurch Girls High School, back and across to St Andrews and then into Columba College in lane 1. Up towards the 1,000 metre mark they come. Lane, and then Heat 2 will be underway very shortly. In fact, I think they'll let them go. I'll be the crews for that. In Lane 1 and Heat number 2, Burnside High School number 2, Miranda Ewan, Olivia Blackmore, Marn, Hannah Watson, Courtney Capon, Mitch Cowan is the Cox. In Lane 2, Whakatipu High School number 2, Eve Burrow, Ella Day, Lucia Summerfield, Eva McGee, and Bella Nosson is the Cox. In Lane 3, Marlborough Girls College 1, Kate Young, Amelia Hardy, Celia Spencer, Zoe Hawes, and Victoria Gaines is the Cox. In Lane 4, Ashburton College 1, Tegan Marriott, Zara McGillan, Georgia Scammell, Isla Moffat, Maddie Marshall is the Cox. In Lane 5, Marion College 1, Freya Burgess, Jenna Brennan, Jennifer Courtier, Peyton Moss, G'day Dylan, Jessie Wayman is the Cox. In Lane number 6 of Villa Maria College 2, Ruby Lee Holmes, Sophia Damiani, Aurelia Morton, Abby Norman Lata, and Ruby Shepherd Smith. And the lane number 7, Craighead Dawson School number 2, Angel Makawa, Leah Newlove, Juliet Griffin, Olivia Moffat, and Daisy Campbell is the Cox. So that's the field for heat number 2. Heat number 1 on its way down, still coming with Whakatipu and Cashmere and Burnside. Now, I have to be the bad cop here. We've got a couple of gazebos that have been erected down by the waterfront. I need to ask both those gazebos, one is a red one is a grey one, if they can be moved in behind the other side of the road, please. The reason is that it impedes the judges' views of the crews coming down. So I was just a bit distracted while our Chief Safety Officer, ironically wearing a sling on his arm, Peter Midgley, was just instructing me to let you guys know that if we can have those two gazebos that are at the water's edge, the red one and the grey one, move back behind the road, please, because it's impeding the view for the judges. So they're going to give you 20 minutes to do that, and then they'll come down and just have a wee chat. So if you can do that for us, that'd be much appreciated. In the meantime, let's get back to what's happening on the water and the reasonable here. Whakatipu, a great job here. 2 boat lengths clear of Cashmere, another 2 boat lengths back to Burnside. These 3 crews well ahead of the rest of the field. It is 1 and 2 through to the A final. So 3, 4, 5 and 6 will go to the repechage. Those are the 3 that are leading. Back inside from Burnside, we see St Andrews College. Then we go across on the outside to Christchurch Girls High School. Back inside from them, St Margaret's College, number 1. And then it is just down on the inside there with Columba College, number 1. So making their way through. Burnside, some work to do if they want to drag back this Cashmere crew. They've got 2 boat lengths to do it in. Whakatipu is still holding that lead over Cashmere. This is heat 1 of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Heat number 2 up through the 500 metre mark. Still early days for them, but coming right out of the middle of there in heat number 2. Marlborough Girls College, Ashburton College, Marion and Villa Maria number 2 also doing quite well the early doors. Back down to Whakatipu number 2. It's quite a strong heat, that one. This is a strong event, I think. Whakatipu just getting taken down now by Cashmere. Cashmere starting to come back at them. Both will go through the A final at this rate, but you can just see how Cashmere have really pushed in the last 250 metres, and now Whakatipu starting to react. Just rating a little bit higher, Whakatipu, as they sit there, get that big yellow boat up out of the water, make it move a little bit faster and just hold on to this advantage over Cashmere. But it's not quite working out that way for them yet. Cashmere drawing right alongside them, and then it's 3 boat lengths back to Burnside. So it is with the crew from Whakatipu making all the running, but as Cashmere come down the outside of them though. So Cashmere just ticking it up. Look a little bit bigger on that white boat of theirs as they start to go past the crew from Whakatipu. Just as the red boys go in now, we've got about 70 metres to run. And so Cashmere and Whakatipu, bow ball for bow ball, there's not too much between them as they come down the line. Both of them will go through the A final. Then we'll go back to Burnside, just coming through the 100 metres to go. They'll head through to the repechage, and then following along with them, then we come down to St Andrews College. Across on the outside, we'll go to Christchurch Girls High School. Then we'll come back and tie to St Margaret's. That'll complete that first heat. Thank you, team, for getting the grey gazebo down. I think the red one's on its way from what we can see, so thanks for your cooperation. The judges will appreciate that. Second heat into the 1,000 they come, last 1,000 for them. Ashburton College. 8th is Ashburton College from Villa Maria 2. It looks like. Then back to Marlborough Girls. Oh, there's a dirty big spider on the commentary box. Get out of it. Whakatipu looking quite strong down there in lane number 2. But it's Ashburton holding the cards here. So this is again 1 and 2 through to the A final. We'll try and get you a time for that first heat as it comes through. But Villa Maria sitting out there. Villa Maria and Ashburton leading these crews down. We go back then to Whakatipu. Inside from then to Marlborough Girls College. Then we go across to Meridian number 1 will be next to the rest. Right on the outside to the green boat of Craighead Diocesan. Back across to Burnside High School number 2 down there in lane 1. Second heat, girls under 16, coxed quadruple sculls. Third heat is underway. While this cruise come down, I'll give you the cruise in the third heat, which has just started in lane 1. Queen's High School 1, Annie Tocker, Brianna Patterson, Olivia Adam, Elizabeth Clifton, Riley Elliott the Cox. Lane number 2, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Evie Mitchell, Emily Wainwright, Bridget Spittle and Tessa Wright with Emily Tartone the Cox. In lane number 3, it's Nelson College for Girls, Hannah Astridge, Charlotte Hamilton, Olive Forrester, Zoe Dunstan with Kayla Trotter the Cox. In lane number 4, Craighead Dawson School number 1, Skylar Seymour, Jasmine Payne, Kate Caird, Neve Gordon and Bella Westgarth as the Cox. In lane number 5, Villa Maria College number 1, Elizabeth Cochran, Izzy Mott, Natalia Richards, Camellia Tauroa and Ruby Kennedy as the Cox. In lane number 6, James Hargis College 1, Daisy McDonald, Maisie Finn, Anna McWilliams, Madison Stevens and Georgia Horgan as the Cox. Lane 7, Cashmere High School number 2, Holly Gundry, Abby Pincus, Isla Anderson, Lucy O'Connor and Annika Larson as the Cox. That is heat 3. Just going through 500 metres gone. Heat number 2 sits out here now with 500 metres to go. And it is still that crew right out in the middle there. Ashburton College just threw me because they've got a different coloured boat to normal. That's a big pink looking Swift, if I'm not wrong. Sally's not here, but that's Ashburton College in the blue and the red, doing a great job out there in front. They would have 3 boat lengths now over Whakatipu 2, have come through into that second spot quite nicely, pushing ahead of Marlborough Girls College, and on the outside Villa Maria, who are looking quite handy. So it is between Villa Maria and Whakatipu number 2 for that second spot to go straight through to the A final, and who's going to join Ashburton College. Back from those 2 crews, we then go inside to Marlborough Girls and to Marion. Then we come down to Burnside High School back there in lane number 1, across on the outside to Craighead Dawson 2 in the green boat. Just look like they're hanging back on their rating a wee bit now, perhaps worked out what's what and where they are, but making their way up 150 metres to go. This is quite impressive from this Ashburton crew. There's a good strong crew in there. So that's Tegan Marriott, Zara McGillan, Georgia Scammell and Isla Moffat, Maddie Marshall doing the coxing. Our chief starter Justin Wall, one of the coaches along with Mary Hefford, and just moving along quite nicely. That quite distinctive pink quad, and it is a Swift. I can see the little Swift thing on the bow, so nice to see that coming in. There's Sally Berap. She's not here at the moment. 100 metres to go. And Ashburton looking very strong. Just look how clean their catches are. When those blades go into the water at the catches, hardly any splash. They're just sitting them in there, getting a connection, then driving through. So this is very impressive for under 16 girls. Looking very handy as they go through, all decked out with the same white caps. Through to the final they go. The time in the previous heat was 7:31, so we'll see what those girls going through. They're well clear. And Villa Maria have now pulled ahead of the crew from Whakatipu. So nice piece of work in the last 250 metres from Villa Maria to get themselves through into the final, coached by Kevin Mates and Phoebe Collier. So Ruby Lee, Sophia, Oriella and Abby doing a great job there, heading through. Whakatipu will finish 3rd, followed by Marlborough Girls College on the outside to Marion, back inside to Burnside number 2, and then across to Craighead Diocesan. Just take a look on that time. Heat number 1, 7:31. Heat 3 makes its way down, and it's all coming out of the middle of the course in lane number 4. That's Craighead Diocesan number 1. That's Skylar, Jasmine, Kate and Neve with Bella Westgarth coxing. They've had a strong season, that crew. Inside from them, Nelson College for Girls holding on to second just over Waitaki Girls. Then we go right alongside them on the inside to Queen's High School. On the outside to Cashmere High School number 2. Back inside to James Hargis, and then Villa Maria number 1 just sitting in the back there a little bit as they make their way up into the second half of the course. This is the 3rd heat of the girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls, and thank you to the team that have taken the red gazebo down. All done and dusted down there. So if you have got gazebos, they do need to be behind the road so that we can keep a clear line of view for the judges. Otherwise, it's a wee bit difficult. Wee bit difficult for the rest of the crew here, rest of the field here. Look at this lead from Craighead Doss and Dean Milnes, the coach. They've been rowing out of the Timaru colours club-wise all season, but with 3/4 of the race done, they would be a good 5 boat lengths in front. Very impressive result. Just sneaking through there on the inside lane is Queen's High School #1. Remember, we're looking for a second place getter to go straight through as well. We move from this into the boys under 16 double sculls. They're underway. Heat #1, just heading up towards the 500 metre mark. I can tell you that the time for that second heat was 7:35, so on paper a little bit slower, but I think that Ashburton crew's got a bit more up their sleeve. Giving you the feel for the boys under 16 double sculls, the first heat. In lane 1, Christchurch Boys High School #2, Seth Renshaw, Louis Cunningham. Lane #2, John McGlashan College 2, Mackenzie Fiston and Odra McNicholas. Lane #3 is King's High School 3, Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley. Lane #4, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Cairo Horgan and Seth Trenter. Lane #5, Otago Boys High School #2, Logan Miller and Tom Colley. Lane 6 is Cashmere High School #1, Cooper Laird and Jack McDonald. And lane #7 is Burnside High School #2, Lucas Cochran and Tyler Rogers. They're through 500 metres now. I've just had, would you, Peter, come here. Peter, you can talk. Oh, you big wowzer. Peter Midgley would like to pass on his esteemed thanks to the people who just dropped the 2 gazebos. They're very happy. Thank you for that. Heat #3, the girls under 16 quadruple sculls. And look at this from Craighead Dawson out there now. They've done the work. They're just coming through at 250 metres to go. They are well under control. And it'll be interesting to see how they go up against the Ashburton crew when these 2 crews go up against each other in the final. They won't have to go through the repechage. They're still raiding away. They've just ticked it up a bit to 35, 36 just to do a piece towards the end, but they're holding on to first. Second sitting there is Nelson College for girls. So who's going to get the second spot? That's the thing we're interested in. Waitaki girls putting up against Nelson. And just look at Queen's High School #1. They've started to crank their handles down there in lane 1. So that's just where the run will come through. Sometimes these other crews can leave it too late before they try and get a run on their boat. Riley Elliott, the cox for Queen's High School, she's decided we're going to do it now. So Nelson need to respond. Kyla Trottle's the cox there. She'll need to get her crew working. What will Waitaki do? We don't have to worry about Craighead. They're in the middle of 50 metres to go. So they're still working hard. They're going to come down nicely here. Skylar, Jasmine, Kate and Neve. Bella Westgarth got them well under control sitting there in that bow facing coxing position as they take the buzzer now. And Nelson have responded nicely to Queens. They just got more power in their stroke, the Nelson crew. Not rating as highly, but the boat is moving along nicely when they push in. So they're looking very handily placed to take the second final spot. Tim Babbage, the coach, will be pretty happy with that. They're going to hit out by about 2 seats when they get down to line. So Nelson through to the final. Into the repechage goes Waitaki, Queens, across on the outside to Cashmere #2. Then James Hargis #1. And then back down to Villa Maria College #1 in that third heat. Otago Boys High School #2 leading this first heat of the boys under 16 double sculls down. So this is straight through to the A final goes the winner. And that'll mean we must have a lot of heats. We've got 4 heats of the under 16 double sculls. So Otago out there leading. Just on the outside of them is the crew from Cashmere. On their inside is St Thomas's of Canterbury. But Otago have made all the running here. It looks like they've got this fairly well under control. Go back to lane 3, King's High School. Then we go on the inside, then a bit further back, John McGlashan College #2. So just down in the Johnny's tent before, they've had a bit of trouble with getting their row suits sorted. So some of their junior crews are in Otago suits, and some of them are in John McGlashan's, and all the seniors will be in the John McGlashan colours. So you might see a little bit of all sorts out there, but they're all racing hard. Then we go outside of Cashmere to Burnside High School #2. But this is all Logan Miller, Tom Colley, coached by Thomas Ryan, came out through that Otago program. They were coached for a while, Otago Boys High, by Kirsty Dunhill, one of our fellow commentators. She'll be busy coaching and commentating at the North Island Secondary Schools Championships this weekend. So the pressure now starting to come on Otago from St Thomas's of Canterbury. So those multicoloured Thomas's blades, blue blades with their red and gold stripes right alongside them. So it'll be between these two. Let's see how they manage the rest of the race, these 2 crews, what their race plan is. Under 16, a lot of it will be let's just go nuts and get to the end like we've been told to, and it looks to me like that's what St Thomas's have done. So the Otago Boys High School coming through the 1,000 had a really handy lead, but St Thomas's have really clawed back at that now, and look at them just rating up and putting the work in. So they've got the run. Otago are going to have to find something else and go a bit deeper to keep going to the end, because it just seems to be a run coming from St Thomas's. Then we go 3 boat lengths back to King's High School there in the sky blue. On the outside we go to Cashmere High School. Then we come back inside to John McGlashan, back further to Christchurch Boys High School number 2. And then on the outside lane there in lane 7 is the Burnside High School number 2 crew. Second heat's underway. Lane 2, St Bede's College number 2, and Mary Campbell, Connor Thwaites. Lane 3, Marlborough Boys College 1, Jesse Englefield, Matthew McLeod. Lane 4, Otago Boys High School number 1, Ollie Scott and Leo Garden. In lane number 5, Wakatipu High School number 1, Finn Henderson and Louis Dela Cruz. In lane 6, John McGlashan College 1, Mackay Hape and Toby Hebden. And in lane number 7, Hill Morton High School number 1, Peter Newman-Heisenson and Elliot Tate, coached by Antonio Francis Rees. Just watching this finish out here, they've gone over the top of them, haven't they? St Thomas's, they've worked really hard since about the 12.50, and now Otago's still trying to come back at them, but geez, they're working hard in there. Cairo Horgan and Seth Trainer from St Thomas's of Canterbury. Remember, the winner goes straight through. They've got half a boat length over the Otago Boys crew, who were leading at the 1K. So that's a well-timed and well-executed race there from St Thomas's of Canterbury. Daniel Ryan, the coach, will be pretty happy with that. Through to the A final of the boys under 16 double sculls they go. Into the repechage will go Otago Boys High School. Joining them will be King's High School. We go outside to Cashmere, further outside to Burnside, back inside to John McGlashan number 2, and then back down here in lane number 1 will be Christchurch Boys High School number 2. 7:38 was the time for the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls heat number 3, so not too bad. There's about 3 seconds across those heats. Marlborough Boys College number 1 look like they're leading this second heat of the boys under 16 double sculls down. That's Jesse and Matthew just sitting in there in lane 2. Right next to them, the Otago Boys High School just might be poking their nose in front of them. In fact, I think they've got a boat length on them from Whakatipu. So it's Otago Boys just from Marlborough Boys College across from Whakatipu. Then we go to John McGlashan. Then on the outside of them is, they're just going to head them now, actually, Hill Morton High School. Peter and Elliot, it's pretty good. And then St Bede's College number 2 down there in lane 2 as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, heading towards 7:50 to go. 1 to go through, and it is with Whakatipu. Sorry, Otago Boys, I'm just looking at the wrong screen. They've got this well under control, but we thought that for the last one. So just watch this now. We've seen how it changes so quickly. Otago Boys are sitting there, Whakatipu just on their right shoulder, and Marlborough Boys College on the inside. So there could be a battle between those 3 crews. We'll just watch as they make their way down. That is the second heat. Third heat is now underway as well. They're firing them through. In lane number 2, King's High School number 2, Villy Steenkamp and Edward Hager. Lane 3, there is a scratching. In lane 4, Timaru Boys High School number 1, Cooper Gordon, Tim Bartlett. Lane 5, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Ruben Saggers and Domenico Fricka. In lane number 6, St Andrews College 1, Isaac Seta and Hamish Longstaff. And in lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Cooper Blanken and Seth Flynn. Just through 500 metres now is that third heat. Second heat has 500 metres to go. Well in control though, aren't they, in front? There's Otago Boys High School over Marlborough Boys, who have just started to move on them. So Marlborough Boys moving past Whakatipu. Whakatipu into third. Marlborough Boys are the ones that can put Otago under pressure. So let's just wait and see how they're going. I think that Marlborough Boys have got some work to do. Can Otago hold on? Whakatipu will look to come back at both those crews. Then we go outside into John McGlashan still, just ahead of St Bede's College number 2. Further out in lane number 7 is Hill Morton High School number 1. Through 500 metres in that third heat, and it is very little between Timaru Boys, Shirley Boys and St Andrews College. Those are the 3 crews leading out front. St Bede's have scratched. Then we go back to Christchurch Boys, lane 7, King's High School, lane 2. That is heat number 3. Heat number 2 heads towards the last of the Red Boys, up to the Golden Boys, 250 to go. Targo doing the work here. Another Thomas Ryan crew, Ollie Scott, Leo Garden. Looks like they've got the advantage over Marlborough Boys. Marlborough Boys, let's see what they've got. Are they going to try and crank up and chase down this Otago crew? Whakatipu are, but they've probably got too far to go. Just trying to get a bit more run on their boat. are the two boys from Marlborough Boys College, and they've just taken it up. Look at them. So watch this little finish here coming in from Marlborough Boys College. They're winding up. How's Otago going to react? Can they keep them at bay? Because there's more speed coming out of that Marlborough Boys crew at the moment. Otago going to respond? Trying to push a bit more on the legs. Looks like they are. We come up and see who gets the 100 metre boy now. 100 metres now for Otago. 100 metres for Marlborough now. Oh, they've got advantage here, Otago. There's still a run coming from Marlborough. Marlborough are pushing on them, but I think Otago will hold on nicely. They've kept it to nearly a boat length and a half. Third will be Whakatipu. Just looked like Marlborough were trying to get going. Otago responded nicely. And Otago boys, number one, Ollie and Leo will go through to the A final. The boys under 16 double sculls, second to Marlborough Boys College, then back to Whakatipu. We come back to St Bede's College on the inside, across to John McGlashan, and on the outside in the red is Hill Morton High School in that second heat, as the third heat hits the second half of the course. Less than 750 metres to go almost for them. Less than 1,000, actually a little bit further to go. It's still coming out of the middle of the course. It is with Shirley Boys High School. That is Ruben and Domenico leading them down. Just on the inside of them is Timaru Boys, Cooper Gordon, Tim Bartlett. One goes through to the A final. Here's your battle there. Those two crews showing out. Shirley Boys in the middle. Right next to them, Timaru Boys. Next to the rest would be St Andrews College on the right. Back inside to King's High School on the left. And then we go back on the outside to Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Heat number 4 is underway. Let's get you some times for some of these. Heat number 1 went through in 7:13. Not too shabby. Let's see what heat number 2 went through, and that's still coming. Heat number 3 is heading up towards 500 metres to go. Heat number 4 is just through 500 metres. So they are King's High School number 1, Harry Lyons and Gabe Scott in lane 2. Lane 3, St Bede's College 1, Ryan Atwood, Liam Hollander. Lane 4, Burnside High School number 1, Thomas Carey. Get off your computer, Simon. Riley McMorrin. Lane number 5, Shirley Boys High School number 2, Silas Freeman and AJ Jordan. Lane number 6, Waitaki Boys High School 1, Manu Fisalau and Jacob Rawbach. Lane number 7, Cashmere High School number 2, James Ogg and Matthew Stewart. Through 500 metres gone they are in the fourth and final heat of the boys under 16 double sculls. But just watching Shirley and Timaru Boys High at each other in this third heat, making their way down. Second heat went through in 7:17, so 4 seconds slower than the previous one. That third heat, though, here they come. Shirley Boys, Timaru Boys. Cooper Gordon, Tim Bartlett from Timaru. Shirley Boys, Ruben and Domenico. Who's going to make the running? Coming past his supporters now. I'd say advantage Timaru at this stage. So come on, Shirley. Give it a bit of wally. See if you can get yourselves over. Then we have 4 boat links back on the outside to St Andrews College. Back inside to King's High School. And then across on the outside in lane 7 to Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Fourth heat heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. Coaches will try and pick them up. And it is Burnside High School and Shirley doing the battle in the middle as well. Waitaki Boys would be third. Then we go across to Cashmere, back inside to St Bede's College, and then King's High School. But very early, coming into the second half of the course, it looks like a battle between Burnside and Shirley Boys, and the next to the rest would be Waitaki Boys. Out in front of us now, though, we're just watching the completion of the second heat, and Timaru Boys just starting to wind. They're going to have to get past the Shirley Boys crew. Looking pretty strong they are. Up to the Red Boys, 100 metres to go now for Shirley. 100 metres to go now for Timaru. So Shirley have got the advantage. Nice run on the boat. Good power coming. The very big power strokes. And you're looking, they're not rushing it. Clean at the catch and a big long drive once they get to that catch. So well done, Shirley. You're going to head yourselves through to the A final. You're going to take out this third heat by about a boat length and a half. And second will be the Timaru Boys crew. Looks like just coasting through at the end. Then we'll go across to St Andrews back inside here to King's High School working really hard. And then Christchurch Boys High School will complete that one. So well done to Shirley going through to the A final. Fourth heat continues to make its way down. It is still with the boys from Burnside, Thomas Carey, Riley McMorrin. A couple of big strapping young blokes leading this field down. On the outside of them still is Shirley Boys High, one to go through. This is the last of the boys under 16 double sculls, and they're underway too, actually, is the girls under 18 single sculls. One of the feature events, one of the ones that the selectors look at for future trials. They're underway. I'll give you that field actually. In lane number 1, Burnside High School number 1, Jessica Rankin. Lane number 2, Whakatipu High School 1, Annika Arlett. Lane number 3, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Marley Ross. Lane number 4, Columba College 1, Kiara Patterson. Lane number 5, Meridian College 1, Charlotte Peterson. She's had a strong season. Lane number 6, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Lola Castles. And lane number 7, James Hargis College 1, Sophie Kundell. And in lane number 8, Darfield High School number 1, Bridget Moyer. That is a strong field for a heat. There are plenty of heats though. There's 3 of them at under 18. That's strong. Heat number 4 though, boys under 16, double sculls. Burnside clearing out. They got the 1,000. They put some pressure on. They're in there in the middle of the field with the red boat, and you'll see them with their green and white singlets on. Just to the outside of them is the crew from Shirley. Look, they've just gone sideways for a minute, Shirley Boys High School. One just hit a dud stroke. In fact, it looks like they're a wee bit crooked. That's a bit unfortunate. They need to get themselves up and going in, because by doing that, they've allowed Waitaki to get up on the outside of them. But neither of them are within Kui of Burnside at this stage. They've probably got 3 boat lengths back. So then we go to St Bede's College. They'll be next. Back further from them, King's High School, and then right on the outside to Cashmere High School number 2. So good effort here. Coaches Christine and Rob will be pretty happy. Couple of strong boys in there. I know Thomas Carey was racing in the intermediate men's singles at South Island Rowing Champs. And here they are, the boys under 16 double sculls. So that's a strong crew. We'll see what sort of time they come through. That heat 3 was 7:30. Shirley Boys High School came through in 7:25. So that was a little bit slower than the previous 2 heats. Still running quite highly, these 2 boys. They've got a lot of power in that boat. Sitting there at 36. They've got 4 boat lengths back to Shirley Boys High School. Still outside of them to Waitaki, back to St Bede's. And then on the inside to King's High School. Right on the outside to Cashmere High School. Charlotte Peterson doing a great job in that first heat of the girls under 18 single sculls from Marion in lane 5. Looks like she's leading down with Lola Castles just outside her in lane number 6. As we just watched Thomas and Riley get over the line here for Burnside High School, straight through to the A final. Well done, gents. Back to work for you, Simon. 4 boat lengths back to Shirley Boys High School. Silas and AJ, so they'll head through the repechage along with the crew from Waitaki Boys back inside to St Bede's, Kings, and on the outside Cashmere. That's how that heat will finish. We'll keep an eye on that time. Progression with the girls under 18 single sculls is 1 and 2 through to the A final. The rest will go to the repechage. So we've got 3 heats. So Charlotte from Marion, you can see there in the blue and the red, leading quite handily from Lola Castle, St Hilda's. Those are the 2 showing out right at this stage. We go right across, and almost they go in order then to Kiara Patterson from Columba, inside to Marley Ross from Christchurch Girls High School, inside to Annika Arlett from Whakatipu, then inside to Burnside High School's Jessica Rankin, then right across the other side we go to James Hargis, and then Darfield High School, Bridget Moyer, just back there a little bit in lane number 8. Excellent conditions still for sculling or rowing of any sort, but these under 18 single scullers will be loving it. The second heat of the under 18s is underway, and they're bringing the 3rd heat in. So that second heat is in lane number 1, Avonside Girls High School, number 2, India Grace Leonard. She's in lane number 1, and lane number 2, Dunstan High School 1, Olivia, and lane number 3, St Hilda's Collegiate 2, Sienna Hoare. Lane number 4 is Craighead Dawson School 1, Isla Crawford. Lane number 5 is Mount Aspiring College 1, Lola Ritchie. Lane number 6, James Hargis College 2, Holly Carey. Lane number 7, Timaru Girls High School 1, Ella Inch. And lane number 8, Julia Mitchell, is the Burnside High School number 2, sculler out there. In lane number 8, they're just underway very early. Through 500 metres they are already. Gosh, they got them underway. That's fairly even, I think, at this stage. Although it looks like Craighead, Isla Crawford and Lola Ritchie from Mount Aspiring off to a pretty good start. You can just see where the umpire boats is splitting those 2 scullers. We're just in behind them. Sienna Hoare from St Hilda's, and then further out to Holly Carey from James Hargis. But look at this from Charlotte Peterson. She did well at National. She had some good results there. She's now got 3, probably 4 boat lengths, I think, here over Marion. Over Kiara Patterson from Columba College has Marion. So you can see the Columba sculler just sitting to the right of the umpire's boat as they come down. But it is all Charlotte Peterson out there in lane number 5. St Hilda's Collegiate just right there with her, but 4 boat lengths back, I think, now. So we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through. A battle here starting to merge between Lola Castles from St Hilda's, Kiara Patterson from Columba for that second spot. On the left-hand side of Kiara is Marley Ross from Christchurch Girls High School. Then down in lane 1, Jessica Rankin from Burnside starting to give it a whine. She's got plenty of room to do something here too, because they're not that far away from them. Bringing her with her is Annika Allett from Whakatipu. It is all clear for Charlotte out in front. Just watching these other runs come to see if they can put pressure on St Hilda's to try and take that second spot. Lola's got a pretty big advantage going back to Columba. Just give you the time for that most recent boys under 16 double, which was 7:26. So certainly the first heat was the quicker one. 7:13, so a spread of 13 seconds across those 4 heats. And she's making that boat do all the talking out here in the middle of the course is Charlotte Peterson from Marion College. Fiona Mackay, the coach, will be watching on and just see she's done the work now, so letting the boat run, and that's that real clean finish. No washout, those blades come out of the tap out and then feather really cleanly, and the boat just runs along nicely. 70 metres to go. Good effort here in the first heat of the girls under 18 single sculls here for Charlotte Peterson, and it will be that second spot going to Lola Castles from St Hilda's Collegiate. Heading through to the repechage will be from Columba College, be Kiara Patterson, and also joining her there will be Jessica Rankin from Burnside, just finishing ahead of Marley Ross from Christchurch Girls, then back to Annika Arlett from Whakatipu on the outside to James Hargis, and then it'll be further back to Burnside, Darfield High School number 1 out there in lane number 8, just with a little bit more work to do. We have an ASB Fast Cash card still at the Secretary's office. We have a Garmin watch found in the launching bay at the Secretary's office. We've still got some day sheets if you want to part with a gold coin. Heat 2, girls under 18 single sculls. Craighead Dawson, Isla Crawford, just ahead by a boat length from Lola Ritchie of Mount Aspiring. Those 2 scullers well clear of the rest of the field. We go out to Timaru Girls High School. Ella Inch would be next. Come back to Avonside Girls number 2, India Grace Leonard. Inside from her, Dunstan High School number 1. Then we come back in the middle of the field, James Hargis number 2, Holly Carey, I think. That's where they're heading. Heat number 3 is on the course. They're heading up towards the 500 metre mark. In lane 1, Nelson College for Girls 1, that's Millie Treader. Lane number 2, Whakatipu High School 2, Emma Andrew. Lane number 3, Timaru Girls High School 2, Margaret Peters. Lane number 4, Southland Girls High School 1, Charlotte Klein. She'll be the favourite in that race, I would think. Lane number 5, St Andrews College 1, Jasmine Christie. Lane number 6, Avonside Girls High School 1, Sari Webley. Lane number 7 is Bayfield High School 1, Olivia Duffy. And lane number 8 is Mount Aspiring College 2, Peter Craig. So they've headed past the 500 metre mark, heading towards 750 and up towards the 1,000. Well in control out here though. Craighead Dawson, you see the sun gleaming on those, it looks like they're golden, almost brass riggers that she's got bolted on the side of that green scull. She's got 3 lengths on the rest of the field, and that's Mount Aspiring College, Lola Ritchie. These are the 2 that will head through at this stage. Still is with India Grace Leonard be the next to the best down in the middle, right across to James Hargis. You can see James Hargis out there in the middle of the course in the red and the gold. Then we go across to Burnside High School number 2. Julia sitting out there. This is the second heat of the girls under 18 single sculls. The first heat, I'm just waiting on a time for that, which we don't have as yet. Just continuing to lengthen with pure power, just sitting there around about 28. Isla Crawford, coached by Dean Milne, been racing in the Timaru colours all season. Looks like 8:26 was the time for that first heat, girls under 18 single sculls for Charlotte. She's got plenty left there for the final. And I think so has Isla Crawford here from Craighead Diocesan. So some strong contenders here as we head into the rest of the heats for the girls under 18 single sculls. 100 metres to go now for Lola Ritchie from Mount Aspiring College, but with about half a dozen strokes left to go, it will be Isla Crawford heading through to the final and taking Lola with her. Through to the repechage will go Julia Mitchell from Burnside. Avonside Girls High School down here in lane number 1. Dunstan High School across to James Hargest. And then completing the field will also be St Hilda's Collegiate. That'll be the second heat done and dusted. Third heat into the second half of the course they come. So Jasmine Christie doing a great job out there in the middle for St Andrews College. Just to right of her is Avonside Girls High School. Then we go to Charlotte Klein in lane number 4. Those are the three. They're going to fight for 4 spots, I think, but there's not much in this course. Crikey. Come back to Timaru Girls High School. Margaret Peters. This could be one of the closer heats. Whakatipu number 2, Emma Andrews. She's right in there, as is Millie Treader from Nelson College for girls. So they started out, they spread apart. Now they're coming back together again. Then we go outside to Olivia Duffy from Bayside High School. She is being under pressure there on the right-hand side from Mount Aspiring College number 2, Peter Craig. Third heat of the girls under 18 single sculls. Then we head into the boys under 18 single sculls. And similarly, we have 3 heats there. They're not quite underway in the first heat yet. Ladies first. So Jasmine Christie from St Andrews, right in the middle of the course. Holding on to a boat length over Charlotte Klein, and on the outside of her, Sari Webley from Avonside Girls. Those are the 3 that are really starting to merge a wee bit away from the pack. Just watching Millie Treader down there in lane 1 in the blue scull, just trying to sneak through. She's got some real power when she drives too. Just look at the boat, the bow almost lift up a bit as she pushes through. So she's obviously deciding to put some pressure on and probably moving past Charlotte Klein now too. Jasmine Christie's just increased her stroke rate. She's got a really lovely long stroke she has. Look at that. Look at the length of the time the blade's in the water, just pushing away now. So Jasmine Christie from St Andrews, bringing Charlotte Klein with her. Millie Treader down there in lane number 1. Have a look out in lane number 2, Emma Andrew from Whakatipu. Then we go right outside Jasmine to Sari Webley from Avonside Girls, still in there. But we're watching this Millie Treader run come through in lane 1. Not rating overly highly, but there's real power when she connects. Just trying to get that blue scull to move its way a little bit quicker through there so she can pull right up alongside Charlotte Klein and Jasmine Christie. Those 3 are going to try and split themselves into 2 pieces. Sari's trying to have another crack at it from Avonside Girls on the outside, but there's a little bit of work to do. So this has been a good row in the last 200 metres. She just looks across now, did Millie there from Nelson College from girls in lane 1. And I think she's just starting to push past Charlotte Klein now. So Charlotte, who has a distinctive long stroke, won't want to get right over the top of, but she's now starting to push up onto Jasmine Christie. Jasmine's under pressure, and Millie Treader putting pressure on those 2 as well. These 3 scullers are drawing away now. Next to the rest, still Emma Andrew from Whakatipu. Right on the outside we go to Sari Webley, but it's between Charlotte Klein, Jasmine Christie, and Millie Treader. Millie started at 500 metres ago. She still is rating quite comfortably, and she'll get the red boy and go, surely, to try and get herself through. She's just going into the boys now. She's going to have to adjust herself. But it is Charlotte Klein now, and Jasmine Christie have responded. Looks like Jasmine's got half a boat length now as they come towards the business end. Charlotte will hold the second and go through. Just not quite getting into there. Nelson across the other side, Sari Webley. They'll get another crack at it in the repechage. Down they go. Jasmine Christie takes the buzzer. Charlotte Klein takes second. Through the A final they go. Through the repechage will go Sari Webley and Nelson College for girls. Back on the inside to Emma Andrew from Whakatipu. And then Timaru Girls High School, Margaret Peters, across on the outside to Mount Aspiring and back into Bayfield High School. Heat number 2 went through an 8:34. So a little bit slower than the previous heat. Meanwhile, the gentlemen are on their way down now, heading towards the 1,000-metre mark. King's High School, number 1, Alex McKeever. Number 2, lane 2, St Bede's College 1, Ashton Corcoran. Lane number 3, Nelson College 1, Ollie Hawkins. Lane number 4, Whakatipu High School 1, Sebastian Watson. Lane number 5, St Kevin's College 1, Patrick Spillane. Lane number 6, Christ College 1, Frank O'Gara. And in lane number 7, St Andrew's College 2, Theodore Thomas. Whakatipu High School, Sebastian Watson, coached by John Morrison. Right alongside him, Patrick Spillane from St Kevin's. So you can see the blue and white colours of St Kevin's. St Kevin's got the advantage there over Whakatipu. Back inside lane 3 would be Nelson College, Ollie Hawkins. Again, 1 and 2 through to that A final. Those are the 3 that have pushed out with 1,000 metres to go, holding the advantage. Right outside to St Andrew's College, number 2, back inside to Christ College, number 1, Frank O'Gara. Then we come back to King's High School, number 1, and then in there, lane 2, Ashton Corcoran from St Bede's College. Heat 3 of the under 18 girls single scull, a little bit slower again. That was 8:41. So indicates there is some seeding going on here with some of the draws and the heats. Just going by the times. Here's a wee glance there, does Sebastian from Whakatipu. You'll see Patrick Spillane been rowing out the Oamaru colours, coached by Ivan Doherty. He's sitting there from St Kevin's, these 2. He's just had a wee dab at him there, Sebastian. He had a wee bit of a look, and then he just upped his hand rate. I'll do a piece here, he's thought. I've got to 500 metres to go, and maybe that's the plan. Try and put a bit of pressure on and burn off Patrick Spillane. He'll have a bit to go, though. Those 2 moving ahead. Still watching Ollie Hawkins from Nelson down there in lane number 3 is the best of the rest. Then down to King's High School, back to St Bede's across. On the outside, still to Christ College, number 1. He's just a little bit further back from St Andrew's College, number 2, Theodore Thomas. The second heat heads up towards 500 metre mark, past Alcatraz. Lane 1, Garran College 1, Miko Harding. Lane 2, Christchurch Boys High School, number 1, Ricky Turvitt. Lane 3, Ashburton College 1, Caleb Armstrong. Lane number 4, Whakatipu High School 2, Harry Lightfoot. Lane 5, Otago Boys High School 1, Henry Lucas. Lane number 6, St Andrew's College 1, John Reedy. And lane 7, Otago Boys High School 2, Oliver White. That's heat 2, making its way past the 500 metre mark. Coming out of the inside lanes there more, it is with Ashburton College, Whakatipu High School, across to Otago Boys and St Andrew's College. All pretty even between those 4 scullers as they head to the second quarter of the course. Right out here, though, he's responded nicely, Sebastian. He did that piece at the 500 metre mark and put some pressure on Patrick from St Kevin's and just moved past him. But these 2 scullers will both go through to the A final. Quite a big gentleman, is quite tall, sitting in his scull there is Sebastian. Got a nice long reach and really making that lovely white hull move through the water with minimum of splashes. In fact, it's hard. Look how clean he is at the catch and how clean he is at the finish. There's no splash at all. Coming along nicely with him there is Patrick from St Kevin's. These 2 gents, less than 100 metres to go. They will go through to the A final of the boys under 18 single sculls. And then it will be into the repechage for Nelson College, Ollie Hawkins. Same across the outside for Theodore Thomas from St Andrew's College. And then we come down to King's, Alex McKeever, across to Christ College, Frank O'Gara, and back into Ashton Corcoran from St Bede's College. Still great conditions for these single scullers. That it will complete that first heat of the boys under 18 single sculls. As the second heat hits the 1,000 metre mark, the coaches will be picking them up if they can keep track of all the scullers and rowers they've got on the course at this stage. Whakatipu High School, Otago Boys, St Andrew's College, Ashburton College, down to Garran College, Miko Harding. They've got some work to do. Work out who's going to be 1 and 2. That's a very close heat, this one. Ashburton College sculler just moving up alongside, or trying to get alongside Whakatipu, but it's between Whakatipu and Otago Boys. Whakatipu got the advantage over Otago Boys, then another boat length ahead of St Andrews, who would be level with Ashburton College. Then we go to Miko from Garran College. Garran College out of Richmond and Nelson, for those that are wondering. Then we go, because I was, that's why I just Googled it to find out. Christchurch Boys High School number 1, so I look intelligent. Ricky Turbot is down there in lane number 2. Then we go across to St Andrews College, John Reedy. He's out there in lane 6, back to Otago Boys in lane number 2. So still coming with the sculler from Whakatipu, and you'll see both these scullers from Whakatipu and Ashburton in red singles, and those will be the singles that are donated by Laszlo Boats for the winners of the under-17 at Marty, boys and girls. So previous winners from both those schools. I think it's probably Marley King-Smith from Whakatipu, and it might well have been Molly Gibson from Ashburton, or probably Veronica Wall who got those ones, white ones this year. But he's all under control here in this one, Harry Lightfoot. And Otago Boys, Henry Lucas, looks like the one who's probably under pressure from Ashburton. Remember, 1 and 2 will go through. So Ashburton, Caleb Armstrong, within striking distance to get over the top of Otago Boys and take that second spot through to the A final. Just watching Miko from Garran down on the inside. Not out of it yet. He'll need to get a little bit quicker than what he is now if he's going to try and get in touch with the rest of these scullers. Third heat is through the 1,000 metre mark in lane 2, Dunstan High School number 1, Jelt Stuke. Lane number 3, Bayfield High School 1, Alexandra Hattrell. Lane number 4, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Carter Baxter. Lane 5, Motueka High School, that's Murdoch Smith. Lane number 6, Darfield High School, Samuel Lindors. And in lane number 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Jack Dennehy. So there's some real talent in these under-18 single sculls, but well clear now. Harry Lightfoot from Whakatipu, and just watch this battle for second spot going between Ashburton College and Otago Boys High School. Only one of them is going to go straight through to the A final, and Harry Lightfoot sitting there. He's got the best view in the house. Look at that. He's sitting out there in lane number 4 from Whakatipu, and he's just watching these guys either side of him battling out to join him straight through in the A final. He's going now, but Otago Boys, he's wound up out there as Henry Lucas. Nice battle going on here between Caleb Armstrong. They are going stroke for stroke, these two scullers. The run, though, on the outside, I think, is with Henry Lucas from Otago Boys. His boat's just moving a little bit quicker through the water. He's just given it a couple of pushes here at the end. Harry Lightfoot from Whakatipu saying, these boys are getting a bit quick for me. So he's through to the A final. Otago Boys are going to go through and take their second spot gamely after a big challenge there from Caleb from Ashburton. He'll go through the repechage, and with him will be Miko from Garran, who's come quite nicely down here in lane 1, crossing the outside to St Andrews College, John Reedy, and then back to Christchurch Boys High School, and out there to Otago Boys High School number 2, Oliver White, in the second heat of the boys under-18 single sculls. First heat went through in a time of 7:29. Jelt Stuke is leading the third heat on the way down. Here's in lane 1 there from Dunstan. You'll see the gold and the red colours of Dunstan showing through there. From St Thomas of Canterbury, Carter Baxter back inside between the two of them. Alexander Hattrell from Bayfield High School. Alexandra as Otago, and Jelt out of Dunstan had great battles in the National Rowing Championships a couple of weeks ago, so they'll know each other well. But that's like 3 going into 2 there as well. Then we're out to Motueka with Murdoch Smith, then Darfield High School, Samuel Lindors, and out there to Christchurch Boys High School number 2 in lane 7. We'll wait and see how that develops. They've just got underway, actually. We're into the girls under 15 double sculls. Lane number 1 of heat 1 as they're through 250 metres now. In lane 1, James Hargis College 1, Ellie Mae Boniface, Avril Kuma. Lane 2, Cashmere High School number 2, Eliza Bull, Holly Gundry. Lane number 3, St Hilda's Collegiate 2, Sophie Small, Olivia Williams. Lane number 4, Whakatipu High School 1, Kira Lightfoot, Caitlin Julian. Lane number 5, Te Ratai College 1, that's Laura McCauley and Billy Roachford. Lane number 6 is Dunstan High School 2, Bailey Thomas and Meg King. And lane number 7 is Roncalli College, Brooke Taylor and Sophia Borkowski. That's heat 1, girls under 15 double sculls, just heading towards the 500 metre mark. Meanwhile, heat 3 of the boys under 16 single sculls. It is Jelt Stuke who's doing all the work. It's between him and Carter Baxter of St Thomas's of Canterbury, coached by Paddy Dowling. These two having a right ding-dong out in the middle of the course, and those two will make the A final. 2 boat lengths back, we then go to Alexandra Hattrell from Bayfield, across to Murdoch Smith from Motueka. Those are the 4. Those other 2 will be into the repechage, and joining them there will be Samuel Indoors from Darfield and Christchurch Boys High School, Jack Dennehy. 7:33 was the time in the boys under 18 single sculls second heat, so 4 seconds slower than the first heat. Jelt now just getting some real run on his boat as he comes down to 100 metres to go. Similarly for Carter Baxter. And St Thomas is coming to the fore. He has a quick look across, does Jelt. He knows they're both going through, but he'll want to finish in front. They're pretty comfortable. A little bit longer in his stroke. See the lean back there from Carter before he leans forward and rocks up the slide. And he goes out to 3/4 of a boat length at the finish over Jelt Stoke, both through to the A final. Into the repecharges then goes Bayfield's Alexandra Hattrell across to Murdoch from Motueka, and out there to Samuel from Darfield and Jack Dennehy from Christchurch Boys High School. James Hargis College 1 in lane 1 and Whakatipu High School 1 in lane 4 leading this first heat of the girls under 15 double sculls down the course. Back we then go to St Hilda's Collegiate number 2 across on the outside to Te Aratai College. Te Aratai College, formerly Linwood College, for those that are wondering where that one is. Laura McCauley and Billy Rochford, I think they row under the Union colours at club level. Then we go out to Dunstan High School number 2, Bailey Thomas, Meg King. Then we come back to Cashmere High School number 2, Eliza and Holly, and then on the outside to Ron Carley's Brooke and Sophia Borfkowski. 1 and 2 through to the A final. This is the first of what will be 3 heats for the girls under 15 double sculls. And they've got a clear couple of boat length lead now between the rest of the field. Have Whakatipu and James Hargis College. So James Hargis just down there in lane number 1. Just going past the 500 metre billboard. The marker, the big yellow marker with the 1500 written on it in black, and Whakatipu right alongside them, just out there in lane number 4, coached by Jimmy Kavanagh. You can see them in the familiar yellow hull. And these 2 crews well clear of the rest of them. Next best, I think, would be St Hilda's in Te Aratai. Then we come back into Cashmere, Roncalli. No, sorry, Dunstan, then Roncalli. Dunstan probably ahead of Cashmere. Second heat, girls under 15 double sculls, that's underway. 4-minute intervals doesn't give you much time for breathing if you're a coach. Lane number 2, Darfield High School 1, Isla Miserva and Chloe Creeker. Lane number 3, St Hilda's Collegiate 3, Amelia McKeever, Leela Wall. Lane number 4, Craighead Dawson School number 1, Neve Callahan and Ella Metcalf. And lane number 5, Cashmere High School 1, Aurelia Lind and Zoe Perrin. Lane number 6, Neve Butcher and Isla Whiteside are Villa Maria College number 2. And lane 7, Whakatipu High School 2, Andy Clark, Xanthi Spence. Through 500 metres they go. All pretty even down there in that heat. Looks like they're looking at Whakatipu number 2 as being an early leader down there. If you look down here in front of us right now, in the first heat of the under 15 double sculls, it is still Whakatipu number 1 out there in lane 4, and James Hargis number 1 out there in lane 1. So just sitting second, James Hargis. And Te Aratai just sitting in behind them. Yep, you can see the Union blades that they are rowing in the Union gear. That's where they've been all season, Te Aratai. Lauren and Billy. So they're holding on to that third spot over St Hilda's Collegiate. They'll head through to a repechage. But as we get down towards 150, I've just gone past the 250 metre mark into the gold boys they are now. Nice battle for the first spot to go through from James Hargest and Whakatipu. Kira and Caitlin from Whakatipu. Ali May and Averill from James Hargest. Third heat of the boys under 18 single scull, won by Carter Baxter. Time 7:35. So another 2 seconds slower than the previous heat, but they've got plenty of gas left in their tank, I think. Nice battle out here, isn't it? Look at this between James Hargest and Whakatipu. It is the heat. They're both going to go through. Whakatipu will go through first, but James Hargest, coached by Russell Jenkins, Diane Jenkins. Russell and Diane doing a good job here. They'll get a crew through to that A final. Whakatipu are going to take it out by 2 boat lengths. They'll come down to the buzzer now. Will be Kira and Caitlin. Over they go, taking James Hargest with them through to the A final, then into the ripper charge. Goes Te Aratai, back down inside to St Hilda's Collegiate, across on the outside to Dunstan, back down here to Kashmir. Then we go right on the outside to Roncalli, completing that field in the first heat. Second heat heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark now. Oh, there's a bit of separation in this heat too. And Craighead Dawson are providing it. It's Craighead Dawson are pulled through at the 1,000 over Kashmir on the outside to Villa Maria. Then we go right across to Whakatipu number 2. They were pretty handily placed at the 1,000 at Whakatipu number 2. So there's something's happened since then, I think. Back inside to St Hilda's Collegiate number 3 and Darfield High School number 1 down there in lane 2. This is heat number 2 of the girls under 15 double sculls. They're heading up towards 500 metres to go. Just heading towards 500 metres started. Underway just now is the girls under 15 double sculls third heat. And in there in lane 2, Darfield High School number 2, Mackenzie Rowlands and Inez Peters Bush. Lane number 3, Queen's High School 1, Eliza Edwards, Ashley Royal. Lane number 4, Dunstan High School 1, Mila O'Kane, Charlotte Crosby. Lane number 5, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Rosa Herlihy and Evie Moore. Lane number 6, Meridian College 1, Asher Clark, Taylor Vale. Lane number 7, St Kevin's College 1, Molly Kirkman and Bella Tacchini, coached by Ivan Doherty. And Craighead Dawson are all over this heat. Look at that. This is heat number 2, and they would have nearly 3 boat lengths over on the outside of them, Kashmir. Those two looking like they'll go through. Then we go back to Villa Maria, out to Whakatipu, back to St Hilda's, and then a wee way back to Darfield High School. So this is South Island Secondary Schools Championships, sponsored by Meridian for 2025. The last big event before the crews go to Māori, and for some of the crews that we're seeing out in front of us, this will be their event for the year. Not all of them will be heading to Māori, I wouldn't think. As the second heat makes its way up towards 350 metres to go. St Hilda's are leading the third heat on its way down from Dunstan across to Marion College. Those are the 3 crews as they head up towards the 1,000 metre mark. So pretty clear in there. That's the third heat of the girls under 15 double sculls. Then we're going to move on to the boys under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. They've got the yellow light, which means they're not far away from being let go by Justin and his team down there. So Craig here continuing to perform well. Early stages of this first, well, we're well into this, the first day of South Island Secondary School Championships. Nice here from Neve and Ella. Lane 4, Craighead Dawson. They're sitting there comfortably at a handy little 32 stroke rate, and they with 100 metres to go now. They've got 5 boat lengths clear over Kashmir High School, Aurelia Lind and Zoe Perrin. They'll go through as well to the A final, and then it will be through to the ripper charge for all the other crews, which in order is looking like Villa Maria, St Hilda's, Whakatipu number 2, and then we'll go down to Darfield High School in lane 2. Isla and Chloe down, take the buzzer now, and congratulations to Neve and Ella from Craighead, coached by Dean Milne. Through they go to the A final. St Hilda's continue to lead the third heat. Into the second half of the course they come. Right next to them is Miller and Charlotte from Dunstan. Not looking under too much pressure from the rest of the field. Noticing that a lot with these fields today. There's one or two well clear and the rest are following as they come through, which makes some of these progressions pretty easy to call. And it is Dunstan and St Hilda's doing the job out here. We go back inside from Dunstan to Queen's High School, back down there in lane number 3. We'll go across to Meridian College in lane 6 would be next best. Then we come back to Darfield High School in lane number 2, I think, and St Kevin's College number 1 out there in lane 7 in the blue and white. Rapidly behind them is the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls, so we won't want any stragglers in this race because they're hearing through. In lane 2, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Caleb Price, Max Hay, Jackson Marshall, Ryder Horgan, Connor Frost the Cox. Lane number 3, John McGlashan College 1, Ryan Clearcorn, Artie Sweetman, Gus Carr, Archie Gordon, Cameron Lane the Cox. Lane number 4 is Timaru Boys High School 1, Idris Haddad, Murphy Hopper Park, Baxter Hopper Park, Josh Sadler and Toby Connor is the Cox. Whakatipu High School number 2 in lane 5. Zebi Jarvis, Flynn Webber, Kato Nakazawa, Baker Schmitz and Cameron Hall is the Cox. In lane number 6, Christ College 2, Toby Glasson, Cody Rollinson, Ollie Glacken, Cooper Ward and Jonty Gray is the Cox. I saw your father biking around before, Jonty. Lane number 7, Jonty can't hear me, so why am I talking to him? Lane number 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Kelvin Leon, JD De Villiers, Alfie Chafee, Cooper Swale and Max Cosgrove is the Cox. And we're looking for one to win that, the rest through the repechage. Boys under 15, Cox quadruple sculls. Up to the 1,000 metre mark, they are already actually hearing through. Who's looking like it's going to be in there? It's coming out of Timaru Boys and Whakatipu. Whakatipu, I think, at this stage. It is Whakatipu. That's the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Still waiting for a completion on the girls under 15 double sculls third heat. It is still all with Dunstan. The red and gold at Dunstan. They've got a boat length now over St Hilda's, but both those crews are going to go through. Then we go further back to Meridian. Probably 5 or 6 boat lengths back to Queen's High School. Then we go over the other side to St Kevin's, back to Darfield. That Darfield High School double, we're be getting a good view of the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls anytime soon. Second heat of the girls under 15 double went through in 8:10. Still holding them off is the crew from Dunstan, but St Hilda's finishing quite handily here. 100 metres to go for them. Just quickening up a wee bit, practising a good finish. You don't want to leave it till you really need it till you practice it. So Dunstan and St Hilda's going through. And we just watch this boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. It still is with Whakatipu, or is it though? Whakatipu, Timaru Boys, John McGlashan. So you can see the John McGlashan crew. As I said before, Johnny's had a bit of trouble with their row suits, so that's them out there with the red caps and the blue and white Otago strips on. So this is the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls first heat, and it is going to be very close here between John McGlashan, Timaru Boys and Whakatipu as they just carry on down towards less than 500 metres to go. Out here in front of us though will be the completion for the rest of the field on the girls under 15 double sculls as Marion now make their way through the buzzer. I think the bower had enough and thought one less stroke will do for me. Queens and St Kevin's to go. It's just Darfield down here in lane 2 that we'll be seeing the boys approaching. Boys under 15, Cox quadruple sculls. One's going to go through. John McGlashan at the 500 metre mark have pushed a little bit. They've got a bit of a run on their boat, pushing right up alongside Timaru Boys. They've got the advantage over Whakatipu. So Timaru Boys look to the left and the right. They're under threat either way, but John McGlashan have got the advantage over them now. They'd have a canvas. So you're going to come back at them, Timaru Boys. Toby Connors, the Cox. What's he got lined up for them in terms of instructions? He's lying down there in the bow. He'll be able to see the left where Johnny's are. He won't quite see where Whakatipu are. That'll make him feel better. So Whakatipu out of it now. It's between John McGlashan College and Timaru Boys to get themselves straight through to the final of the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Not much between these two crews at all as they head down towards the end of the Orange Boys. 150 metres for them to go. There's not much between these two crews at all. John McGlashan's Cox, Cameron Lane. He'll be giving them some welly in there. Tell them to keep going as there's probably half a bow ball now to Timaru Boys. They come down to the red line. 100 metres to go now for Timaru and now for John McGlashan. Oh, they're tied together, these two crews. One to go through. Who is it going to be? John McGlashan, 3-seat, looks over to his right. He needs to keep looking straight ahead. Don't lose that connection. Timaru Boys have got a canvas now over to John McGlashan and a bit more of a run on their boat. Slightly bigger stroke. They're heading out now towards 3 or 4 seats. They've really made sure of it in the last 50-odd metres. They go through to the A final. Through the repechage will be John McGlashan. Joining them will be Whakatipu. Then we go out to Christ College. Back inside, to Christ College. Then we go back down here to St Thomas's and further across to Christchurch Boys High School number 2. The second heat is up towards the 1,000 metre mark in lane 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Ryder Townsend, Bryn Flowerday, Tim Boswell, Mason Tucker, Callan Faulkner, the Cox. Lane 2, Marlborough Boys College 1, William Smith, Reese Wilson, Tom Dunn, Ollie Saggers, Rory O'Regan is the Cox. Lane number 3, Shirley Boys High School 1, William Thiel, Zach Brockles, Luca Hartley, Sam Harmon and James Watson is the Cox. Whakatipu High School 1 are in lane 4. Baxter Kingan, Henry Monier, Phineas Thomas, Ruben Davis with Jesse Glover the Cox. In lane number 5, Burnside High School number 1, Jack Payne, Felix Rowe, Sean Gilman, Tyler Rogers, Mitch Cowan is the Cox. In lane number 6, Christ College number 1, Tom Osmers, Max Ingles, Johnny Leeson, Charlie Wilson, Alex Innes is the Cox. And in lane number 7, Cashmere High School 1, James Gibby, Thomas Clare, Cameron Taylor, Charlie Fallett, Ivy Omar is the Cox. It's all with Whakatipu. Whakatipu well out in front from Burnside, across to Cashmere. Then we come back to Marlborough Boys. Back on the inside of them is Christchurch Boys High. Then it would be Christ College, not much between Christ College and Shirley Boys High School. Heat 3 of the girls under 15 double went through an 8:28. Previous heat went through an 8:10. Oh, well clear here, Whakatipu, aren't they? Second sitting on the outside there is Cashmere. They've got the advantage over Burnside by quite a bit, I think, now. Cashmere just looking a little bit more together at this stage than Whakatipu, but they will both go through. Well, no, they won't actually. One will go through to the final. The progression here is 1 through to the final. So Timaru Boys High School went through in that previous heat. My apologies. I thought John McGlashan would go through as well, but that is just the one. So it is a bit of a hit out. So that's why there was such a close finish there between Timaru Boys and John McGlashan. But Timaru Boys got there. And it is here with Whakatipu. They look like they'll go through. But still continue to pushing up on the outside is that crew from Cashmere. James, Thomas, Cameron, Charlie. Ivy is issuing the instructions from the bow there. They've still got some work to do to get over the top of Whakatipu. Then we go to more lengths back to Burnside, long way back to Christ College, then back to Christchurch Boys High School, long way back to, it's actually his Marlborough Boys there, then back to Christchurch Boys and Shirley Boys. That first heat, Timaru Boys going through in a time of 7:10 to get themselves through to the A final, the rest into the repechage. And Whakatipu just increasing the stroke rate here under instruction from Jesse Glover, the cox, and just making sure of things now as they move. You can see how much quicker they are going than the Kashmir crew. Nice and upright, always a good indicator of those white peaks on their caps. 50 metres to go here for Whakatipu High School number 1. Baxter Kingan, Henry Monier, Phineas Thomas and Ruben Davis making their way through to the the final of the boys under 15 cox quadruple sculls. There they go. And the rest through the repechage, which will be Kashmir, Burnside, Christ, Marlborough boys, Shirley boys, Christchurch boys High School number 1. Girls under 17 coxed 8 is heading through 1,000 metre mark. We better get these crews out first before they get here, but it looks very much like it is with Rangiruru in the middle, girls, Christchurch Girls High School and St Andrews. So let's see who's in each of those boats. In lane number 1, Kashmir High School number 1, Regan Kelly, Ellery Clare, Marley Lloyd, Zoe Clark, Lucy O'Connor, Millie Brooks, Charlotte Clatworthy, Thea Murdy, Eliza Omar is the cox. Lane number 2, Columba College 1, Sophie Thode, Alice Porter, Sarah Stevens, Fenella Millen, Georgia Drummond, Anika Laser, Isla Nicholson, Nova Fiston, Kate Baskerville, the cox. In lane number 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Georgie Stalker, Harriet Abbott, Sophia Harris, Alice Duffy, Charlotte Gorman, Amelia Jones, Tallulah Nelson, Maddie Young, Charlie Ward, the cox. Lane number 4, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Greer Bauman, Izzy Abley, Laura Ryle, Tallulah Leggett, Summer Smith, Amelia Scrimmager, Sophia Robertson, Sienna Cochran, and Georgetta Heller is the cox. Lane number 5, St Andrews College 1, Katie Taggart, Lucia Apps, Isabella Cody, Chloe Lowe, Charlotte Galvin, Sailor Hitchcock, Sophia Drury, Molly Thomas, and Robbie Miller is the cox. Rangiruru Girls School number 2 in lane 6, Isabella Wilson, Lucy Houghton, Jessica Skinner, Kate Oliver, Amelia Wilkie, Lucy Johnson, Phoebe Ensor, India Barner, and Grace O'Connor is the cox. And completing the field in lane 7, this is a heat, they'll all go through to the final. Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Emily Shearer, Michaela Timu, Emerson Lowe, Hadassah Timu, Caitlin Mercer, Ella Tucker, Issy Parsons, Abby McPherson, Lily Shackleton is the cox. It is with Rangiruru number 1 from Christchurch Girls High School, right alongside St Andrews. Those are the 3. Then we go back to Columba College, sitting right next to Kashmir High School, out to Rangiruru Girls School number 2, and then just a bit further back on the outside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. All will go through to the final. It's just a matter of what lanes they've got. And let's see if we can get a time for that boys under 15 cox quadruple sculls. That second heat, 7:13, 3 seconds slower than the first heat. So not doing too badly on time. In fact, we're bang on. 1:42. The 8 was supposed to go. I'd say it has. Still with Rangiruru. Coached by Adam Ling. Been coaching there for a while. Christchurch Girls High School. Coached by Dave Hatton and Andrew Blake. And then on the other side of them, St Andrews College. Coached by Marion Hardwick and Kendall Everest. Looks like they're just pushing up alongside Christchurch Girls High School. Still putting in some real work out there, those crews. Rangiruru still in front by nearly out to 2 boat lengths now. Just watching down in lane 1, Kashmir High School pushing through nicely. Level pegging between St Andrews and Christchurch Girls High School. Those crews sitting around 32. They're all rating pretty evenly. All pretty much with standard rigging on their boats, except for Kashmir. Kashmir got tandem on the bow side. You see seats 4 and 5, both rowing bow side. But it is with Rangiruru, they've got 100 metres to go now. They've got a boat length clear of Christchurch Girls High School, or just going half a boat length clear of St Andrews. So racing for lanes, this will be your arrowhead as they come down in the final. It'll be Rangiruru in the middle, and to one side will be Christchurch Girls, and the other side of them will be St Andrews College. Then you'll see Kashmir, Columba, across to Rangiru number 2, and then on the outside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. That's how they'll line up in the girls under 17 coxed 8 final. Boys under 17 coxed 4 first heat on its way. We're looking for 1 and 2 to go through here to the final, with the rest through the repechage. In lane number 2, Shirley Boys High School 1, Otto Montgomery McCarthy, Aidan Daly, Finn Lloyd, Brendan Flavel, and Oliver Young is the cox. Lane number 3, Christ College 2, Sam Cochran, Louis Fogarty, Shay DeLuca, Seb Gray, and Daniel Wilson coxing there. St Thomas Canterbury number 1, they're in lane 4, Noah LeQuellic, Ben Morrison, James Lotter, Flynn Grace, and Sam McGuigan the cox. St Andrews College number 1, that's Harry Pitts, Oliver Barker, William Curry, Bradley Hughes, and Emily DeJoux is the cox. In lane number 6, Otago Boys High School number 1, Toby Ollerenshaw, Henry Chittick, Kobe Soul, Jude Smiley, and Smiley, and Hunter Ruxton is the cox. 1 and 2 through to the final. Oh, there's 3 of them having a crack. Excuse me, 3 of them having a crack at it here. St Thomas is at Canterbury, St Andrews College, and just a little bit further back, Otago Boys High School. Then we go back to Christ College number 2, and then down there in lane number 1, Shirley Boys High School number 1. Girls under 17-8 went through in 6:57. Rangiruru winning that, as we know. You're just watching this boys under 17 coxed 4, looking for our 1 and 2. St Thomas's, St Andrews. St Andrews just pushing ahead now, holding a lead. Either side of them is St Thomas's and Otago Boys. Keep this going, it'll be Otago Boys and St Thomas's battling out for that second qualification spot. The rest will go through the repechage. They won't want too many repechages this weekend. A lot of them have got a lot of races as it is. So Emily DeJoux, all bow facing coxes in these 3 boats as they make their way down. It's the St Andrews crew there just leading. The white St Andrews flag on the blades, that cross as they go in and out of Lake Ruataniwha, just holding that advantage over Otago Boys. 2 blue vertical stripes across the white singlets for Otago Boys. And they are battling here with St Thomas's. Nice work in the last 250 metres from St Andrews to get an advantage and try to get clear water over these crews. Just going to watch the St Thomas's crew. They're a powerful crew. Let's see what they've got to do to finish. They're out of the last of the red boys. 250 metres to go. Here we go. Which one of these 3 crews is going to go down to 2 to go through to the A final? Is the battle going to be between St Andrews and St Thomas's? Can Otago Boys come back? They're all well clear of the rest of them. Christ College and then back to Shirley Boys. They'll hit the repechage. St Andrews are making it pretty clear that they're going to win this. It now comes down to between St Thomas's and Otago Boys as to who's going to take the second spot. St Thomas has got the advantage. Bauman has a look. He starts to work harder on that oar, trying to get some real connection as they hang off the end of it. They've got a nice run on their boat. Have St Thomas to see how the bow's lifting with every stroke as they go. But Otago Boys starting to scream down the outside, pushing ahead of St Thomas's and putting some pressure onto St Andrews. So St Andrews holding on as they get down to the line. They're down to a canvas. Otago Boys have just moved nicely in the last 200 metres, making sure of that second spot. Through they go to the final, the boys under 17 cox 4, and the repechage will include St Thomas's, Christ College number 2, and the crew from Shirley Boys. $750 metres to run for the second heat of the boys under 17 cox 4, lane 2, Marlborough Boys College 1, Drew Mataroa, Paddy Girling, Toby Randall, and Willem Rowe with Jack Shaw the cox. In lane number 3, St Bede's College 1, Ryan Atwood, Ji Hong Oh, Dara Lynch, Andy Peterson, Theodore Gilson the cox. Lane number 4, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Harvey Moyle, Charlie Greenslade, Hugo Parnham, Ruben Fifield with Blake Robson the cox. Lane number 5, Christ College number 1, Jack James, Oscar Malone, Toby Adams, Ollie Cooper King, and Gabriel Bevan as the cox. And lane number 6, Otago Boys High School 2, Zach Hall, Leo Burgess, Ben Glover, Jackson Templeton, Leo Garden the cox. Lane number 7, St Andrews College 2, Hendrick Toddhunter, Targ Maloney, Henry Taylor, Jack McStay, and James Steele is doing the steering. There is a big lead out here in this one, and it is Christchurch Boys High School. They've got daylight between them and Christ College and St Bede's College. I know St Bede's will be working hard down there to try and get themselves through. They've got the black armbands on there, and we've got the flag at half-mast here today to honour the passing of John Wiley, one of the original members of the 1956 original St Bede's College crew. Great servant of New Zealand rowing, life member here at New Zealand Rowing, as I said this morning, member of the New Zealand Order of Merit, and a big loss to Canterbury, New Zealand and St Bede's Rowing. And I know St Bede's will honour him over the weekend. Christchurch Boys High School looking very strong here. Harvey, Charlie, Hugo and Ruben, coached by Tim Osmers and Scott Shackleton. They've got almost out to 3 boat lengths over Christ College number 1, Jack, Oscar, Toby and Ollie, with Gabriel Bevan doing the coxing. 1 and 2 go through to the final. This is heat number 2 of the boys under 17 Cox 4. The rest will head to a repechage. First heat went through in 6:57. We'll get a gauge from this one. 4 big strong men sitting in that crew. And again, you can see the tandem rigging there. 2 and 3 seat, both bow side rigged. It's just a combination of who works best. Some people work better following someone else. Whatever it takes to make the boat go as quick as you can. And these guys done a pretty good job. They're in lane 4. Through they go, Christchurch Boys High School. 3 boat lengths back to Christ College. Then we'll go another 4 or 5 boat lengths back to St Bede's, across on the outside to St Andrews College number 2, back inside to Otago Boys High School number 2. And down here in lane number 2 will be Marlborough Boys College 1. Next race out there is the girls under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls, and they are heading up towards the 500 metre mark in lane number 1. St Hilda's Collegiate 3, Grace Wardell, Olive Robertson Gray, Amelia Bustard and Ruby Anderson with Katie Watt the cox. Lane number 2, Villa Maria College 2, Leela Murphy, Addison Cumming, Sari Burke, Victoria Talbot, Ruby Kennedy is the cox. Ashburton College 1, lane 3, Eve Marshall, Summer Tilson, Gretchen Ross, Harper Tudavaki and Luke Moffat the cox. Lane 4, Whakatipu High School 1, Posey Manson, Cinnamon Williams, Liberty Hyde, Mimi Blundell and Bella Notton as the cox. Lane number 5, Burnside High School 1, Lucy Gibson, Olivia Blackmore Mann, Courtney Capon and Harriet Gorman with Amy Muncaster to the cox. Lane number 6 is Mount Aspiring College 1 with Zoe Melville, Casey Howard, Millyanne Stewart, Emily Throne, Peter Craig the cox. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 are in lane 7. Sophie Kerr, Eva Sutherland, Zara Shepherd, Cora Greer and Stella Pennant is the cox. Columba College number 1, India Scott, Zara Wills, Zoe Wallace, Stella Ingalls and Jade Bogue is the cox. Heat 1, 1 and 2 will go through to the A final. They're just up at the 1,000 metre mark now as they head through that point, and we can see Whakatipu looking pretty strong out there right next to Burnside. Those are the 2 crews. Just on the inside of them is Ashburton College. You can see them just to the right of the umpire's boat. Next to them, Villa Maria number 2. Right across on the outside of Burnside. 2 across from them is Christchurch Girls High School. Back into Mount Aspiring. Then we go to Columba College 1. This is the under 18 novice cox quadruple sculls. It is the first of 3 heats. Another 5 minutes or so from me, and then Russell Mills, who's been commentating here at Lake Ruataniwha since they filled it. Made a life member of South Island Rowing last year. This is Millsy's 65th year of being involved with rowing since he started as a little coxswain. So just watching Burnside and Whakatipu lead these crews down, heading up towards 500 metres to go. These 2 are looking quite comfortable. Pressure's going to come from down there in lane number 2, Villa Maria. Just on the inside of them, Ashburton College in lane 3. Number 1 and 2 through to the A final for this one. Just can see the odd bit of rubbish lying around. If you are near some or are responsible for some, please find a bin or take it with you. And a big thanks once again to Meridian for their continued support of South Island Rowing. They've been a great support for the South Island Rowing fraternity over many years, including the Meridian Rowing Centre, which we have here at Ruataniwha. Just taking the advantage here at this stage is Whakatipu over Burnside, but these 2 crews, they've got a clear lead over the rest of them. It still is with Villa Maria looking most likely, but they're a wee way back along with Ashburton College. Down again we go to St Hilda's Collegiate, across on the outside to Mount Aspiring, Christchurch Girls High, and then just further back there in lane number 8 is Columba College. So we head up towards 2 o'clock. That's almost ice cream time. Go and see Steve at Mr Whippy if you want an ice cream. Erin, if you want a coffee, go and see the coffee cart just out the back here. We'll do the great Belgian waffles. You can still get a bacon sandwich. It's a foodie's delight. Some more 8s making their way up to the start. Just extending here is Whakatipu, Posey, Mansa, Cinnamon, Williams, Liberty Hyde, Mimi Blundell. Ballynotton is the Cox. And this under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. Trying to get clear water between themselves and Burnside. Still fantastic conditions out there for sculling. You couldn't ask for anything better. And we've got a great forecast for the rest of the weekend. Might be a little bit windy tonight. That's okay. It can blow through the night. Ashburton College coming up alongside Villa Maria, but both those crews have got too much work to do to get an automatic spot through to the final. We can give you the crews for the second heat because they're underway. In heat in lane 1, Waitaki Girls High School number 1, Scarlett Gordy, Evie Mitchell, Bailey Pearson, Emily Tartone and Bridget Spittle as the Cox. Lane number 2, Avonside Girls High School number 2, Shannon Bradford, Emily Ash, Neem Jones, Maya Jones, Annika Johnson as the Cox. Lane number 3 is Hillmorton High School 1, Lisa Samar, Charlotte Syme, Ava Watai, Emily Gilmore and Michaela Hurst. That is in the second heat, which is underway. Just watching the completion of the first heat out here, and it'll be Whakatipu with 100 metres to go now. Just well under control. That boat's just moving nicely. Just cranking the handles a bit quicker now as Burnside, but both those crews will go through. Burnside will finish second. Another crew through to the final. They'll be followed then into the repechage by Ashburton, Villa Maria across the outside to Christchurch Girls, back inside to Mount Aspiring, and then we come down to St Hilda's and across on the outside to Columba College. As the second heat makes its way up to the 500 metre mark, we'll come back to that. Just watching Ashburton working against Villa Maria here for 3rd and 4th. It does count when they get into the repechage and where you are rowing, whatever lane you've got. Ashburton making no mean feat of this. They're going to go out to 4 seats on the line to take over the top of Villa Maria. Then we go another 3 boat lengths back. It'll be to Christchurch Girls ahead of Mount Aspiring. Then we go down to, here we have St Hilda's, and across on the outside still is Columba. That's that first heat of the girls under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. We got to lane 4, Villa Maria College. Selena Climo, Sarah Nicholson, Sophia Taylor, Amaya Napora, Alyssa Clark. Lane 5, James Hargis College 1, Mila Sheehan, Millie Hackett, Trinity Duncan, Tiziana Maseda Kuranen, Rachel Rees is the Cox. Lane number 6, Marion College 1, Ava Thomas, Charlotte McLaughlin, Olivia Walker, Annabelle Carter, Lexi Factory House is the Cox. Lane number 7, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Isla Turner, India Garden, Marley Hoare, Kenzie McLaughlin, Holly Chisholm is the Cox. And completing that field in lane 8 is Nelson College for Girls 1, Emily Becker, Leela Scowen, Ronya Maya, May Salmon and Poppy Sheehan is the Cox. That is heat 2 of the girls under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. They have... Where have they gone? Looks like they're not underway just yet. Looks like they might have started and been pushed back in, I think. Righto team, that heat number 2 of the girls under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls, they got underway. There was a gear breakage not long after start. In those circumstances, you can go for restart. So they've gone off into the bay. That is race 84. That is still to come. The next race that will come down that Millsy will call for you is race 85, which is the G Alpha. They'll be ready to go soon. In fact, they've just gone, and then we'll go back and bring you the previous race. So handing over to Millsy, and I'll catch you guys later on.
Well, thanks, Ian. We can now give you the time that Wakatip High School in that first heat went through in 8:06. Burnside was second, 8:11. Then it went Ashburton, 8:38. Villa Maria's number 2 crew at 8:40. Christchurch Girls at 8:55 and 9:02 for the rest. Now, just be aware of the day sheet, what Ian was talking about. They're rowing race number 85, which is the third heat through the course now. And then they'll go back and row race 84. That's if they can get 84. They'll row 84 if they can get them back up into the starting blocks in time. Doesn't give them much time to fix the gear problem and get up into the starting blocks. So it looks like they might. We'll let you know as soon as we can to see whether they'll be rowing at 84 or go on to 86. So heat number 3 are on their way, which is Marlborough Girls down in lane number 1, Rangi Ruru's in 2, Wakatifu's number 2 crew in 3, Otago Girls in 4, Craighead Diocesan's in 5, Avonside Girls in 6, St Hilda's got their second crew in lane number 7, and Garin College is out in lane number 8. Coming from the centre lanes again, they're most likely gone about 500, maybe past that island. They're in between the Alcatraz Island and the 1,000-metre peg again. We'll talk about what you can do if you want to stretch your legs, take a walk up to the 1,000-metre peg and watch all the action go through the 1,000-metre marker peg. Looks like Craighead had gone out of the start and gone through that first 500 nice and quickly, put on a little bit of pressure at that first 500 metre mark, and they've gone and opened up a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field. So Craighead out of the Timaru rowing sheds, again on that little estuary there. And of course they do a wee bit of work up here on Lake Ruataniwha as well. Craighead sitting in front as they head towards that 1,000-metre peg. On their left-hand shoulder they have the crew from Otago Girls High School. So good to see Otago Girls High School colours up there on the left shoulder, but about 2 lengths back is Wakatipu's number 2 crew, and just ahead of Wakatipu's 2 crew is Rangi Ruru out of lane number 2, and lane 1 just back off the pace going through the 1,000-metre peg. We go out wide, it's Craighead, and then there's 3 crews on the right-hand shoulder of Craighead, Avonside, St Hilda's 2 and Garin College, and there's absolutely nothing separating them as they head towards the 1,000-metre peg. Craighead sitting out in front by a couple of lengths at this stage. Gosh, that water's so good at the rowing championships for the South Island for the schools. Good to see a big crowd in as well. Get in behind the rowers. Get out and enjoy the facilities. If you pack it in, you pack it out. Craighead Diocesan, they're sitting in front. The challengers coming from the crew on the inside, Otago Girls High School, but they are a good 2 to 2.5 lengths down off them in these brilliant water conditions here on Lake Ruataniwha. That's the lake of the two monsters. We've seen the tail flick a couple of times throughout the season. Nothing serious, but they're well chained to the bottom of the lake today, that's for sure. And they will be tomorrow and the next day. Craighead Dyerson gone through the 1,000-metre peg, still in front by 2 to 2.5 lengths over Otago Girls. Then we have to come down to lanes number 2. Rangiruru 1 come out of that bunch when they went through the 1,000-metre peg and put themselves up into third place. We're looking at 1 and 2 to go through to the straight to the final. The next 5 will go through to the repecharges. Rangiruru trying to put a little bit of pressure on Otago Girls to see if they can get up into those 2. Through that 1,000-metre peg, the pushes will be starting to come. It depends what coach has got the idea of his race plan. Sometimes they go in that 500. A lot of them do a move up around the 1,000-metre peg. That's why it is worthwhile going up and having a yarn up there. You'll hear what goes on with the pushes. The pushes and a lot of the pressure is put on in this third 500. And I think there's still about 3 lengths down Rangiruru of getting up into that qualifying position on their right shoulder. Wakatipu's trying to put some pressure on them. We go back to Craighead. Craighead through the final 500 now. They are clearly out in front by a good 3 to 3.5 lengths over Otago Girls. Ruby Merriman is doing the coxing for Otago Girls, and Tessa Westgart is doing the coxing for Craighead Dyerson. Gosh, the coxswains do a great job on Lake Ruatanipa. It is so easy to go outside those buoys and go close to them. And, of course, if the rowers clip a buoy, it could be a difference between a gold medal and 4th. So it always pays to have a good coxswain, especially in the novice grades, that's for sure. Keep them tidy, keep them neat, keep them under control, stop them from getting excited. So this is novice grade. Craighead. You can balance these boats really well, and you're in a first-year rower more so than the sweepboard boats. So Craighead doing a great job under the coaching panel there at Timaru Rowing Club. Dean Milne. Down inside the yellow buoys, Craighead goes. There's more than 3.5 lengths. There's 4.5 lengths. They've got a commanding lead over the rest of the field. The first 2 home are going to qualify. Otago Girls will qualify. So Armour and Lily, they'll be happy with that. Then we go down to Rangiruru. That's their number 1 crew. Rangiruru, they've up into third place. They brought the yellow skiff of Wakatipu's number 2 crew with them, but they were a length and a quarter down, and they're fighting for nothing because they'll all go through to the repecharges. It's the first 2 you've got to be in if you want to do the work. And there's the buzzer for Craighead. Otago Girls will be the second qualifier. Then we go back to Rangiruru, a length and a half back to Wakatipu, down to Marlborough Girls, and we're looking for 2 more, which is the 2 out further, which is the crew from St Hilda's number 2 crew. They'll qualify, and the crew inside there, Maven side, who just struggled a little bit there. And then on the blue boat, Garin College on the blue boat, unfortunately, was the crew that's going to have to hope they've got another event to row in. Looks very much like they have let race 84 go, so they get them back into sequence again, which is that second heat. We'll get a time for the first heat for you. The girls' novice Cox quads, the first heat went through in 8:06. So Waitaki Girls High School was down on the lane number 1, Avonside 2 and 2, Hill Morton's out in 3, Villa Maria's in 4, James Hargest in 5, Marion in 6, St Hilda's Collegiate in 7, and Nelson College for Girls was out there in lane number 8. They've got past where they got last time, that's all. Like it's It's 4 in the blue. That's Villa Maria out of lane number 4. Villa Maria under the cox and guidance of George Johnson and Phoebe Collar. They are sitting out in front in this, the girls under 19, novice cox quadruple sculls. It's the second heat. First year rowers. And they'll go next year into the intermediate grades or the club grades, depending on what happens if they take a crew to Mardi Cup and see there. But this is a championship regatta. It'll have a lot to bear on your what you'll be rowing next year. Villa Maria, always strong. Villa Maria out of the Avon River in Christchurch. They're through that. They're in the third 500 on their right-hand shoulder, but back just off the pace a little bit is James Hargest. Marion's ahead of James Hargest, and the crew ahead of Marion is St Hilda's. Nelson College for girls are finding it a little bit tough there, and also the 3 crews on the inside. Hill Morton, Avonside girls, that's their number 2 crew, and Waitaki, they're all finding it tough down on the inside to keep anywhere near the leaders. The leaders are well out in front. Villa Maria doing a pretty good job. I'm going to get a clock on them for you. They're down on 33. They're almost on 32 and a half. So they're doing it pretty easy. They're just sitting back watching everything that's going on. The coxswain's the only one that can't see behind them. Otherwise, unless she swings her head around like the Exorcist. Are coming down, they'll get the yellow buoys. The water conditions unbelievable for rowing. Just be aware of the heat. Spectators out there, it can get very severe in the Mackenzie country. Slip, slop and slap. Keep your clothes on. We don't want any of that other stuff that you see at the crickets and the rugby. So make sure you keep your clothes on. Respectable sport. We can now give you the third heat times. Craighead went through in an 8:03. So Craighead 8:03, then Otago Girls High School in 8:14. They're the 2 qualifiers. Then it went Rangi, Wakatip 2, Marlborough Girls, St Hilda's, Avonside. No worry about the leaders here. Villa Maria is still sitting out front. They're in the goal, boys. We go 2 out from them. We go to St Hilda's Collegiate. They are up into the qualifying position as well, so the coaches from St Hilda's under-18 novices will be pretty happy. And then from there, have to go through the repecharges, will be the crew on the left-hand side, which is Marion College, Marion, and then in the middle we go James Hargest. They will qualify through the reps. And we go out wide to Nelson Girls. Have got a chance. And then 3 out, we have Hill Morton, Avonside, Waitaki. Down to the buzzer, Villa Maria, a beautifully balanced crew as they head through. The body language of some of the crews when they get the buzzer tells me they're really working hard today. We've got 2 more days of rowing to go. St Hilda's will take the second buzzer. They'll qualify for the final. And then the rest going through the repecharge. Marion College, James Hargest, Nelson Girls across the far side. Outer lane 3, Hill Morton will go through to the repecharges, and also lane number 1, Waitaki. So Avonside 2, unfortunately, will have another row somewhere in the regatta. The boys under 19 Sweepord 4. Race 86, your day sheet. Nelson College down in lane number 1, Christchurch boys in 2, St Bede's in 3, Timaru boys 4, Waitaki boys 5, Garran College in 6, St Thomas of Canterbury's 2 crew in 7, and St Andrew's 2 crew out in lane number 8. This is the boys under 18 novice coxed 4. 1 to go through to the final, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, so the rest will go through to the repecharge. And it is Timaru boys And that's no surprise. They've had an exceptionally good season out of the Timaru rowing sheds. Timaru boys sitting in front only by about 3/4 of a length over Waitaki boys. So both out of the, mid-Canterbury. Timaru boys 3/4 of a length, Waitaki trying to get a little closer. These two crews have really opened it up. We haven't had, both Ian and Millsy hasn't had any races that you could get excited and jump up and down like Rumpelstiltskin. We'll see it all tomorrow. There's a huge gap from the qualifiers to the crews in behind them. And then there's an awful big gap from the leading crews to the back end crews. There'll have to be some work done to get into that final tomorrow. Absolutely nothing between those two crews. It's Timaru and Waitaki boys. Waitaki boys are starting to wind up. Timaru are happy to let them go. Timaru haven't wound up yet. Waitaki boys have gone up to Timaru. They've wound their hands up. They're now on about 36, 37. Timaru have only woken up the fact now, so Timaru, the coxswain, wouldn't be able to see Waitaki coming up alongside them. Timaru have only just worked out that they're coming up alongside now, and there's absolutely nothing in it as they head down towards the line. They are locked together. Bow ball to bow ball. One is Timaru. No, it's Timaru with a couple of feet now, that rower boys. Timaru there with almost 1/4 of a canvas. They'll go down and take the buzzer by about 3 feet. Both will qualify. Oh, no, they won't. Only one will go through. Timaru boys will go through. Waitaki boys will obviously go through the refa charges, but they will get through into the final. St. Bede's will be the next qualifier up. They're all going to qualify for the refa charges. Then we go Nelson. Then we go out to Garran. St. Thomas of Canterbury. Christchurch boys won, and a couple of crews across the far side, St. Andrews and St. Thomas of Canterbury. Right, we can now give you the time of that second heat of the under-18 novice girls quads. They went through 7:53, which was Meridian College. Good 12 seconds ahead of St. Hilda's. They are the two qualifiers. Then it went Meridian, James Hargest, Hill Morton, Nelson, Waitaki, Avonside. Boys under 18 novice Cox 4, heat 2. They were due to go out of the big concrete starting blocks down the eastern end of the lake at 10 minutes past 2, so they are right on time with the regatta, which the way they've been for the whole regatta since 8 o'clock this morning. Got Otago boys down in lane number 1, Shirley boys in 2, Aspiring College in 3, St. Thomas of Canterbury in 4, St. Andrews in 5, Marlborough boys in 6, Rolleston College in 7, and Cashmere out in lane number 8. They're in the third 500, and again we're seeing another boat well out in front. Just a very, very slight lump on the water as they go through that third 500. It's coming out of 4, which is St. Thomas of Canterbury. And they have got a commanding lead over any challenging position. St. Andrews up in the second position. They'll have to go through the rep because they are too far back to pull back St. Thomas of Canterbury unless there's something drastic happens in that boat. On St. Andrews' right-hand shoulder is Marlborough boys. They're the first 3 crews. And then we go back 3 to 3.5 lengths to the very outside crew, Cashmere. 4 lengths back to them is Rolleston College, and they are locked up with lane number 3, which is Mount Aspiring College. Another 3 to 3.5 lengths back to Shirley boys, and another 3.5 lengths back to Otago boys down in lane number 1. So they're just coming out of that little lumpy patch, going straight back into nice flat water again, and it is St. Thomas of Canterbury. Paddy Dowling doing the coaching of this crew. They're novices out of St. Thomas of Canterbury. I'd imagine they do a lot of their training on the Avon River as well, out of Christchurch, and they head down towards the Gold Buoys, and they'll hit the Gold Buoys this time. Now, that first heat of the boys under 18 novice sweepboard went through 7:12. Timaru went through in 7:12, and then Waitaki 7:12.74. Then it went St. Bede's, Nelson, Garran, St. Andrews 2, Christchurch boys, St. Canterbury, Thomas of St. Canterbury 2 it is. And this is their number 1 crew. St. Thomas of Canterbury, through the 100-metre buoy line they go. Those boys, not one of them looked out of the boat, so the disciplines of a very high standard of set as they head down towards the busser, and look as though they're going to set themselves up for a shot at the final to see if you can take a South Island title and a gold medal. Down towards the buzzer they go. Oh, there's problems right in behind them. There's St. Andrews. It won't make a great deal of difference. St. Andrews just having a few problems in behind them, and it's given a chance for Marlborough boys to creep up and go ahead of them. It won't matter, guys. Don't get too worried about it, because you had to win to get through. You were going to be going through the repechage anyway. They just can't get it back together again. This is novice rowing. The mistakes are made when the pressure goes on, and they don't know how to fix the mistake. They'll still go through. Marlborough will go through. Mount Aspiring will go through up the top end. Cashmere, Shirley boys, Rollston, and it looks like Otago boys down the inside will go through as well. Right, the girls under 16 coxed 4. It's the same qualifications of that last event. It's the winning crew of each heat going straight through to the finals, and the rest of the field are going through to the repechage. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th will go through to the repechage. So there's a very good chance they'll have 2 repechage races. They've already got 2 in the final. We need 8 crews in the final, so we've got to find 6 more. There'll be 2 repechage races, and you take 3 from each of those repechage heats into the final. The rest will be out the back de-rigging boats. Wakatipu down in lane number 1. Rangiruru's 3 crew and 2. Rangiruru's 1 crew and 3. Christchurch girls 1 crew and 4. Waitaki girls 1 and 5. St. Margaret's 2 and 6. St. Kevin's and 7. The girls under 16, coxed 4. One will go through, and one's got themselves all sorted out. It's coming out of lane 4, which is Christchurch girls. So Christchurch girls have got an advantage of 2 lengths advantage over Rangiruru. We're looking for the winners to go through. The rest will just go through to the repechage. So it looks like they'll need the turbos on. The E-batteries need to come out from Rangiruru if they want to get up and win the race to get straight through to the final, eliminate an extra race. I think you're only allowed 3 races here. Each individual member of the school's only allowed 3 races. And of course, if you have to row a heat, a repechage and a final, that's 9 races you've rowed over 3 days. And like I said before, there'll be no homework done on Sunday night. In that beautiful water conditions going into the Gold Buoys, still sitting in front is Christchurch girls over Rangiruru. Quite clearly sitting in front by a good length and a half, length and 3/4 over Rangi. Rangi, see if they crank their hands up and try and get close to them. At this stage, Christchurch girls are happy to just sit there on the rating that they are doing. And don't look as if they really want to wind it up at this stage. Just came up one notch, just as we're talking about at Christchurch Girls. They want to keep away from Rangi. They don't want them to come any closer than that. So Rangi will unfortunately have to go with two of their crews. They'll go through. The Rangi number 3 crew has moved themselves up into 3rd position as well. That sets good for the Rangi when it goes through to the reefer charges. Then we have the St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's out wide, right on their left-hand shoulder we have Waitaki Girls. Then we go out to St. Kevin's, and down the inside we go to Wakatipu High School. Good work done by Christchurch Girls. Right, the second heat of the boys' novice sweepboard event was 7:32. St. Thomas of Canterbury went through in 7:32, and they were 22 seconds clear of second place Marlborough Boys College. So a very impressive row by St. Thomas of Canterbury. Girls under 16 Cox Force second heat. We've got Nelson College for girls in lane number 1, St. Andrews in 2, St. Margaret's in 3, Ashburton in 4, Rangiruru's 2 and 5, Avonside Girls in 6, and Columba College in 7. There's not a great deal between St. Margaret's and Ashburton College as they head in towards this third 500. It is St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's sitting out there by about maybe a length and a half over on their right shoulder, which is Rangiruru. Oh, it's Ashburton on their right shoulder. It's St. Andrews on the inside. That's where the challenge might come from. The white for St. Andrews down on the inside of St. Margaret's. They would only be 3/4 of a length away from them. So we've got a real blood match going on here. St. Andrews and St. Margaret's. And trying to get in amongst the fight as well as the Ashburton crew. And then we have to go back about 4 lengths way back to Rangiruru. And then we go to the Avonside crew, another length and a half back from there, and another 3 lengths back to Columba College. And Columba College is locked up with Nelson College down in the inside lane. It's coming out of 3. St. Andrews trying to put some pressure on St. Margaret's. 1 to go through. The Coxons really need to start to get them to wind up now. We've talked about it. We talk about it at every regatta about winding up. If you want to eliminate that race, you want a biscuit around your neck, you've got to go for it. Final day. Oh, St. Margaret's just caught a wee bit of a light one on the bow side. Is it given St. Andrews a chance? St. Andrews, where's the St. Andrews supporters? St. Andrews have got a chance. They're in within 3/4 of a length. Oh, St. Margaret's have got it back together again now. They just copped something on the bow side. And now St. Andrews trying to fly at them. They still haven't cranked their hands up. St. Margaret's have wound it up now. The stroke girl of St. Margaret says, I want to go. Or the coxswain says, I want to go. The stroke girl won't say anything at all. She'll be taking the commands from the coxswains. It's down to about 1/4 of a canvas, or down to a canvas now. It's only a canvas. St. Andrews coming very, very quickly at St. Margaret's. Or it's down to half a length. And then on the right-hand shoulder of them, coming within 3/4 of a length, also is Ashburton coming home quickly. And that's good racing. Oh, the body language tells you that they're working out there in the sun today. God, there's some effort going in. I hope it's not too much. They all had a crack at going through to the final. $7.57 was the first heat, the girls 4. Christchurch went through in 7.47. They'll go through to the final. Right, one of the very, very few straight races of the regatta, the boys under 16 coxed 8s. There's no heats needed. They'll all come back and do it tomorrow. We're just looking for heat lanes. Christ College 3 and 1, Christchurch Boys in 2, Christ College 2 and 3, St Bede's in 4, Christ College 1 and 5, St Andrews in 6, and St Thomas of Canterbury in 7. They are all Christchurch crews. In the boys under 16 coxed 8. Come back and do it tomorrow. Fast lane's going to go to outer lane 4, St Bede's. The fast lane's going to go to St Bede's. Aaron Maxwell will be happy with his boys. They're sitting out in front. These guys under 16 will go through this course in around about 6:18, 6:19, which is a tailing wind or a headwind. It's a side-on wind, so they'll be around about 6:18, I would think. Maybe a wee bit quicker. They might go 6:15, 6:16. Inside the yellow boys go St Bede's, telling everybody in the field that we want the fast lane, we want the lane we're in now, and we want it again on final day. And they are looking very strong as they head down to get the buzzer. On their right shoulder is Christ College's 1 crew, on their left shoulder is Christ College's 2 crew, and right on there is Christchurch Boys. And then we go out to St Andrews, St Thomas of Canterbury, and Christ College's 3 crew. That's a pretty impressive row from the under 16 boys. It will be interesting their time. It's just hard to tell with that little side breeze that came in. That second heat of the girls under 16 4 went through in 7:43. They'll go straight through to the final, St Margaret's, and then 1.35 of a second behind St Andrews. And then it went Ashburton, Rangiruru 2, Avonside, Nelson, and Columba College. Boys under 16-8, I think it's one of the very, very few events that hasn't rode heats. Girls under 17 coxless pair. This is, girls under 17 coxless pair. This must be a new event. Okay, this has got us fooled. I haven't heard of this event. The girls under 17 coxless pair. I've never seen it in a South Island Schools Championship or a Māori Cup. So it must be a new level into Māori Cup. Oh, I know why. Yeah. Okay, I just worked out why they got an under 17 coxless pair. Nevertheless, we're going to take 2 through to the final. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th are going to go through the rapid charge. The first heat up, race 191 it is. Rangiruru in lane 2, Marlborough girls in 3, Christchurch girls in 4, Columba College in 5, St Margaret's in 6 and Christchurch girls number 2 in 7. Okay, the boys under 18-8 went through in 6:14. So they went through in 6:14. That was St Bede's, and they were 8 seconds clear of Christ College's number 1 crew. Then it went Christ College 2, Christchurch Boys, St Andrews, St Thomas of Canterbury, and Christ College's 3 crew. Right, and we'll call this new event, which is an under 17 coxless pair, 1 grade down from the elite class at school rowing. But I think you'll find in the future this will be the elite class at school rowing. I think you'll find that the grades will come down and it'll end up being under 17s. Marlborough girls, by gosh, they're going well down on the inside. There's still just that slightly lump on the water out there in that 3rd 500. So Marlborough girls at this stage, they're the girls that are sitting in front, and they have said goodbye to the rest of the field. Anna Hurren and Eliza Glover, coached by Meridian and Joe, and they are just sitting out in front over the rest of the field, and this is a commanding lead. These are very difficult boats to row, so these guys have got to be 16 years of age. The grade is under 17, so they have to be 16. and they're very difficult boats to row. They're very difficult boats to steer as they go through the course, the same as the doubles. A lot of these boats will be footstool. If you're a novice spectator and wondering how they can keep their boat straight down the course, it is because the weight, the bowman and the stroke man on ergs will most likely have a very, very even time. So if you've got the weight, the power ratio on both sides even, you shouldn't have a great deal of problem steering it, but a lot of the boats are steered by foot, or a lot of the boats are steered by just one side pulling a little bit harder than the other side. That's all, to keep the boat straight. And somebody doing the calling in the boat. Marlborough have got their boat smack bang in the row of buoys. So a good job been done by Marlborough. We're looking at 2 to go through. The next qualifier is out St. Margaret's by the look of it. St. Margaret's will be the second qualifier. And then we come into lane 5 by the look of it. From there, it is Columba College. So St. Margaret's will be the second qualifier. Columba College only 2.5 lengths on, and then we go back to Christchurch Girls. They are about 2 lengths behind Columba College, a wee way back to Rangiruru, and then there is in the middle of the course, Christchurch Girls number 1. Marlborough's convincing win. St. Margaret's will take the second buzzer and go through to the final with Marlborough Girls. Rest are going to go through the repechage. So all other crews will go through to the repechage. If you're a spectator out there and you haven't got a lot of experience in rowing, this is what you're seeing here is the cream of New Zealand rowing. There's not many elite New Zealand rowers that haven't gone through the school system. The school system picks up all the good rowers. And New Zealand are well endowed as far as the rowing goes. They have got very strong crews, as we've just proven with the boys under 16 going through in 6:14. You go back 20 years, you would have never heard of them going through with that speed, with all the new designs of boats and the light material that they're all built out of. And of course they work an awful lot harder at training today than what they did 30, 40, 50 years ago. That second heat has St. Margaret's 2 down in lane 2, St. Andrews in 3, Nelson College 4, Craighead 5, St. Hilda's in 6, Marlborough Girls 2 in 7. And it's right in the middle of the course. It looks like the crew from Craighead. So Craighead, this is Kate Card and Abby Hurst. Dean Milne, of course, doing the coaching for them out of the Timaru rowing shed in Timaru. On the left shoulder of them is the crew from Nelson, Francisca Palmer and Isla Martine, coach Tim Babbage. These 2 crews are going to go through straight to the final. The girls under 17 coxless pair. This is the second heat. And it's Craighead. Craighead with the advantage over Nelson. Then on the right-hand shoulder of Craighead, we've got St. Hilda's. They're about 1.25 lengths down off Nelson. And they, in turn, have got a 2-length advantage over the gold of Marlborough's number 2 crew. Then we come all the way down here to the white of St. Andrews and St. Margaret's number 2 crew down on the inside from there. So really good racing in the under-17s. Oh, what happened to Marlborough out there? Something happened. All of a sudden they went off course. They just having rowing back into their lane again. It won't make any difference because you'll still qualify for the repechage. They've got their boat straightened up again. So obviously there was a wee problem there. So Craighead and Nelson will go through, and the rest will go through the river charge. 7:56 for the first heat, Marlborough girls. They were 18 seconds clear of second qualifier, St Margaret, so that's a huge confident booster going into the finals. We now go straight to the boys under 17 coxless pair. This is one class down from the elite, like we said with the girls. And like we says, it must be a new event in the program. And I'd imagine they'll be rowing it at Mardi Cup because this is the same program as Mardi Cups. All are going to the final, so we're just looking for lanes here. But if you can win and win easy, then you've put a feather in your cap for the final. Oh, right down on the inside, we can see the gold. It looks like Marlborough again. St Bede's are right on the inside. They just back off the pace quite a wee way. Not too bad. Then we have the white of St Andrews, Marlborough, just ahead of these two crews. They've got a commanding lead. Who's doing the coaching at Marlborough boys? Clayton Lindstrom and Glenn Marfell. Yeah, well, with Clayton Lindstrom there, no wonder they're sitting out in front. What a good coaching panel they've got coaching these two young lads, Logan Flight and Aidan Bennett. Sitting out in front, watching everybody else. Then we go right out the far side. We're only looking for the one. Oh, no, we're not looking for any. We're looking for lanes. To try and get the second fastest lane is right out on the far side. That's St Thomas of Canterbury right out on the far side there. They're up into second place. They'll get the second quickest lane. And then we come down. Oh, there's a big gap back again. Gosh, these gaps are huge. We go back to St Andrews down on the inside. On their left-hand shoulder, they have got St Bede's. And then we have in the middle, two in the middle of the course, we've got Nelson, Christchurch boys, Shirley boys, and we've got Ellesmere College. Now, that's the first call I've had for Ellesmere College at any rowing regatta. Ellesmere College. Marlborough boys, very strong combination, neat and tidy as they head down towards the 100-metre buoy line. Under no pressure whatsoever, they will go through and they'll put their hand up and say, you're going to have to catch us in the final. Because we've got the fast lane, and you know what happens in the fast lane, it gets the first buzzer. Down to the line they go. Big tussle going on between St Andrews out in close and out wide is St Thomas of Canterbury. The two Canterbury crews, St Thomas of Canterbury had it at that row of boys, but the St Andrews boys are coming home pretty quickly and might nail them on the line. Makes no difference. One of the quicker lanes will go there. Then we have the combination from St Bede's. Then we go out to the Nelson combination. On the left-hand shoulder is Christchurch boys, and we should be looking for a couple more. We do. We go out to Shirley boys, and there's a one way down the track. It's coming out of lane 4, which is Ellesmere College. Right, 8:09 second heat of the girls under 17 coxless pair went through in 8:09. We'll get the first heat time up for you as soon as we get it up. The second heat. Okay, the girls under 18 coxed quadruple sculls. This is one of the elite classes at secondary school rowing. Here at the Meridian Energy South Island School Rowing Championships on Lake Ruatanaba for 2025. The medals will be found on Sunday, finals day, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some finals rowed on Saturday actually. We'll have to see when the program comes out. And this is the highest grade, the under 18s, the 17-year-olds. First two are going to have to go through. There'll be some very fast times here. Nelson College in 2, Otago Girls in 3, Twizel area in 4. That's where the action will come from. And Dunstan High in 5, coming from them as well. James Hargis in 6 and Villa Maria in 7. So it'll be lanes 4 and 5, you can guarantee it. At this stage it is Twizel. Twizel have got the advantage over Dunstan High. Those two centre lanes, we go out Villa Maria right out far side, and then on the left-hand side we've got Otago Girls back quite a distance to Nelson College, and the Villa Maria, oh, there must be James Hargis crew away back. So it's Twizel sitting out in front, the 2,000 metre course. They know the shortcuts, so they take the shortcuts, puts them in front. That's exactly what they've done. Hazel, Licia, Sadie, Cara, and there is Jasmine's in the coxswain seat. Calvin and Sarah do the coaching of these girls, have shown over the last 2 or 3 years coming up from Twizel. I think they took a gold medal at Mardi Cup, not last year, but a few years ago. So Twizel sitting out in front. We're looking at 2 to go through, and it looks like it's going to be out of Dunstan and Otago Girls. At this stage, it's Dunstan only by a canvas. Go through and take the second buzzer. Otago Girls flying home down on the inside, got within a canvas of Dunstan. Again, the body language tells you, look at the body language from those 3 crews by fighting it out in front. Tells you that they're really working hard out there to try and qualify. The rest will have to go through the repechage. So that gives everyone a chance again. 7:19, Melbourne Boys College coxless pair, and the first heat went through in 7:19. Right, we go up and pick up race 95 of the regatta, the second heat of the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. The first 2 will go to the final, the rest will go to the repechage. Southland Girls down in lane 2, Meridian College in 3, Craighead Diocesan in 4, Cashmere High School in 5, Otago Girls 2 crew in 6, and Mount Aspiring is out in lane number 7. Again, we're going to have a dog fight for the finish of 2. Oh, looks like out wide by the look of it. It looks like Cashmere. And then on the left-hand shoulder, which is Craighead and Cashmere, but the advantage goes to Cashmere by about 3/4 of a length, and then pressure going to go on Craighead from Marion. Marion will have to really open it up now, though, Marion. I hope the stroke girl can hear me. You'll need to start and crank those hands up. They're about 3/4 of a length, maybe a length down on qualifying. We're looking at 2 to go through. And at this stage, Cashmere sitting out in front. Joe and Molly will be happy to see them out there and eliminate the repechage. And then on their left-hand shoulder also with 2 to go in, it is Craighead Diocesan. Dean will be happy as well. He'll want to eliminate the repechages, and pressure's going to go on them from Marion College. Hope Fiona's got a little hand speed there from the stroke girl. They're in Indian file as they head down towards the 100-metre buoy line. There's going to be no change to the way they cross the buzzer. Inside the 100 goes the leading crew. Cashmere Craighead's through now, and now Marion now, and they'll go down. That's the way they'll get the buzzer. Craighead's trying to come a little bit quicker towards the finish over the crew that's in front, Cashmere. They've got within 3/4 of a length of them as they cross the line, a length and a quarter back to the crew from Meridian College. And then we go right out wide to Mount Aspiring, who are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lengths down the track. And then we go to Southland Girls. Boys under 18 double scull. This is the top class. Dunstan High out of lane number 1. John McGlashan out of 2. So John McGlashan is scratched for the look of it. Otago Boys 2 out of 3. Wakatu High School out of 4. Waitaki Boys 2 out of 5. St Thomas of Canterbury 2 out of 6. Christ College 7. And St Andrews in 8. Take John McGlashan out of your day sheet, guys. Boys under 18 double scull, the top class. You can't go any higher than this when you're at school. You have to leave and go out into the big wild world. It's coming out of 4. It's coming out of 4, which is Wakatipu, Sebastian Watson. We've already in Harry Lightfoot. We've both seen them qualify earlier on in the single sculls, I think it was, from the under 18s. These two young fellas off Lake Hayes and Queenstown, or between Queenstown and Arrowtown, if nobody knows where Lake Hayes is. So it's Wakatipu. We're looking at one only to go through the rest, and then we go down the inside to the young combination of Max Smith and Jolt Stook. We saw Jolt Stook go very well in the single sculler earlier on, and they are up in a good qualifying to look as if they'll get through with the reefer charges, that's for sure. So they are up into second. Then we go right across. We go 3 in from the outside. St Thomas of Canterbury at Woolwee. Just check the colours for you. It's out of lane 6 at St Thomas of Canterbury, number 2 crew. They'll be up into 3rd place. And then we go out wide to there to St Andrews, number 1. And then we come inside them, Christ College. But we also have well ahead of Christ College, Otago Boys, number 2 crew. And then in the middle of the course, Waitaki Boys, number 2 crew. So there's the qualifier. They've got the buzzer, a commanding lead over Dunstan High. Dunstan High, nice and sharp as they finish through the course. St Thomas of Canterbury's 2 crew, they go, and St Andrews will get the buzzer this time now. And then we go to Otago Boys, back out to Christ College, in the middle of the course, Waitaki, and that's the field. Right, 7:29, Cashmere, the girls under 18 coxed quad. Cashmere in the second heat went through in 7:29. Only 2.55 ahead of Craighead. Second heat of that boys under 18 double scull. Cromwell down in lane number 1. St Bede's in 2. Targa Boys 1 and 3. St Kevin's in 4. Nelson in 5. St Thomas of Canterbury's 1 and 6. Shirley Boys in 7. Christ College is 2 out in lane number 8. And again, we've got another crew sitting out in front watching all the action coming with the St Kevin's colours out of the Oamaru rowing sheds. Ivan Doherty, I'd imagine, have something to do with this. Ivan Doherty's doing the coaching for these under 18 boys. Be interesting. We're just going to check the time. The first heat went through Wakatipu in 7:04. That's quite swift, 7:04 for the under 18 coxless sweepboards. Down on the inside of the leader is Otago Boys, Henry and Ben from Otago Boys. Lauren will be happy with their row as well. And then on the right-hand shoulder of them is Nelson's College, George and Ollie from Nelson. These are 3 crews. The right-hand shoulder of Nelson, but about a length and a half down, is St Thomas of Canterbury. There's your first four, well, certainly 4 crews in the last 100 metres. And then we come down the inside to lane 2, which is St. Bede's combination. And way back down the course we have Cromwell College, and across the far side we have, well ahead of Cromwell College, is the White of Christ College's number 2 crew, St. Kevin's. Look at the nice little run they got on their boat. Beautiful rating. It's most likely around 35 as they down to get the plenty of nice rip with the elbows and really good drive with the legs. They get the buzzer. They says, we're pretty good guys. See if you can come and chase us in the final. Targa boys take the second buzzer. We're now just sort of looking for time. Then we go to Nelson, St. Thomas of Canterbury, St. Bede's, Christ College and Cromwell. Right, the time to beat is 7:04. In the meantime, while we're getting that time up, we go and give you the field for the girls under 15 coxed eights. It's another straight race, about the second of the day. They're just going for lanes. If you're a novice spectator out there and wondering what Millsy's talking about, they row, even though there's only 7 crews entered, and they use 8 crews for the finals in all races. And if you're going to say why, don't they just row it as a straight final on final day? Because if we've done that with every straight race, you would concertina the program up and there wouldn't be enough time from one race of one grade for the next race of the same grade. And also they're going for lanes because they have a flared effect as they come down through the lake. You should see 4 is the fast lane, and they flare out from there, getting slower and slower, going out to lane number 8 and down to the inside lane number 1. So it should be an arrow coming down the lake. It certainly isn't an arrow coming down the lake here. We've got St. Andrews in lane 1, St. Margaret's 2 and 2, St. Margaret's 1 right alongside them in 3, Rangiruru in 4, Marlborough Girls in 5, Christchurch Girls 2 crew in 6, and Christchurch Girls 1 crew in lane number 7. And they are well up. The Christchurch Girls number 2 crew is back off the pace going through the 1,000 metre peg, and also Marlborough, which is slightly ahead of that number 2 Christchurch Girls crew, back off the pace. And also right down the crews on the inside, St. Margaret's number 2 and St. Andrews really feeling the pinch of the guns in the middle of the course, which is St. Margaret's, Rangiruru and Marlborough, and right out wide Christchurch Girls are right in the firing line as well. The big 8-packers, these girls will go through. They're normally about a minute slower than the guys in this grade. This is an under 15 grade, so they should go through in about 7:10, I would imagine, somewhere around about there. Rangiruru's got the advantage over also. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if it's Rangi or St. Margaret's. They are absolutely locked together, these 2 crews. Where's the cheerleaders down there at the 250? There's absolutely nothing between them to try and get the fast lane tomorrow. It's Rangiruru and St. Margaret's together, and also right out wide is Christchurch Girls. There's nothing between the 3 of them. You should be down on the bank, jumping up and down like Rumpelstiltskin, waving the flags and ringing the bells. Who's going to get the fast lane? Rangiruru in the middle. On their left-hand shoulder, St. Margaret's. Right out wide, Christchurch Girls. There's the 3 crews going to fight it out for the final tomorrow, that's for sure. The other ones are too far back to be in contention for the final tomorrow. Or it could be Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls out wide, that's the crew that's in front. We've got a better look at it now. They've got a half a length over Rangi. Rangi now have got about a half a length over St. Margaret's. The work's really going in. We'll take a look at it when they get the buzzer and just see the body language. Christchurch Girls on the outside, 3/4 of a length advantage over Rangi, almost a length as they go down towards the buzzer. Christchurch Girls, it'll be a length. Down towards the buzzer they go. Christchurch girls, number 1 crew, go down. Oh, it's only 3/4 of a length. They get the buzzer. And then it's Rangirua and a half a length back to St. Margaret's. Oh, look at the body language there out wide. Christchurch girls. They put everything into it. A big way back then to Marlborough. Then we go to the second crew of St. Margaret's. And then we go to the second crew of Christchurch girls. Down the inside, St. Andrews. The boys under 18 double sculls, they went through in 7:06. Boys under 15-4 are on their way down the course, race 99. Race 99 of 122 races, so we're getting inside the last hour and a half, or maybe hour and 3/4. Boys under 15, Cox 4, 1 and 2 going to go through to the final. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, so that's 4 other ones they're going to take through to the repechage. The rest out the back. Shirley boys in lane 2. Christchurch boys in 3. St. Bede's in 4. Christchurch boys 2 and 5. Marlborough boys in 6 and Nelson College in 7. They are through the 1,000 metre peg. They're in the 3rd 500. And again, we've got a crew sitting way out in front. Looks like it could be, oh, I just got to pick it up for you. Okay, it's St. Bede's number 1. So St. Bede's number 1 is sitting out in front comfortably over the rest of the field. We're looking at 2 to go through. The next qualifier is on the left-hand shoulder, which is Christchurch boys number 1. And then on their right-hand shoulder, with these crews are 3 or 4 lengths back off the leader, is Marlborough boys. Then Nelson well back off it. So it's Christchurch boys 2. It's on their right-hand shoulder. And then we go a long way back to Marlborough boys and Nelson at the back of the field. And then ahead of them is down on the inside is Shirley boys. So it is the crew from St. Bede's. Seen these boys out before. They've been out in the smaller boats, I would imagine. Getting along really nicely indeed. Coxswain's just sitting up in the cockpit in the front. Well, he wants to get a good view of the rest of the course. He's certainly not looking at crews that are ahead of them, because they can. Christchurch boys, that's their number 1 crew that's on their left shoulder, and they're squeezed up between the 2 Christchurch boys 4s. Number 1 crew's got an advantage of about 4 lengths over the number 2 crew. Then we have to go quite a wee way back. We have to go to the white down the inside of Shirley boys, and then Marlborough boys and Nelson from the top end of the South Island having a wee bit of a regatta of their own out wide. The water's been great, guys. The monster's been locked on the bottom. The racing's been good. We should expect fireworks when it comes to the finals, because there's been some big wins out there today. And most of the winning crews, I'm sure, have got a chance of taking a title out when it comes to final day. So there's the first qualifier, quite comfortably and easily done by the boys under 15, Cox 4 from St. Bede's, over the Christchurch boys number 1 crew. And the Christchurch boys number 2 crew will have to wait to go through the repecharges. We can tell you now that girls under 15-8 went through in 7:07. Shirley boys go across now, and there's still that wee regatta going on between the Melba and Nelson combinations. We'll go up and pick up the second heat for you. We've got St Andrews in lane number 1. We've got St Bede's 2 and 3, St Thomas of Canterbury in 4, Timaru Boys High School in 5, Christchurch Boys 3 crew in 6, and Cashmere High School out in lane number 7. We're in the third 500, and we haven't got such a big leader this time, but it's coming out of lanes number 2 in the white. It is St Andrews. So it's St Andrews in this second heat of the boys under 15, coxed 4. They've got an advantage over not St Bede's, St Thomas of Canterbury on their right-hand shoulder, so 2 out, and there's nothing between St Thomas of Canterbury and Timaru. So the dog fight's on from now to try and get the second qualifier. I think you'll find that St Andrews has set themselves up to get the first buzzer. And then out wide, you never leave out those crews out really out wide, also is Cashmere. Christchurch Boys 3 is just feeling the pinch a little bit, and St Bede's number 2. But it's down the inside, St Andrews. Lockie and Timmy doing the coaching of the St Andrews crew. This is their under 15 cox 4. You can just about guarantee the way they're rowing, they will be second year rowers. They're looking too good to be novices. They're out in front. They're out in front by about 3-4 lengths. We go 2 out from them. We go Timaru Boys. No. Timaru Boys doing a good job. Well-disciplined crew that's sitting in front. By gosh, yeah, this is really classy sweep-oar rowing from an under-15 crew. They look neat and tidy. They're sitting out in front. The coxswain is just dishing out the commands, trying to keep them. Not one of those boys have looked out of the boat, which is so easy to do in the novice grade and the under 15 grades, but I'm picking that these will be all second year rowers. They look very sweet as they head down towards the 100 buoy line. Timaru will be the second qualifier. So Timaru will be the second qualifier, and then on the left-hand shoulder of Timaru is the crew from St Thomas of Canterbury, but they are a good 2.5 lengths down. They're going to have to go through the next 4 for the repechage. Out wide we go to Christchurch Boys, I think, it's Cashmere. It's Cashmere out wide, Christchurch Boys feeling the pinch, but that's their number 3 crew. And also down here in lane number 3, St Bede's number 2 crew. Getting towards the end now, Ian's come on to take you through for the next hour and a half, guys.
Thanks, Millsy, whatever your name is. Afternoon, everybody. Good crowd here for a Friday. We're just talking to Sophie Strawn, our chief umpire, and we reckon we've got more here than we had at Nationals all week, just about here today. And just on that note, a big shout out to the umpires and all the volunteers here today. We have the bare minimum of volunteers that we need to run a regatta, and because it's Friday and a work day for most people, great to see so many giving up their time, as many of you are, for each of your crews to get these crews out there and doing their thing. We move on though to the girls under 17 double sculls, heat 1, and again, like it's pretty brutal all day out here. It is 1 goes through to the A final, and the rest into the repechage. So we've got one scratching here in lane 3, which is Twizel Area School 1. A lot of racing for some of these crews. In lane 1, Whakatipu High School 2, Eva McGee and Gemma Wood. Lane number 2, Marlborough Girls College 1, Trinity Rose Locke and Lucy Thompson. In lane 4, Dunstan High School 1, Ruby Smith Bella Breen. In lane number, and they'll be out there, and they're right out there in the lead alongside James Hargis College 1, Leela Jack and Ella Norman. There'll be a good battle between those two crews to see who gets through. We'll just follow that with interest. Dunstan leading by a boat length at this stage. Then we go 3/4 of a boat length back from James Hargis to St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Margot Erasmus and Hannah Spittle. And then in lane 7, Columba College 1, Katie Nelson and Hannah Bloxham. Heat 2 of the boys under 15, Cox 4, won by St Andrews College. Time is 7:23.90. Those of you watching on the live stream will see those pretty cool graphics coming up on the screen now. St Timaru Boys College finishing second there. So those are the two that went through in that particular heat. So again, this is the girls under 17 double sculls. Not too far off time, maybe just 5 minutes behind. That's not too bad. This is race 101 after all. And if you're just going by colours, this is the commentator's nightmare coming down here. Both schools with the red and gold as they come down. Just slight difference in the width of the stripes. Dunstan, Ruby Smith, Bella Breen, strong double. They'll be the ones to beat in the final tomorrow, I think. They've just got that out to 2 boat lengths now. So in the last 250 metres, they've pushed on just to do a piece over the crew from James Hargis College out of Invercargill. Been rowing under the Southland colours most of the year. And just great conditions continue to be enjoyed by these scullers out here. This is the first heat. There are another 1, 2, 3, crikey, 4, another 3 heats after this. Strong crews, strong field. The second heat's actually on its way down, so let's get you knowing who's coming so that when we get to the end of it, we're not all panicking. In lane number 1, heat 2, they are actually through 500 metres now, heading towards 1,000 metre mark. Waiteki Girls High School number 1, Scarlett Gordy and Rosie Frank. Lane number 2 is Cashmere High School number 1, Rose Swinburne, Abby Graham. Lane number 3, Nelson College for Girls 1, Margot Callahan, Casey Newbury. In lane number 4, Whakatipu High School number 1, Amy Patterson, Lucy Clark. Lane 5, Villa Maria College 3, Scarlett Whiteside, Aspen Henry. Lane 6, Otago Girls High School 1, Francis Donald, Mila Hill. And in lane 7, in that second heat, which is now into almost the 1,000 metre mark, Queen's High School 1, Mia Wilson, Jordan Eckhoff. That's heat 2. I think there's a scratching in there too, actually. There is. Nelson College for Girls scratched. That's why there's a gap down there. And Whakatipu are leading by about 2 boat lengths in that second heat as they head into the second half of the course. Just watching Dunstan do their thing out here though. They've done the work and they're just coasting. In the red boys, coming up with 150 metres to go, and they are sitting there rating quite easily at about 26. Raced the race in the first 1K, got the advantage, and now just holding on to things as they make their way through to the end of this particular race. Ruby Smith sitting there in the bow with the bucket hat on. Bella Breen stroking. And just into 120 metres to go. So they will go through to the A final. Got it easily sorted here. Just the one going through. So if James Hargis put a spurt on, they could put them under pressure. They're trying to. But I'm pretty sure that Dunstan, if they need to, could just take up a couple of ticks. They're just doing that now. So they've gone up from 26. They've decided we better make sure that we get ourselves through to the A final, because I've seen James Hargis motoring their way towards them, and they've just taken it up from 26 to 33 over the course of about 10 strokes. So pulling away now from James Hargis, they'll go into that final. That is Dunstan. James Hargis finishing second. Then we'll go further back to Marlborough Girls College on the outside to St Hilda's Collegiate, right out to Columba. Then back down we go to Marlborough Girls College. Whakatipu High School rather, just out there in lane number 1. That is the first heat. Second heat continues to make its way into the second half of the course. All Whakatipu, Amy Patterson, Lucy Clark. On the outside of them we go to Villa Maria College 3, back inside to Cashmere High School down there in lane number 2. One going through, Whakatipu making no race of it down there in that second heat. Third heat's on its way, heading through 500 metres up towards 750 gone. In that heat we have lane 2, Hill Morton High School number 1, Emily Gilmore, Charlie Tate. Lane number 3 is Villa Maria College 2, Maggie Cornane and Erin Rakic. Lane 4, Burnside High School 1, Jessica Rankin, Melissa Irvine. Lane number 5, Southland Girls High School 1, Kiara Houston and Maddie Maelstrom. Lane number 6, Meridian College 1, Olive Barak and Peyton Moss. Lane number 7, St Andrews College 1, Sophia Lagaius and Lauren Bolton. They're up to the 500 metre mark. Just see who's doing what down there so we can update a couple of coaches. It looks like Burnside doing pretty well at this stage. In fact, I think they're leading. Burnside from over the outside of them, Southland Girls High School, and then back into Villa Maria College. And I would say that is Burnside leading by around 2 boat lengths. So that's through, heading towards the 1,000 metre mark for them now. Heat number 1 of that girls double, under 17 double, just waiting for a time. Not going to give it to me. Heat number 2, and you'll just see the big gold hull of the double scull from Whakatipu, well out in front, 4 boat lengths, aren't they? Villa Maria second, just coming through on the inside there is Kashmir, but it's 1 through to the A final, the rest qualifying for the repechage. It's actually 2, 3, 4 and 5 through the repechage, so if there hadn't been a scratching in this particular heat, there would be some elimination going on. And the same in the previous heat would have been the same, but without the scratching, it didn't take place. Next, someone might be in trouble in the heat number 3, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there is. Whakatipu, well in control out here. Kashmir just winding up and getting closer, but they won't bridge that gap. That would be 6 or 7 boat lengths. And just see how clean Whakatipu are in it, that catch. A nice clean finish, not washing out at all. And the boat does the rest of the work. You see the bow lightly pressing up at each time they go to the drive. 100 metres to go. And they'll come down now here. Will Amy Patterson and Lucy Clark. Heat 1 went through in 8:03, which is not really an indicator because they were coasting. Might not be too dissimilar here. Another half dozen strokes for Whakatipu High School here in the second heat, and they'll get themselves through to the A final. About to take the buzzer now. Into the repechage goes Kashmir. Goes Villa Maria, Targo Girls, Waitaki Girls, and where's Queens? Not there. Heat 3 continues to make its way down, and Burnside still well in control of this one. You can see the green and white singlets just to the right of the umpire boat. They would have probably 2 to 3 boat lengths. The one they need to look out for is Meridian College. Still a long way to go for Meridian to break that gap, but Meridian have moved into second over Southland Girls High School and back to Villa Maria down there in lane number 3. So this is the third heat on its way into 750 metres, just about up to 500 metres to go now. The girls under 17 double sculls, 4th heat, is making its way up into the 1,000 metre mark. Lane 2, Columba College 2, Sarah Stevens, Sophie Thode. Lane 3, Cromwell College 1, Elizabeth Engstrom and Alia Cunningham. Lane number 4, Villa Maria College 1, Nicola Schumann and India Taylor. Lane 5, Craighead Dawson School 1, Sophia Lawless and Libby Brown. Lane 6 is James Hargis 2, Sophia Collier and Mackenzie Mill. And in lane 7, Marlborough Girls College 2, Michelle Ponder West and Esme Palliser. They are just up at the 1,000 metre mark. The one you see in front of you is the girls under 17 double sculls. So just continue to extend here, Jessica and Melissa. I'm sure Christina and Rob, who are sitting down below, will be quite happy watching this. Marion moving into second, but they would be 4 to 5 boat lengths away. The head of Southland Girls back into Villa Maria, across on the outside to St Andrews, back down into lane number 2 in the red there, Hillmorton High School. So through the last of the red boys goes the crew from Burnside. Into the orange or yellow boys they go, 250 metres to go, and looking very comfortable, sitting there around about 34, so they're still rating quite highly, making that boat do its thing as they head on down. That's 4th heat up through the 1,000 metre mark. It's sitting with Villa Maria and Craighead. Through the 1,000 they go. I think they're all there, it looks like. Yep, Villa Maria and Craighead ahead of back to Cromwell. Columba 2 just ahead of Cromwell. Then we go back to James Hargis and Marlborough Girls. That is the 4th heat that's in the second half of the course. Right out in front of us, 100 metres to go now, and looking very comfortable is Burnside. Second heat, virtually the same time as the first heat, 8:04 versus 8:03. And again, very clean and tidy sculling from this Burnside double. Coaching team will be happy. Well clear now is Marion 5 boat lengths back from Burnside. They've got 3 boat lengths ahead of Southland Girls. Then we come on the outside to St Andrews, back inside to Villa Maria. And then it'll be Hill Morton down here in lane number 2 for that third heat. Fourth heat's on its way. Also on its way is the boys under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. And we'll give you the cruise for that while we watch the fourth heat of the girls under 17 double make its way through the 500 metres to go. The boys under 17 coxed quadruple sculls first heat, which is at the 500 metre mark right now, is in lane 1, Shirley Boys High School 1, Ruben Saggers, Aidan Daly, Logan Skilton, Jack Stewart, James Watson. Lane 2, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Ricky Turvitt, Jamie Carmo, Jack Dennehy, Cameron Buckingham and Blake Robson, the Cox. Lane 3, Whakatipu High School number 1, Jasper Crawford, McKellar Thornton, Max Davis, Ollie Watson, Cameron Hall, the Cox. Lane 4, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Declan Ducey, Ben Morrison, Hunter Taylor, James Lotter and Jack Dunn, the Cox. Lane number 5, Otago Boys High School number 1, Leo Garden, Oliver White, Logan Miller, Tom Colley, Hunter Ruxton as the Cox. Marlborough Boys College 1, Lane 6, Drew Mataroa, Toby Randall, Archie Saggers, Willem Rowe and Jack Shaw coxing. Lane 7, John McGlashan College 1, Noah McCaubrey, Noah Hamilton, Oliver Colling, Fergus Dillon, Matthew Hall, the Cox. Shirley Boys High School number 2, Shirley Boys flanking the field here, 1 in lane 8, 1 in lane 1. Lane 8 is the number 2 crew. Chris Brignall, Silas Freeman, AJ Jordan, Domenico Fricker and Vadim Fricker is the Cox. They are up to the 1,000 metre mark. It looks like Whakatipu to me. It is in the gold. They are leading from St Thomas's, from Otago Boys. And then we go out to John McGlashan out there in lane number 7. This is a straight heat. They're all going to the final, and then under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. Right out in front of us, though, I thought it was Craig here, but it's Villa Maria doing a great job out here in lane 4. This is the fourth heat of the under 17 double sculls. They've got 2 boat lengths over Dawson. So Villa Maria, Nicholas Sherman and India Taylor, coached by George Johnson. He'll be happy with this. They've got 3 boat lengths over Craighead, and they'll be heading straight through into that final. Back into Cromwell, then Columba on the outside to James Hargis, number 2, and Marlborough Girls, number 2. Third heat of the under 17 double went through in 8:17, so a little bit slower. Be all on for the final, though. Can't judge too much on the times today. 100 metres to go for the Villa Maria double. India and Nicola looking very comfortable as they come down again. Great conditions, great exhibition of sculling from this double. So clean in and out. Look at where those nice clean puddles that extend beyond the travel of their boat. Not lots of clear water they have. Back to Craighead, and then we can double it and add some and go back to Cromwell, and then back to Columba, across on the outside, James Hargis, Marlborough Girls College. That will be heat 4 of the girls under 17 double sculls. The gentlemen in the under 17 coxed quadruple sculls continue to make their way through in their heat. Whakatipu continue to making all the running, so they continue like this, they'll get themselves a couple of lanes over in the final. Still is John McGlashan back from them, holding second. Then St Thomas of Canterbury on the right-hand side of Whakatipu. Back into Shirley Boys number 1 down in lane 1. Then we go across to Marlborough Boys College, outside to Shirley Boys High School, and then back inside to Christchurch Boys down there in lane number 2. So these crews have been shot straight out the gate. I think they're now back on time as far as start times go. This was due to go 3:22, so not too far away. Nelson double making its way down the outside line. Must have had some gear issues there. Just the last few crews going across the line in the under 17 double heat. Heat number 4, that completes that. Just confirmation, Burnside winning heat 3 for those of you at home watching the live screen in 8:17. Second was Meridian College, but it's Burnside that goes straight through to the A final. All of these gentlemen in front of us going through to the A final, it's just a matter of where they start. So Whakatipu, Jasper Crawford, McKellar Thornton, Max Davis, Ollie Watson. Cameron Hall doing all the work as the coxswain, sitting in the bow seat. St Thomas is pushing on through in the end, trying to put some pressure on John McGlashan. They'll get themselves in the middle too for the final. Then again on the outside, Shirley Boys High School number 2. in a bit of a dogfight with the number 1 crew, assuming that's the way that they've been graded. That'll be an interesting finish, all coming to completion. Christchurch Boys High School starting to put some pressure on that Shirley Boys High School crew. In the middle of the course, just battling a bit there is Otago Boys High School, but they'll all be back for the final. And very tidy sculling from the Whakatipu crew. Laying a marker down for the final. The rest of the crews will have to come and chase them if they think they can do better. We'll see what they do. It looks like that Shirley Boys High School number 2 crew is going to finish 4th. Johnny's are going to finish 2nd. 3rd will be St Thomas's. Then we go Marlborough Boys. Then we go down to Christchurch. Then we go Shirley Boys number 1 and Otago Boys. Race 106 is through 500 metres. That is the girls under 18 novice cox 4. It is the first of 3 heats. Under 18 novice cox 4, 1 and 2 through to the A final. In lane number 1, Villa Maria College 1, Aja Clark, Sarah Nicholson, Charlotte Moriarty, Jade Ingles, and Ruby Kennedy is the cox. Lane number 2, Marlborough Girls College 1, Libby Pitts, Ellie Ross, Lily Taylor, Hannah Sluter, Sarah Ponder West is the cox. Lane number 3, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Alice Bradshaw War, Ashley Sheehan, Georgia Brown, Dylan McCoy and Georgia Dean is the cox. Lane number 4, St Margaret's College 1, Fleur Jansen, Sadie Erasmus, Izzy Hill, Isabella McCulley, Sarah Farrell is the cox. Rangiruru Girls School number 2 in lane 5, Addie Cathway, Jasmine Collins, Martha Richards, Bo Crookshank and Alia J is the cox. Ashburton College 1 are in lane 6, Eve Marshall, Summer Tilson, Gretchen Ross, Harper Tuatavaki and Luke Moffat is the cox. Lane 7, Nelson College for Girls 2, Emmy Garnier, Papa Sheehan, Leela Scowen, Laura Tremblay and Kayla Trotter. She's the cox in there. They're just about heading up the 1,000 metre mark. And it is the red and white of St Andrews College, St Margaret's College out in the middle, just ahead of Christchurch Girls High School. 1 and 2 through to the A final. So St Margaret's making sure of it at this stage. We've got another 1,000 metres to go. Let's see what changes in that time. On the outside of them is Rangiruru Girls School number 2. So it's St Margaret's leading from Christchurch Girls High. Rangiruru number 2 on the outside. Then we go right out to Nelson. Back across on the other side to Marlborough Girls College. Then back to Ashburton College and then to Villa Maria College number 1. Boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls, 6:48 the time for them. In particular for Whakatipu, that was their time. Underway already in the girls under 18 novice cox 4 heat 2. Is St Margaret's College. Sarah Farrell in control of the Cox's microphone and what she gets her crew to do. Just watching Rangiruru on the outside of them. Rangiruru and Christchurch Girls High School battling for that second spot. Opportunity for Nelson on the outside lane to spoil that party for them. Then we go still to Marlborough College, Girls College, Villa Maria back inside in lane 1. Right across then to Ashburton, just struggling a wee bit out there, but they'll get to go through the repechage. While they continue to make their way through, chasing down St Margaret's, let's have a look who's in heat number 2. Lane number 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Eva Sutherland, Maggie Redford, Cora Greer, Maya Holwell and Savreet Marley, coxing. Lane number 3, Craig Head Dawson School 1, Juliet Griffin, Greta Murray, Amy De Ruyter, Mackenzie Raymond and Bella Westgarth coxing. Lane 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Georgia Kelso, Lily Napoleon-Broik, Bo Collier, Zoe Fahey and Phoebe White is the cox. Lane number 5, St Kevin's College 1, Gemma Aker, Laura Aker, Peyton Dixon, Summer Columbus, Pippa McMillan the cox. Lane number 6, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Isabel Wainwright, Bailey Pearson, Ava Goodall, Sasha Wright and Amelia Tartone is the cox. Amelie Tartone I think it is. And lane 7, Avonside Girls High School number 2, Shannon Bradford, Taylor Hill, Van Hout, Neem Jones and Caitlin Thwaites with Gabby Chapman the cox. Again, that's heat 2, 1 and 2 through to the A final. So Rangiruru chasing, hopefully, with Christchurch Girls High School St Margaret's, but it's Christchurch Girls that have pushed into that second spot. Novice cox 4. Good 6 boat length lead that St Margaret's have here now. Sarah Farrell, the Cox, well under control here. Back to Christchurch Girls. Georgia Dean doing the work there. So they'll take them through to the A final. 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 through to the repechage. We look back at heat number 2. Entering the last 1,000, they are just about to. And it's Rangiruru number 1 leading them. Oh, not much between it though, between Rangiruru and Craighead on their inside and St Kevin's College on the outside. So that's looking like a good battle, and even Christchurch Girls High School number 2 right in the mix at the 1,000 metre mark. We'll see what moves get made with 1,000 to go. Great exhibition this out in front of us though. St Margaret's number 1. Loving the conditions, making the most of it. And just scything through Lake Ruataniwha. They are out to 7 boat length lead over Christchurch Girls High School. This is the first heat of the girls under 18 novice Cox 4. We go back then to Rangiruru number 2, then Marlborough Girls College number 1, then Villa Maria number 1, then right on the outside to Nelson College for Girls number 2, back to Ashburton College. So Sophie Chapman coaching the Christchurch Girls crew. Be pretty happy with them going straight through into the final, along with St Margaret's. Some real work coming in there from the St Margaret's crew, particularly 2 seats. Some real effort going in there. Look at that. Look at the drive. Real push. Over the line they go to take the buzzer. Well done to St Margaret's through into the A final. Here comes Christchurch Girls to join you there. And through the repechage will be Rangiruru number 2, Marlborough Girls College, Villa Maria College, across on the outside to Nelson College, and then Ashburton College just guiding the giant carrot down Lake Ruataniwha. It's a lot closer in heat 2. They're up towards 500 metres to go, and look at them. There's just a bit of a line up there. Just on the inside, Craighead, just over Rangiruru, just, or maybe half a boat length over St Kevin's. Those 3 well clear of the rest of the field. We go outside of St Kevin's to Waitaki Girls, back across to Christchurch Girls number 2. And then on the outside to Avonside Girls High School number 2. That is the second heat of the girls under 18 novice Cox 4, heading into the last quarter of the course. They're at the 500 to go. Heat number 3 just at the 500 gone just about. Lane 2 there is Nelson College for Girls 1. Emily Becker, Bella Turner, Ronya Meyer, May Salmon and Brianna Williams is the Cox. Lane 3, Avonside Girls High School 1, Emily Kurtzia, Kira Knighton, Ruby Clark, Kate Burgess, Annika Johnson coxing. In lane number 4, Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Miller DeFrays, Lily Irving, Lola Grace Wood, Millie Parsons and Lily Shackleton is the Cox. In lane number 5, Columbia College 1, Jessica Drummond, Devon Skivington, Lucy Earle, Charlotte Scott and Hannah Paul the Cox. In lane number 6, James Hargis College 1, Madison Dyack. It's a great Southland name, Dyack. Emma Davis, Mila Sheehan, Millie Hackett, Rachel Rees is the Cox. In lane number 7, Garran College 1, so Garran College out of Richmond, out near Nelson. Part of Nelson, Sophia Ranire, Mia Coleman, Anouk Ranire, Chloe Ann Lorgerson, and Petra Cogger is the Cox. Second heat comes down. Just watching Craighead and Rangiruru. Rangiruru have made the push, 500 to go, and the separations come. So Rangiruru just holding off Craighead, and those 2 moving clear of St Kevin's. They were just about even as they came through the 1,000 metre mark. You can see the race plan starting to play out. So Rangiruru, Georgia, Lily, Bo, Zoe with Phoebe White, coached by Patrick. They're just trying to get themselves clear water over Craighead. Craighead are working hard to come back at them. They'll both go through to the A final at this rate. The work to be done is by St Kevin's. Been rowing under that Oamaru Club singlet all season of St Kevin's. Now they get the white with the blue stripes out for South Island secondary schools. And coming into 120 metres to go, it's still Rangiuru are going to take this out. Second will be Craighead. They'll go through to the final. Then it will be repecharges for St Kevin's, back down to Christchurch Girls High School number 2, out to Waitaki Girls, and out there in lane number 7, Avonside Girls High School. They're coming down to the line now. Just on 50 metres to go for Rangiuru. They've just about got clear water over Craighead. They're coming back at it, St Kevin's, but just left it a wee bit too late. And down to the buzzer now to take this and go through the final is Rangiuru, and taking through with them Craighead. 7:55 was the time for the first heat. We'll keep an eye on how these second and third heat times look, just as a comparison. Into the second half of the course comes the third heat. Christchurch Girls High School number 3 with the advantage over Columba College. Then we go right outside to Gowran College, back inside to Nelson College for girls. Well, not much between them and Avonside Girls. Then we go outside to James Hargis College number 1. This is the third heat of the girls under 18 novice Cox 4, race 108. And well into the second half of the course they are. The next race to go will be the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. We move into those heats, and of which there are 3. Not quite underway in the first heat yet. They are now boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. Heat 1's just started. Lane 1, St Andrews College 2, Jake Gilbert, Toby Muir, Yedo Hu, Oliver Wilton and Samuel Terry coxing. Lane number 2, Marlborough Boys College 1, Blake Marfell, Joseph Campbell, Angus Walter, Blake Pitts and George McLean as the cox. Whakatipu High School number 2 in lane 3, Zibby Jarvis, Flynn Webber, Liam Feely, Liam Major and Bella Notton as the cox. Lane number 4 is Waitaki Boys High School number 1, Samson Ispister, Sean Lucy, Cash Patterson, Ike Newlands Carter and George Smith coxing. Mount Aspiring College 1 are in lane 5, Tyler Gorn, Mackenzie Hay, Douglas Wise, Lachlan Hay, Emily Hunt is the cox. Lane number 6, Targo Boys High School 1, Nate Later, Will Chiddock, Nicholas Hayes and Sullivan Blakey with Miles Nicol the cox. And in lane number 7 completing that field, Christ College 2, Tom Wilson, Max Ingalls, Ollie Wells, Robbie Owens and Johnny Leeson as the cox. That's the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls, and just like the girls under 18 novice Cox 4 heat 3, which is out in front of us, there will be 1 and 2 through to the A final, the rest through to the repecharge. So looking pretty good out here for Christchurch Girls High School number 3. Mia, Lily, Lola, Millie and Lily Shackleton the cox. They'll be pretty happy. They've got clear water and a boat length over Columba College, and then between Columba College and the rest, which is led by Nelson College for girls, right alongside Avonside Girls High School, would be 4 boat lengths. So Christchurch Girls High School doing all their training on the Avon River. Columba College sitting in the second. These two will go through. Heat number 2 went through an 8:07. So a little bit slower, almost 20 seconds slower, or 10 seconds slower than the previous heat. See what they bring come finals time. Almost out to 2 boat lengths, or they're gone beyond 2 boat lengths now, have Christchurch Girls High School number 3. So well done, coached there by Grace Loveridge. So they and Columba College, coached by Emily Brown and Isabella Davey, they'll head through to the A final of the girls under 18 novice Cox 4. Well done, team. And heading through with them will be Avonside, to the repecharge will be Avonside Girls Nelson, across the outside to Gowran, and then back inside to James Hargis College. They've done it again. Boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. They started them, and then for some reason it stopped. So we'll wait and see what's going on there. Probably gear breakage, I think, at a guess. So we'll just get an update on what's happened with that particular race, which was due to be the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls heat number 1. And when we've got some deets on that, we'll let you know what they are. It looks like the next race, which is F, which is heat 2, that's sitting in the blocks now, and heat number 1 is back in the bay. So that happened earlier with one of the girls' races. It looks like it's the same thing. So what we've done now is there would have been some issue with the previous race, heat 1. They're now sitting in the bay. They'll come back again into the start. What they've let go now, as we can see off the cameras, is race 110, which is heat number 2. So in heat 2, in lane 1, Cashmere High School 1, Isaiah Benz Pryor, Sammy Lyons, Ewan Gale, Daniel O'Keefe, Annika Larson, the Cox. Lane 2, Christ College 3, Sam Leap, Tom Osmers, Toby Glasson, Leo Ackland and Ollie Glicken as the Cox. And lane number 3, Otago Boys High School number 3, Lucas Nicol, Angus Colley, Digby Sutton, Charlie Anderson and Nicholas Tom as the Cox. Lane 4 is St Thomas Canterbury 1, Calix Manahera, Marcus Fisher, Kyden Barrow, Liam Jessup with Carlson Fernandez as the Cox. Lane 5, John McGlashan College 1, Ollie O'Connell, Artie Sweetman, Archie McDonald, Archie Gordon and Cameron Lane as the Cox. St Andrews College 1 on lane 6, George Levings, Toby Moore, Jesse Saunders, Charles Hay, Seth Overcomer as the Cox. And in heat number 2, in lane 7, Garran College 1, Benji Newsom, Harrison Newsom, Matthew Hay, Luca Marfell and Riley Suckling is the Cox. So that's underway. That's heat 2. We're looking for 1 and 2 to go through the A final. We'll just keep an eye on the screen to see who comes into the starting blocks next. I suspect it will be heat number 1. So heat number 2 makes its way down. It is with St Thomas's of Canterbury. John McGlashan on the outside. Remember some of the John McGlashan crews racing in the Otago colours. Red Caps gives it away. Then we go out inside from St Thomas of Canterbury, Otago Boys High School. And the next race to go, looking at who's lining up, is that it will actually be heat number 3, race 111. So they're still holding back heat number 1. So just confirmation there was a gear breakage in one of the crews in heat 1. So they are still waiting their turn. In the meantime, heat number 2 is making its way down still, being led by St Thomas's of Canterbury. This is the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. And St Thomas's and John McGlashan making all the running in this race. John McGlashan now look like they might have moved past St Thomas's. Just moving up alongside them would be Otago Boys High School number 3 as they head towards the 1,000 metre mark. And as Millsy mentioned before, if you haven't been down for a walk to work off your Worcester Whippy, go down to the 1,000 metre mark. It's worth it to see the calls that start to come, the noise that comes out of the boats from the coxswains in particular. Great shot on the live stream there of John McGlashan College. Look like they're now leading, and fantastic water. You see the bow rising in and out of the water with each push. as they just get more power from the crew as they connect at the catch, trying to get that connection all the way through from their fingertips to their foot plate. It's not about pulling, it's all about pushing. And just keep those arms as straight as they can for as long as they can before they rock back. So it is John McGlashan leading the St Thomas's crew. Just pushing alongside Otago boys now is Christ College number 3. Then we go outside to St Andrews College, Garran College out there in lane 7, back inside to Cashmere High School down in lane number 1 as they make their way into the second half of the course. Heat number 3 is underway. Heat number 1 hopefully will go soon. Heat number 3 in lane 2, Christ College 1, Harry Holmes, Joshua Pariuchi Ju, Charlie Wilson and Cooper Ward with Alex Innes the Cox. Lane number 3, Timaru Boys High School 1, Thomas Crawford, Charlie Cooper, Parker Anderson, Josh Sadler and Toby Connor as the Cox. Lane number 4, Whakatupu High School 1, Baker Schmitz, Kaito Nakazawa, Baxter Kingan, Henry Monia and Jesse Glover the Cox. Lane number 5 in that Heat 3, Otago Boys High School number 2, Bede Perkins, George Murray, Hunter Knox, Sam Glover, Connor Sinclair the Cox. Lane number 6, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Dale Vocal, Charlie Smith, Jed Hooper, Noah Fidau, Sam McGuigan the Cox. Lane number 7, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Jack Gibson, Nirvana Greety, Eli Lissaman, Poimatana and Oliver Young is the Cox. Heat number 2 still is all with John McGlashan. They got the 1,000. They pushed ahead nicely. So they're holding a big lead now over St Thomas's. These two looking like they will head through to that A final quite convincingly. Just too much work to do for Otago boys who are sitting 3rd inside to Christ College. Then on the outside we go to Garran back to St Andrews. So this is Heat 2. Heat 3 has just started. And then we will move to Heat number 1 because of that gear breakage. So... and then we'll be back on track in time for the girls under 16 double sculls. So Lily Rawson is the Cox for John McGlashan. Looking very comfortable there, sitting quite nicely. So good to see everybody enjoying themselves. Just another request, please. We see that the grey gazebo has re-erected itself. Obviously, it's forgotten what it was asked very nicely early on the day to take itself down and move it back the other side of the road. So if the grey gazebo could just move back to the other side of the road, please. It is an impediment for the judges. They don't have line of sight with the gazebos there, so hence the request earlier on. So if they could do that, please. It is the only gazebo we can see, so I think you'll find out which one you are. If you can take that down for us and move it back behind the road, that would be lovely. In the meantime, right out in front of us, we can see John McGlashan College about to win the second heat of the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls by about 6 boat lengths over St Thomas's of Canterbury, and both of them will head through to the A final, which is fantastic. Off to the river charge will be Otago Boys High School, Christ College, all of them in fact, across the other side to Garran, back inside to St Andrews College. That's Heat 2 done. Heat 3 is on its way. It's into the last part of the course. We'll have a look and see who's doing all the business down there, and it is, it's a pretty close one there, but it is still 2 crews showing out. Whakatupu and Timaru Boys High School. On the outside of Whakatupu is Otago Boys High School. Then we go outside lane to Shirley Boys High School number 1. I think ahead of them though is Christ College number 1 down there in lane number 2. And then we would go back to St Thomas's number 2. That is heat number 3. Heat number 1 is finally back in the gates and just about ready to go. And heat number 1 is in fact underway, so that's great. We'll have the last of the heats of the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. Heat number 2 has just completed. We're looking at heat number 3. Timaru boys high with the advantage over Whakatipu. Watch the push coming from Christ College down there in lane number 2. Alex Innes, the Cox, he's got them under control. There's 2 of them going to go through to the A final. So pressure on Whakatipu from Christ College here. It is Timaru boys that are leading. They've got this under control. They're about 2 boat lengths ahead of Whakatipu, but this nice push coming from Christ College down there in lane number 2, trying to get themselves into that A final. You can just see the boat lift with every catch as they try to drive down there. Just sitting around 30 is Christ College, trying to push up on Whakatipu. Whakatipu will have something to come back with their coaches Ashton White and Mia Pagan, but I think that Christ College is starting to push up alongside them. They just look like they've got a bit more power coming out at this stage. So Whakatipu, you'll have to respond. Timaru boys have got themselves under control. We'll remind you who's in the first heat that's making its way through the 500 metre mark now very shortly. And Timaru boys look like they're just not quite easing off, but they've got this under control. Christ College just need to keep moving and they'll get past Whakatipu if they can keep that run on their boat. And they've just taken up another couple of ticks to me. It looks like that. And responding now is Whakatipu. So here comes the wee battle within a battle. Timaru boys high into less than 70 metres to go. 100 metres to go now for Whakatipu. They're winding up on the outside. So we're going for who's going to get the second spot through to the A final. It's between Whakatipu and Christ College. Whakatipu have pushed out to half a boat length over Christ College. No doubt about Timaru boys. They're coming down, take the buzzer now. They'll go through to the A final. And just getting enough ahead at the end will be Whakatipu. Half a boat length over Christ College. Whakatipu through the A final. Reprecharge for Christ College. Otago boys on the outside to Shirley boys, and back inside to the crew from St Thomas's of Canterbury. And back with heat number 1 as it makes itself the 500 metre mark. That is in lane 1, St Andrews College number 2. Lane 2 is Marlborough Boys College number 1. Lane 3 is Whakatipu High School number 2. Lane 4 is Waitaki Boys High School number 1. Lane 5, Mount Aspiring College 1. Lane 6, Otago Boys High School number 1. And lane 7 is Christ College number 2. And they're all there, so whoever had the gear breakages, that's been sorted for them. Just politely asking again if the crew in charge of the grey gazebo down there can remove it, please. So Waitaki boys leading this first heat down. On the left-hand side of them is Whakatipu High School number 2. Just on the right side of them is Mount Aspiring. And then right on the outside, Christ College number 2, fairly handily placed. Back into Marlborough Boys College 1. Just inside from them is St Andrews College number 2. And then we go right across to lane 6, where Otago Boys High School number 1 are currently sitting. This is heat 1, but the final heat of the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. The next series of heats on the course now is the girls under 16 double sculls. We have 4 heats. The first heat is underway in lane number 1, Nelson College for Girls 1, Olive Forrester and Zoe Dunstan. In lane number 2, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Kenzie McLaughlin and Lucy Horrell. In lane 3, Otago Girls High School 1, Jamie Stibe and Harriet Rowe. In lane 4 is Craighead Dawson School 1, Kate Caird and Neve Gordon. Lane number 5, Villa Maria College 1, Sophia Taylor and Natalia Richards. In lane number 6, Waitaki Girls High School 1, Bridget Spittle and Tessa Wright. And in lane number 7, Marlborough Girls College 2, Izzy McLaughlin and Zoe Hawes. Lane number 8, St Margaret's College 2, Katie Pascoe and Isabella Green. Oh, that's brutal. The girls under 16 double sculls. You win it, you're straight through the A final. You don't, you could go the repechage, but there is going to be some elimination because only 2, 3, 4 and 5 will go through to the repechage. The rest will be eliminated. So business end of the season. Waitaki boys well in control here. Cox by George Smith. Good 2 boat length lead they have over Whakatipu on the inside of them. Opportunity starting to slip away for Mount Aspiring to go straight through into the A final. They'll be repcharging along with Christ College, Marlborough Boys, St Andrews College and Otago Boys High School at this stage. That first heat of the girls under 16 double sculls through 500 metres. Early lead there with Craighead Dawson. Just over Otago girls on their left, Villa Maria on their right, as they head up towards the 750 metre mark. Heat number 1 though underway towards completion here with the boys under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. And just putting some pressure now on Waitaki boys is Whakatipu. Bella Notton, the Cox, wanting them to chase them down. Mount Aspiring trying to get into the mix. Christ College over the outside. Too much to do for those two crews, I think. Great conditions still here at Lake Ruataniwha. Day 1 of Meridian South Island Secondary School Championships for 2025. And look at the work going in from that Whakatipu crew, especially three seats really focused, not looking out of the boat at all. And just as I say that, he has a look across the crowd. Fantastic. Anyway, they'll go through to the A final. Waitaki Boys High School coming on down here. Samson, Sean, Cash, Ike Newlands Carter and George Smith the Cox. This is heat 1 of the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. They had a wee way to wait, but they've made the most of it. They've come down. They'll head off through to the final. Going through with them will be Whakatipu High School. The rest through the repcharge will be Christ College, Mount Aspiring, down to Marlborough Boys and St Andrews College. And then on the outside, Otago Boys High School, number 1. Thank you very much to the team with the gazebo. I see that it's now flat again. That's much appreciated. The judges will be very appreciative of that. Thank you for your cooperation. Just watching the first heat of the girls under 16 double sculls continuing to make its way down, heading towards that 1,000 metre mark. And it is still, look at those sky blue blades of Villa Maria. They're just still sitting comfortably in a second spot there, looking to launch on Craighead Dawson. Remember, it is one goes through, the rest miss out. Those two starting to pull away. So we're at the 1,000 metre mark. Who else is going to move? Just inside from the crew from Craighead Dawson is Otago Girls High School. They are the closest of the rest. Just watching though, Nelson College for girls. Again, they've got lane 1, and again they're trying to sneak through. So Tim Babbage, he's on the border rowing New Zealand. He must have something to do with the way the lanes are picked. He's trying to just get the sneaky lane and see if he can get them through. So we'll watch them. They're within contention. The second heat's underway. That is in lane number 1, Marlborough Girls College. Kate Young, Amelia Hardy. Lane 2, Villa Maria College 3, Aurelia Morton, Abby Norman Lata. Lane number 3, Whakatipu High School 2, Caitlin Purdue and Caitlin Roberts. And lane number 4, St Andrews College 1, Alana Brook, Emily Woodgate. Lane 5, Avonside Girls High School 1, Kate Orchard, Brooke Sykes. Lane 6, James Hargis College 1, Madison Stevens, Anna McWilliam. Lane 7 is Queen's High School 1, Elizabeth Clifton and Olivia Adam. And lane number 8, St Hilda's Collegiate out of Dunedin, Claudia Shaw and Evie Moore. Very early days in that. They're just heading up towards the 500 metre mark. Just see what we can pick up is happening down there. Good start for St Andrews and Avonside Girls in the middle of that heat, in the under 16s, and James Hargis. Those three crews, very level early days. Whakatipu there as well. Oh, and then also Marlborough Girls College down lane 1. That's got the makings of a close one. We'll see how that goes. Craighead Dawson, though, well in control here of the first heat. Remember, 1's through to the A final. One through to the A final. 2, 3, 4, and 5 will go through to the repcharge. 6, 7, and 8 are eliminated. It's what a brutal word. Out to 2 boat links now. Craighead, Kate Caird and Eve Gordon, coached by Dean Milne. And Villa Maria, coached by Phoebe Collier and George Johnson. There's a pretty experienced coaching crew at New Zealand junior level, those two. Both did well at the New Zealand Nationals just recently, so plenty of experience to pass on to their proteges. These two crews right out in the middle, but it is Craighead will take the one spot through to the A final. So no mean feat today to get yourself through to a repechage. It's pretty brutal out here. So looking pretty good for that stage. It is Villa Maria. Also down here, Nelson College for girls. They have snuck through into a third spot. I thought they looked like they were about to. Targo girls looking comfortable there too to get through. Then we go across to Waitaki girls. And then there's a bit of a battle for the rest to get themselves through. A wee bit harder maybe for St Hilda's Collegiate, maybe for Marlborough girls, maybe for St Margaret's number 2. Craighead looking comfortable, good length in their stroke. Under 16 double sculls, might be their second year of rowing, but look at the lift on the bow as they push through at each catch. You can see it rising out of the water through the yellow boys. 50 metres to go now for Kate and Neve. Craighead Dawson, lane 4, they'll head through to the final of the girls under 16 double sculls. Just a bit of a half stroke there from Villa Maria. Way they go, Craighead, take the buzzer now. Through to the repechage will be Villa Maria, Nelson College for girls, St Hilda's Collegiate, across to Waitaki girls. One more spot to go. Like it'll be Waitaki taking that 5th spot through the repechage. And then following them behind them, unfortunately for them, will be Marlborough Girls College, St Hilda's, and across to St Margaret's number 2. Real ding-dong going on in the second heat between Avonside Girls and St Andrews College. So Avonside Girls on the outside, white, red and green in their colours, just ahead of Avonside St Andrews College. So Kate and Brooke from Avonside Girls ahead of St Andrews College. These two emerging clear. Remember, still, again, it's one going through. We go back then to Whakatipu High School, trying to push up into the mix. Right back we go to James Hargest. And then inside to Marlborough Girls College in lane 1, Villa Maria College in lane 3. That's the number 3 crew. Across on the outside to Queen's High School, then back to St Hilda's Collegiate. That's the second heat. 500 metres to go for them. Heading towards the 1,000 metre mark is the third heat in lane 1. Cashmere High School 1, Abby Pincus and Isla Anderson. Lane 2, Burnside High School 2, Miranda Ewan, Olivia Blackmore-Marn. In lane number 3, Ashburton College 1, Tegan Marriott, Zara McGillan. And lane number 4, Whakatipu High School 1, Eve Pagan, Zara Small. Lane 5, Craighead Dawson School 2, Olivia Moffat, Jasmine Payne. Lane 6, St Margaret's College 1, Sophie Mitchell, Leela Elkington. Lane 7, Queen's High School 2, Brianna Patterson, Annie Tocker. And lane 8 is Avonside Girls High School 2, Olivia Lycan and Alyssa Ufton. They're up towards the 1,000 metre mark in that third heat. Whakatipu leading over Ashburton, Craighead Dawson, St Margaret's, Queen's High School right there too. But it is with Whakatipu who have the advantage. They would be a boat length over the rest of the field. So some work to do with the rest of them. That's in heat 3. They're just coming through the 1,000 metre mark now. Just finishing out in front of us here, we see the battle between St Andrews College and Avonside Girls High School. Avonside Girls High School have the advantage, Kate and Brooke, coached by Maruewa Cryer and Tasman O'Sullivan. Just out to a boat length now. They've just about got clear water over St Andrews, coached by Marion Harwick and Estelle Bell. So this is over St Andrews. Avonside Girls doing a good job out there now. So they'll be trying to stave off a push from St Andrews. St Andrews will have to wind up if they want to get close to them. But I think Avonside have done the work to get themselves through. Handful of spectators down there by the water, giving them a good clap as they come through. They are now 2 boat lengths clear of the rest of the field is St Andrews. But they'll be through the repechage. Again, 2, 3, 4 and 5 through to the repechage. So Avonside Girls trying to hold on to this, get themselves through to that final. And they've just wound up at the end to make sure of it. Up a couple of ticks they go. They'll be quite happy with this. Down they come to the line, do Avonside Girls straight through to the A final of the girls under 16 double sculls. Through to the repechage will go St Andrews in second place. Third goes to Whakatipu. Fourth on the outside to James Hargest. And there's one more spot to go. 5th spot. Villa Maria holding on to it at the moment over Marlborough Girls College. And it looks like they'll hold that to go through the repechage, and then the rest will just miss out, unfortunately, which will be Marlborough Girls across the top to St Hilda's, and then back to Queen's High School in that second heat. Third heat continues to make its way down. It is still with Whakatipu. They would have a boat length now over Craighead Diocesan. Down the ahead of Cashmere in lane 1, across on the outside to St Margaret's College number 1, just tucked in behind Queen's High School. Then we come back to Burnside, and then across on the outside to Avonside Girls High School. That first heat of the girls under 16 went through, the under 16 double, went through an 8:02. We'll have a time for the second heat very shortly, just as a comparison. We're up against 8:02. 8:14 it went through in. Interesting. Heat number 4, heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. Lane 1, Hillmorton High School 1, Lisa Samar and Ava Watawai. Lane number 2, James Hargis College 2, Daisy McDonald, Maisie Flynn. Lane 3, Mount Aspiring College 1, Lily Garrett, Eliana Hay. Lane 4, Burnside High School 1, Amy Muncaster, Evie Nathan. Lane number 5, Villa Maria College 2, Elizabeth Cochran, Izzy Mott. Lane number 6, Whakatipu High School 3, Lucia Summerfield and Eve Burrow. Lane 7, Columba College 1, Charlie Smith, Caitlin Ull. And in lane number 8, St Andrews College 2, Scarlett Ellis, Nina Freya. That is heat 4, which is heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. We're looking out in front of us at heat number 3, watching Whakatipu dominate. They have got 2 boat lengths now over the crew from Craighead. Ashburton pushing themselves up into 3rd. 4th at this stage is St Margaret's. We're then looking for 5th. The 4th and 5th is between St Margaret's and Cashmere. Cashmere down there in lane 1. Next best is Queen's out there in lane number 7. Remember, it's 2, 3, 4 and 5 through to the repechage. The rest are eliminated. This is heat number 3, heat 4 through the 1,000 metre mark. Oh, heat 4 is looking pretty close, actually, at this stage, between Whakatipu, Burnside right in the mix. Oh, Whakatipu and Burnside, heat 4, early days. Let's get the finish of this one out here. Pretty clear, though, isn't it? Whakatipu, Eve Pagan, Zara Small, coached by Shane Muir. Fast finish from Craighead. That'll get them through to the repechage. Straight through the A final goes Whakatipu, Eve Pagan and Zara Small. Into the repechage goes Craighead Diocesan. In second, third will be Ashburton College. Fourth will be the crew from St Margaret's College. So fifth is going to be between Queen's and Cashmere. And I think it's going to be Queen's across the other side. It's going to be Queen's High School it is. Brianna and Annie will take that slot. Missing out will be Cashmere and the Burnside crew down here and across the top to Avonside Girls High School number 2. Just watching this 4th heat make its way down. And it's between Whakatipu, Burnside, then right across to St Andrews College number 2. Back into Villa Maria. Back into Mount Aspiring College. Then James Hargis. Ooh, could be a good finish. Boys under 16 single sculls. They're the next ones to run. And we have got 4 heats of that. The first heat is through 500 metres. Lane 1, Ellesmere College 2, Malachi Dunn. Lane number 2, Ron and Carly College 1, Harrison Searle. Lane number 3, St Bede's College 1, Connor Thwaites. Lane number 4, Ashburton College 1, Caleb Armstrong. Lane number 5, St Thomas's of Canterbury 1, Luke Sweeney. Lane number 6, Otago Boys High School 1, Ollie Scott. Lane 7, Burnside High School 2, Lucas Cochran. And Lane 8, Marlborough Boys College 3, Paddy Girling. Again with them, because there's so many entered, they will be pretty brutal. So each heat is 1 through to the A final and then a handful through to the repechage. The rest are eliminated. Burnside, though, nice push from them with at the 500 metre mark, just pushing over the top of Whakatipu. So Amy Muncaster, Evie Nathan, looking to get themselves straight through into the girls under 16 double sculls, holding a boat length over Whakatipu at the moment, Lucia Summerfield and Eve Burrow. Then there's about 2 boat lengths back to St Andrews College number 2. We come back inside to Mount Aspiring, then back to Villa Maria, a wee way back to James Hargis, and then just alongside them, Hillmorton in the red. St Andrews College just a wee bit ahead of them out on the outside lane in lane number 8. In fact, they will probably be sitting They're 5th, St Andrews College, so a good shot of getting through to the repechage. So let's just watch Whakatipu versus Burnside here. Whakatipu looked to me like they might have just gone up a couple of ticks. Burnside will have to be careful of that, make sure they hold them off. Amy and Evie looking pretty good at this stage, but there's only a couple of boat lengths and at under 16 level. That can be closed pretty quickly. They'll need to think about moving shortly. They just have. So up to 100 metres to go. They go now, do Burnside, holding a boat length and a half over the Whakatipu crew. Then there's daylight back to the rest of them. This is the 4th heat of the girls under 16 double sculls. 3rd heat went through in 8:14, pretty similar to the heat previously. And down to the line, they've just extended and held on to that advantage, have a Burnside. And they come down to take the buzzer straight through to the A final of the girls under 16 double sculls. Through to the repechage will go Whakatipu. Joining them across the top will be St Andrews College, finished quite nicely to pick up that 3rd spot. 4th will be Mount Aspiring, and 5th in the middle of the course will be Villa Maria, taking the last spot in the repechage. And just dipping out will be James Hargest and Hill Morton down here in lane number 1. Caleb Armstrong doing all the work here in the first heat of the boys under 16 single sculls for Ashburton College. Handy lead he has. Otago boys. That's Ollie Scott, 2 lanes over. Right in between them is St Thomas the Canterbury Luke Sweeney. And then we go outside to Marlborough Boys College, Paddy Girling. Just watching from Ron Carley, the Golden Blades of Harrison Sewell down there in lane number 2. Back to Connor Thwaites from St Bede's, right across to Lucas Cochran, Burnside, number 2. Then we go back in lane 1. That's Malachi Dunn. Remember, 1 goes through. The rest, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to the repechage. Heat number 2 is through 750 metres now. That is in lane 1, Marlborough Boys College 2, Jesse Inglefield. Lane 2, Cashmere High School number 2, Cooper Laird. Lane number 3, Christchurch Boys High School number 3, Cosmo Kakafagaitis. And lane number 4, Burnside High School 1, Thomas Carey. Lane number 5, Kings High School 1, Gabe Scott. Lane 6, John McGlashan College 1, Toby Hebden. Lane 7, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Harry Gallagher. Lane 8, Whakatipu High School 3, Finn Anderson. Quite commanding out here though for Caleb Armstrong. He's even just winding up, even though he is well in front. He wants to make sure that he matches his game plan that had been given for the race. Moving that red Laszlo nicely towards the finish. Still stroking away quite nicely, sculling away towards 100 metres to go, sitting there around about 30, just looking at a nice finish down here from Harrison Searle from Ron Carley, because 2, 3, 4 and 5, that 5th spot will be between Connor Thwaites from St Bede's and across on the outside to Marlborough Boys College number 3. But looking very comfortable is Caleb Armstrong here, coached by Justin Wall, Mary Heppard. And he can be pleased with this. This will take him straight through to the A final. Takes the buzzer now, does Caleb Armstrong. And a big finish here coming from Harrison Searle from Ron Carley, trying to roll over the top of Ollie Scott from Otago Boys. Ollie will just take second now by half a boat length. 3rd will be Ron Carley. 4th will be Luke Sweeney from St Thomas to Canterbury. And the 5th spot through the repechage will be Marlborough Boys College number 3 on the outside, Paddy Girling. So unlucky there for St Bede's College. Also for Burnside number 2, and down here in lane number 1 is Ellesmere College number 2, Malachi. That is heat 1 of the boys under 16 single sculls. 4th heat of the girls under 16s double was Amy and Evie from Burnside, winning a time of 8:21. So he's already won his heat today in the under 16 double from Burnside. Thomas Carey, well out in front here in this particular boys under 16 single sculls heat. He'll head through to the A final at this rate. Then we go back and see where's the competition coming through. Well, we have a look outside and we see Harry Gallagher from St Thomas's of Canterbury. Outside him, Whakatipu number 3, Finn Henderson. Then we go down to lane 1, Jesse Englefield from Marlborough Boys College, number 2, but they're all battling behind Thomas. He's put a big push in from the 1,000 metre mark to stick to this lead. Back to Gabe Scott from Kings. Then we go further back to John McGlashan, number 1, I think it is him down there, just to the right of the umpire's boat. On the other side, Cooper Laird from Cashmere. Heat number 3 of the boys under 16 single sculls has been let go as well. Lane 1, Whakatipu High School number 2, Louis Dela Cruz. Lane number 2, Timaru Boys High School number 2, Louis O'Sullivan. Lane number 3 is Rolleston College 1, Fergus Johnston. Lane number 4 is Ellesmere College 1, Finnegan Elam. Lane number 5 is Cashmere High School number 1, Jack McDonald. Lane 6, Mount Aspiring College 1, Alex Peterson. And in lane 7 of that third heat, which has just started, is Waitaki Boys High School number 2, Mana Fisalau. It's all Thomas Carey out here. Very comfortable 30 rating. He's holding off everybody else. He would have a good 5 to 6 boat lengths back on Marlborough Boys College. Jesse Englefield has moved through the rest of the field in the last 250 metres and just starting to wind himself up. Good finish coming here from Jesse. He's going to make sure that when he gets the repechage, he has got a good spot. Out there is St Thomas's as well, Harry Gallagher. So Jesse moving past Harry Gallagher, who's now trying to put some pressure on outside of him, Finn Henderson from Whakatipu. Then we go back into the middle. We see Kings High School, Gabe Scott. And then the next spot, that's going to be a battle between down on the inside, Cashmere High School and John McGlash and Toby Hebden for that next spot. So nice commanding win there for Thomas Carey. Head goes back, he's done the work. Great effort. We'll see where he comes up for the final. Second here is going to go on the outside to John McGlash and through to the repechage. Joel, wee battle there going on the outside, trying to knuck over the top of them. And not quite. There'll be a photo though. I think it goes with John McGlash. And good finish there though from Whakatipu to take the third spot. Fourth down here will be from Marlborough Boys College, Jesse Englefield. And then in the middle of the course is Gabe Scott from Kings High School. He'll get himself through to the repechage. Just missing out will be John McGlashan and Cashmere High School. Heat 2 of the boys under 16 single sculls done and dusted. Well, we're getting through them quick, team. Just these under 16 single sculls. And then we have the girls under 18 coxed 8 and the boys under 18 coxed 8. So heat number 3 of the boys under 16 single sculls, just through 750 metres. I've given you the cruise there to see who's showing out. I think it's going to come from those outside lanes, and it is Jack McDonald from Cashmere. Just on the left to him is Finnegan Elam from Ellesmere College. Then to the left is Rolleston. There's not much actually. Whakatipu and Timaru Boys High School down the inside lanes too. This could be a nice close finish. It's just really a little bit tougher early for Mount Aspiring and Waitaki Boys High School number 2. Louis O'Sullivan from Timaru Boys and Jack McDonald from Cashmere High School. They're making the running just outside then. It is Mount Aspiring is actually a better place than I thought, so they're doing really well. Those 3 crews there. Timaru Boys, Cashmere, Mount Aspiring. Then we go back inside to Ellesmere, Rolleston, and then down in lane number 1 is Whakatipu High School. Again though, 1 will go through to the A final, 2, 3, 4 and 5 through to the repechage. Heat number 4 has just started for the boys under 16 single sculls. In lane number 1, Cashmere High School number 3, Matthew Stewart. Lane number 2, Otago Boys High School number 2, Jack McCaskill. Lane number 3, Marlborough Boys College 1, Brodie Blick. Lane number 4, Waitaki Boys High School 1, Jacob Rawbach. Lane number 5, Whakatipu High School 1, Ollie Watson. Lane 6, Timaru Boys High School 1, George Talbot. Lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Murdoch Bartram. That's the last heat of the boys under 16 single sculls. We're getting towards the end of the day, team. Please make sure that you pick up all the rubbish that's around you that you've brought in with you. We'll see a couple of little bits lying down there. Millsy's old saying, pack it in, pack it out, so we can make sure that we pick up the rubbish that's around us, leave it as we found it, if not better. And Mount Aspiring and Timaru Boys leading these Cruz down. Alex Peterson, coached by Rob Bruce, Angus Todd. Out there in lane 6. Timaru Boys right in between them. Timaru Boys would have the lead now, I think. Louis O'Sullivan. Jack McDonald from Cashmere High School right between those two. Then we go inside further. Whakatipu High School number 2. You see him just to the right of the umpire's boat. That's Louis Dela Cruz. Oh, it's a similar story down in the 4th heat, which is heading up towards the 1,000-metre mark. That's been led by Whakatipu and Timaru Boys as well. And Cashmere number 3 down on the inside lane. So some strong single sculling coming from these young men. Just the last 250 metres here at this 3rd heat in front of us. Louis O'Sullivan, coached by Brian Smith, Blake Parker, just pushing ahead here now. He's got the advantage, leaving Mount Aspiring College behind him. Cashmere after that. So this is a nice tidy piece of rowing in the last 500 metres from Louis O'Sullivan. Really rating quite highly, but it's got him the advantage. He's well clear of the rest of the field and just winding up on the inside. Whakatipu, Louis Dela Cruz trying to get up within striking distance. He's got some work to do, but I've seen Cilia very clear puddles. Still rating highly. Sitting there at 34 as he comes down, has a glance over, sees he's got about 100 metres to go. He's hit the red boys now, so he's holding on to this nicely. He'll go through to the A final. Really worked hard since the 1,000-metre mark he has. And second and heading off into the repechage will be Louis Dela Cruz from Whakatipu. Third will be Mount Aspiring. Fourth will be Cashmere. And the battle will be for 5th between them. Fergus has just pushed ahead of Ellesmere College's Finnegan Elam. So Finnegan, you're going to come back. You're up for a repechage spot. You'll need to perhaps raise a wee bit higher than that. Good on you, Timaru. Through you go. And Louis just going to take second here for Whakatipu. Cross on the outside to Mount Aspiring. The 4th will be Cashmere. Just watching the battle within a battle here. So right out in front of you, got Rolleston College, Ellesmere College going for the 5th spot through to the repechage. They're looking across at each other. Looks as if Finnegan from Ellesmere is just getting a little bit more run on his boat, a little bit more power with each stroke. Oh, missed a stroke. He's let him back in. Ellesmere is still holding by half a boat length. Is he going to hold Rolleston off? It looks like he will through the repechage. Good effort there from Rolleston. Then across on the outside, we Marta Fisalau from Waitaki Boys High School number 2. Oh, 4th heat, there's no race of it. Look at it. Timaru Boys High School, George Talbot. He's had a pretty strong season, has this under 16-year-old, and he's leading this 4th and final heat by a barn door. Look at him coming down here. He's got probably 7 boat lengths on Whakatipu's Ollie Watson, and then we would have the equivalent, if not more, distance to the rest of the field. Christchurch Boys High School, across to Waitaki Boys High School, right next to Marlborough Boys College, and then it's Otago Boys just in behind Cashmere High School. So the repechage will be interesting. I'm going to quickly give you the field for what is rushing down really quickly is the girls under 18 coxed 8, St Andrews College on lane 1. Lane number 4 is Rangiruru Girls School 1. Lane 5 is St Margaret's who are leading, and St Margaret's, that's St Margaret's number 1. St Margaret's number 2 is sitting there in lane 6. Obviously the starters want to get home. They've let them go, probably on time, but they're making their way into the second half of the course now. So it is St Margaret's from Rangiruru Girls School number 1, and then we go back to St Andrews College and St Margaret's College number 2. They're into the second half of the course. But right out in front of us, we've got the final here of the boys under 16 single sculls. George Talbot, coached by Brian Smith, Mac Brown, and that Red Laszlo. And this is a brilliant effort from him. Be keen to see his time. Just looking at the previous heat 3, he went through in 8:09. Over he goes and through to the A final. Into the repechage will be Whakatipu's Ollie Watson. Then further back we'll see Christchurch Boys High School and Waitaki Boys High School. A bit of interest here to see who goes through the repechage and who misses out. I think that's going to be between Marlborough Boys College and Cashmere, just battling down here. We have our second place is Whakatipu. Third and fourth is between Christchurch Boys and Waitaki. And just starting to wind now is Brody Blick from Marlborough Boys College. You'll need to get past Cashmere. It looks like he is doing that work. In fact, he might put some pressure on Jacob from Waitaki. He has a bit of a look over his right shoulder. Work does the maths, so still holding on to third spot. Murdoch Bartram from Christchurch Boys High School out there in lane number 7. He'll come down and take third. Fourth will be Waitaki Boys, and he just did enough work in the last 50 metres, did Brody from Marlborough Boys, to get himself through the repechage. Just missing out will be Cashmere Otago Boys on that. As we head up and have a look at what's happening in this girls under 18 Coxed 8, second to last race of the day, and it is Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Samantha Parker, Harriet Abbott, Izzy Jones, Alice Duffy, Charlotte Gorman, Brooke Harper, Tulala Nelson, Amelia Jones and Grace O'Connor. She's coxing and she's got them in front. Oh, but are they though? This is all through to the final, but racing for lanes. St Margaret's College number 1, Lucy Butterfield, Anna Rutherford, Poppy Blakely, Scarlett Hanson, Bronnie O'Sullivan, Belize Macquarie, and Coco Flood is there along with the Cox, Bella Harris, and Anya Leeson is right in there as well. That's the crew for St Margaret's College number 1. Battle between them two. We go down to St Andrews College. They're in third spot. Katie Taggart, Lucia Apps, Isabel Cody, Chloe Lowe, Jasmine Christie, Sailor Hitchcock, Sophia Drury, Molly Thomas, George Rankin is the Cox. They're holding on to third, but it's all between St Margaret's and Rangiruru. Who's going to get the middle lane in the final? Just holding on to it at the moment is St Margaret's, with Bella Harris coxing there up against Grace O'Connor from Rangiruru. They look pretty relaxed, both those coxswains. You can sure their calls aren't. They'll be working through their systems. And St Margaret's just holding about a 3-seat advantage over Rangiruru as they come down to the 70 metres to go. They'll come back and do it all again. And out to 3/4 of a boat lead now will be St Margaret's and the girls under 18 Coxed 8. All through to the final. They'll come back, do it again. I think this is the last race on Sunday. So over they go, St Margaret's, second, Rangiruru number 1. And then it will be St Andrews College number 1 taking third. On the outside in fourth spot will be St Margaret's College number 2. Meantime, the final race of today, the boys under 18 Coxed 8, heat number 1, Christ College number 4 are in lane 2. Lane 3 is Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Lane 4 is St Bede's College number 1. Lane 5, St Thomas's of Canterbury number 1. Lane number 6 is Christ College number 2. And in lane number 7 is Christ College number 6. And it is St Bede's. They've been strong all year, this under 18 Coxed 8. Jake O'Sullivan, Christopher Guinea, Alex Walters, Carter Connolly, Alex Cowan, Bruno Dooley and Hugo Van Herel, with Quinn O'Sullivan and Matthew Casey, the Cox. Just holding off the inside, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Charlie Greenslade, Ben Rowe, Willem Alfina, Harry Hegan, Willem Harrington, William Mackay, Harvey Moyle and Ruben Fifield with Toby Brook, the Cox. Sitting in third, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Loa Quallick, Ben Morrison, Carter Baxter, Luca DeBiani, Darby Renata, Flynn Grace, James Lotter, Andre Simpson and Jack Dunn is the Cox. They're holding on to third. Then they are flanked by the Christ College crews. Christ College number 6 have been scratched, so Christ College number 2 sitting on the outside there. Logan Connolly, Oscar Malone, Lewis Fogarty, Jack James, Toby Adams, Mark Reedy, Harvey Gubb and Ollie Cooper King with Gabriel Bevan as the Cox. Then we come back inside to Christ College number 4, Jay Ferguson, George Haddon, Thomas Richmond, Fletcher Harris, Henry Handyside, Harry Blakely, Alex Lascelles, Alex Richards and Jono Simpson as the Cox. Interestingly, doesn't appear to be a Christ College number 1 crew out there. And St Bede's just rowing a race they want to here. Just ahead of Christ College. They'll have their race plans ahead of Christchurch Boys High School, St Bede's. Then we have 2 boat links back to the St Thomas's crew, Christ College number 4, and then outside to Christ College number 2. 6:50 the time for the girls under 18-8. And just looking at the under 16 singles, trying to get the last time. They've disappeared off the screen. So last race of the day here. All come back for another full day's program tomorrow. Out in front of us here is the St Bede's College under 18-8. Racing it to the end too. Good to see. Matthew Casey, the Cox, has his instructions from coach, and through to the finish they go. And see what sort of time they come up with. They've got 2 boat lengths now over Christchurch Boys High School, racing it through to the end as well. And then we'll go back to St Thomas's and then the Christ College Cruise. All will come back and race the final again. Thank you to all of the umpires and the volunteers today, led by our Chief Umpire Sophie Strawn, all the volunteers that make it happen, particularly for today, taking the day off work. And thank you for your attendance today. Please make sure you take all your rubbish with you. We look forward to seeing you all back here, 8 o'clock for the first race tomorrow at the Meridian South Island Secondary School Championships for 2025. Ian should read the day sheet and he would realise that was the first heat of the boys under 18 coxed 8 and he got it completely wrong. So 1 and 2 go through to the A final. So that is St Bede's and Christchurch Boys High School. So on the course now we still have the second heat, which is why there's boats out there, my apologies. And this is in lane number 2, Otago Boys High School number 1. Lane number 3 is Christ College number 3. Lane number 4 is Christ College 1. That's where they are. No wonder I couldn't see them. And in lane number 5 is St Andrews College 1 as well. And lane number 6 is Christ College number 5. It's been a long day. Christ College number 1 well in front here, looking like they're well under control there. That is Max Airy, Geordie Pavey, George Wilson, Henry Jones, James Haddon, Finian Chan, Allen, George Young, Will Richards and Jonty Gray. Coxing them down just on the inside of them, Christ College number 3. They're all there. No scratchings in this one. No, we haven't. Henry Church, George Metcalf, Will Donaldson, Sam Cochran, Shader Luca, Lucas Corcoran, Joshua Brown, Seb Gray and Daniel Wilson as the Cox. We go across to St Andrews College number 1, just sitting out there in lane 5. Theodore Thomas, John Reedy, Jack McStay, Henry Taylor, Caelan Graham, Oliver Barker and William Curry with Jackson Evans and James Steele the Cox. And then we go back to Otago Boys High School number 1. That is Ben Glover, Toby Ollerenshaw, Zach Hall, Leo Burgess, Henry Chittick, Jude Smiley, Kobe Soul, Jackson Templeton and Hunter Ruxton as the Cox. Pretty impressive this from Christ College number 1. 6:04 was the time for St Bede's. That's a pretty smart time for a heat. 7 seconds ahead of Christchurch Boys. I think 6:04 is on a par with where they finished for South Island Champs a couple of 3 weeks ago. So I'm interested to see what this Christ College crew goes through, and they're well ahead of the rest of the field, which is the Christ College number 3 sitting there handily placed at second from St Andrews College in the outside. Then we go back to Otago Boys, and then we go back to Christ College number 5, which is Max Durkin, Connor McKenzie, Arthur Brown, Frank O'Gara, Alex Rutherford, James Johnson, George Campbell, Edward Killick and Ali Coles as the Cox. So the yellow Impacker from Christ College making its way through the last of the red boys into the yellow boys. 250 metres to go. Dual tandem rigged on the bow side, as were the 2 Christ College crews in the last races they went through. And Jonty Gray, very experienced coxswain's, got them well under control. Looking forward to this final on Sunday for the boys under 18 coxed 8. Be a strong field. Some big men in that Christ College crew. And they're out now to a 3 boat length lead. And this is looking very dominant for the Christ College crew as the Tiger Moth goes over the course. The Christ College number 3 holding on to second spot just over St Andrews. And then we go back to Otago Boys. So coming down the line, this is a great effort here from Christ College. They come down to the line, they take the buzzer now. We'll wait and see what sort of time they've got compared to what Bede's went through in. And holding on to second will be the Christ College number 3 crew by about half a canvas over St Andrews. Through they go, and then there will be 2 boat lengths back to Otago Boys High School, and on the outside now, Christ College number 5. Now we've had the last race of the day. Just just wait and see if we can get a time for you for that Christ College win, just as a comparison. But if we get conditions like this on Sunday, we'll be looking forward to a pretty quick time for these under 18s as they make the last step preparations heading towards Mardi Cup. Field completes there with the Christ College crew going through. We have now finished racing for the day. And it looks like the time for Christ College number 1 going through in 6:08 in the second heat there of the boys under 18-8. So as the Tiger Moth bids us farewell, we look forward to seeing you all back here bright and early tomorrow at 8 o'clock for day number 2.